Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of a new Naruto. What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the shinobi world. Our story starts at Invasion of Konoha arc and continues onwards. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. As Sandyua was fretting over Yuki, now definitely ousted as Koyuki Kazahana, and the director was inside alongside his assistant drooling over the action scenes he had shot due to the battle that had just taken place, Sakura was busy trying to get feeling back into Naruto's fingers. The last jutsu that Nadari used against him didn't hit, but the sheer cold it produced from simply being in its vicinity was enough to give him frostbite. Lucky for him he had a medic nin on his squad, or else he might have been out of luck when it came to his fingers and toes, especially since they were in Yuki no Kuni and it wasn't going to suddenly get all warm and pleasant outside in this country. Hey Sakura, Naruto said as they sat inside of the main trailer of the expedition through Yuki no Kuni with all of the others. He got a hum in response, letting him know she was listening as she used Shaosen Jutsu, mystical palm jutsu. I know a better way to get my hands warm. It doesn't cost chakra either. Sakura's head turned up from her work on his fingers. What? Naruto looked away innocently. You could just let me put my hands under your shirt. You know, body heat. Sakura gave him an even look with a tick mark on her head. You're a pervert. Naruto placed his fingers slightly apart and mouthed out a little bit. Sakura's brow twitched as a dark smirk came to her face. Tsunade Shishao taught me how to deal with perverts like you. Please? Naruto rolled his eyes. Just because Ero-Sensei trained me up a bit doesn't mean that I took on his habit of standing still when an ass-kicking was about to come his way. Sakura gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. Maybe, but you are currently sitting here with your hands in my grip. Naruto's face paled as he tried pulling them free only to find them stuck fast. So watch yourself from now on, okay Taichou? Naruto gave her a stiff nod. You got it Sakura. Good. Sakura chirped as she tugged on his cheek. Naruto sighed in relief when she stood up and walked away from him. Okay, do not do that stuff with Sakura, she does not find it cute in any way. He started flexing his fingers out. Sakura did really good work. Why did the idea of her pummeling me actually turn me on though? Kami, there's something wrong with me. Ero-Kyofu's roots run deeper than I thought. Naruto's thoughts were cut short when Sai and Tenten entered the room and sat down at the table. Naruto, getting in the spirit of the predicament as team leader, put his proverbial game face on. What do you guys have for me? Sai immediately responded, we didn't find them Naruto-senpai. The glacier sank not long after the ship got out of sight. They weren't there anymore. Tenten took a seat at the table. Who were those guys anyway? Naruto answered her, ninja from the hidden village of Yukigakyo. And they're here for Yuki, or should I say Princess Koyuki. And you knew this the whole time, didn't you Sandyua? Sandyua's eyes widened. How did you possibly know Naruto-san? You couldn't possibly know anything about our country and what has transpired over the years. You're too young. Naruto crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. It's a story that you don't want to hear right now, but that's not important right now. You had to know that this was totally dangerous bringing her back here at all, identity change or not. Sandyua sighed. You're right. But it was the only way I could think of to get the princess back to Yuki no Kuni. He said despondently. Sakura looked over to Koyuki, who was in the corner of the room with a cold look on her face. So Yuki Fujikaze is a real-life princess of an entire country. And Sandyua is from Yuki no Kuni as well. Yes. The middle-aged man admitted, when she was just a little girl I was her aide, before the revolt. I don't blame her for not remembering who I was. It was far too long ago and there were far more important things about than me. He adjusted his glasses. I served the princess's father, the former daimyo of the country Sosetsu Kazahana. We were a peaceful nation. Sosetsu-sama adored his daughter and was beloved by our people, but then the lord's younger brother Doto staged a revolt. The palace was burned to the ground and I feared the princess had perished with her father and the palace. He then looked over at Naruto, but how do you know anything about our princess? Konoha had nothing to do with our nation except for the one man that was there for negotiations on the day of the revolt. Naruto's eyes darted to Sai, who let out a near unnoticeable nod. Fine. Naruto said, I was there too. That got a round of gasps from everyone in the room except Sai. Even Koyuki, surprise showed on her face at hearing that her bodyguard had seen her already. Sandyua almost had a heart attack. Why, you were there? But that was 10 years ago, you couldn't have been any older than 5 years old. Yep. Naruto said as if it didn't matter, I was 5. Oh, don't give me that look. Kakashi-sensei was a chunin at 6, is it really so hard to believe that I was training at 5? Kind of, yeah. Sakura said matter-of-factly, what the hell were you doing in this country back then? What kind of training does a 5-year-old do in a foreign country, and who the hell sent you out here when you were 5? She and Tenten were both interested in this. It had been years since Naruto had gotten exponentially powerful, but for Sakura especially, after seeing the goofy blonde she had become accustomed to as a child in the academy, it was hard to grasp that he did anything like that before showing up in school. Naruto had a blank look on his face that could give Sai a run for his money. I was gathering intel on Yuki no Kuni's situation to take back to my sensei to see if he needed to bring up a point to lend the country assistance. The coup happened when I was still here, there was nothing I could do. His face was somewhat apologetic. All I could do was make sure that Kakashi-sensei, who was here, could get away with Koyuki. Who was your sensei? Tenten asked inquisitively. Don't worry about it. Naruto responded. Sai let on that he could talk. He didn't let on just how much he was allowed to say, so he was going to keep Danza's name out of it. They wouldn't flat out know who he was talking about even if he told them, and they sure didn't need to know. How did you help Kakashi-sensei get away? Sakura tried her own hand at asking a question. That was apparently the right question to ask, as Naruto was willing to answer it. The team leader that fought us this time, Nadariruga. Back then I had to fight him long enough for Kakashi-sensei to get away with the princess. If it weren't for my buddy on the inside, he would have killed me. Sakura's breath hitched. You mean the... Naruto nodded, getting a shiver out of her. Even though Naruto was still Naruto, it was hard to imagine such a thing trapped inside of his body. It was a good idea he wasn't in Konoha when Tsunade released that information. It took time for a lot of people to get used to that knowledge that didn't already know. The knowledge that Naruto contained the Kyuubi no Yoko. Not your buddy brat. The Kyuubi growled from within him, heard only by Naruto himself. I still fully intend to eat you once you overstep your bounds. Still looking forward to kicking your sorry ass all over the fake Konoha in my head too, furball. Naruto focused back on the real world and his human companions. Yeah, anyway, we fought until I had bought enough time and I got away myself. I never learned what happened to Koyuki after that. It's interesting. I should have died back then. Everyone turned to face Koyuki, who was looking away lifelessly. Sandyua moved towards her. You shouldn't say such things, princess. He exclaimed, everyone feared the worst for you. You can't imagine the panic that went up in your absence. We never stopped praying for your safety. Well, you can stop praying now, Sandyua. Koyuki said, I'm alive as you can see, it's just my heart that's dead. She said solemnly, that day all those years ago any tears that I had left dried all up. Sandyua had to wipe his own eyes hearing his princess speak in such a defeated manner. Eventually I found the princess under her new identity and became her manager, and have since been biding my time for the day when I could escort her back to her country. The director's assistant spoke up, so you've been using us the entire time. I apologize for deceiving you, but it was for the sake of our people. Sandyua turned to Koyuki and bowed on his hands and knees. Koyuki, I'm please confront Doto and take your rightful place as leader of our land. I will sacrifice myself without hesitation to protect you, so I beg you, please take up arms and lead our people. I don't think so. Koyuki said indignantly, you've got to be kidding. But. Sandyua stammered, what about your people? We need you, Koyuki. I could care less about them. Just forget it, you'll only get yourself killed in the end. She argued vehemently, would you give it up already? Don't be stupid, it doesn't matter what you do, you will never get rid of Doto. Well, Naruto said, we're already here, and we're supposed to stay and protect her until the movie is done, so who feels like taking down a tyrant? Naruto asked his team. Tenten smirked and cracked her knuckles, you know it, Naruto-kun, I wanted a second shot at that hulking loser from the glacier anyway. Sai simply stood in place, I'm to follow your lead, Naruto-senpai. You've got my support. Sakura smiled, yeah, how could we just let things lie the way they are? Of course we'll fight. Are you all insane? Koyuki shouted at the band of shinobi and kunoichi, Doto will massacre you all. You can't beat him. Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes, lady, combat is what I'm good at, sucky odds are just an inconvenience. I'm the best and I specialize in the ridiculous, don't count any of us out. Everyone on my squad is ready for this. He stood up out of his chair, a little chakra armor isn't enough of an ace in the hole to beat us. Not by a long shot. He looked over at his people, can you guys get through it? Absolutely. Tenten said with full confidence, I was just about to when you called us back to the ship. Sai nodded his head, I'm certain I can find a way around it. Sakura smiled and punched her fist into her open palm, I'll turn it into scrap if I end up fighting one of them this time. The director started speaking quietly, as long as there's hope, there is a dream. As long as there is a dream there is a future. This is perfect. What a perfect theme for the final chapter of the Princess Gale movie. Sakura looked at him with a sweat drop, are you seriously going to keep filming after everything that's happened? The director nodded with self-assurance, I told you all back at the glacier, the movie simply evolving. I mean, just think about it, how often do you get to make a movie with real princess? This is the opportunity of a lifetime here. You're right. The director's assistant started liking the idea more and more as the realization set in, the buzz is going to be enormous. Even the making of will be a hit, we're sitting on a surefire blockbuster here. Hey! Koyuki shouted only to be cut off by Sai of all people. There's only one course of action available to us in the current situation. The usually quiet teen said firmly, now that Doto has discovered your identity you will never be allowed reprieve. The only option is to fight to get through this. Naruto stated the changed status of the mission, So in addition to keeping the princess here in one piece, we also need to finish off Doto, otherwise this thing is never going to end. Koyuki got progressively angrier listening to everyone. Stop joking. This isn't some movie, there's no such thing as a happy ending. The director shouted right back, his mood noticeably far better though. Of course there is if you're willing to fight for it. Naruto called Sai in close. Is there any way you can send one of your ink animals back to Konoha, or are they not fast enough? Sai shook his head. No, by the time they would manage to get there everything here would be over with anyway. It would be pointless, Naruto-senpai. Naruto frowned but nodded. Well, it should still be just fine. Nadarea is Doto's heavy hitter and even he shouldn't be too much trouble once I get past that armor of his. You and the girls are more than enough for this. He then spoke up to Sandyua. Well, this is seriously stretching the limits of the contract, but I hate leaving business unfinished. You've got us for as long as this lasts. Sandyua spoke quietly with tears in his eyes. All of you, thank you so much. The director looked at the scene eagerly. Oh yeah, that settles it, we're definitely going along with this picture. And you can bet this one will have a happy ending. The assistant said. The entire time Koyuki was looking at everyone in the room with a sense of utter detachment. XXX. For the next few hours as the caravan traveled, Naruto and his team came up with a plan of action for who would be fighting who in case Nadaria's team decided to attack again. Per the requests of everyone else, the dynamic didn't change too much. Everyone wanted the chance to finish their own battles from before, especially Tenten, who saw the use of chakra armor as a cop-out way to fight, even for a ninja. The contingent came to a stop outside of a cave as directed by Sandyua. Our hideout is not far from here. It is just beyond this cave. Once we've finished shooting here we will pass through to the other side, and then my people can rest easy with the fact that they have their princess back. He was visibly excited about having Koyuki back in the country. The director was completely agreeable with this. It would probably bring some good footage. All right then people, let's get this show on the road. Director, there's a problem. The director's assistant shouted. Yuki has up and vanished again. Naruto palmed his face upon hearing that. Stupid bitch. She's seriously testing me here. How do you protect someone that seems to have a death wish? A small black rat ran up Naruto's leg and into his hand before turning into words, and Sai is still awesome. With that, Naruto shined away from the caravan. Sakura looked around with her hands on her hips. Where is Naruto? We need to find the princess. Tenten shrugged. He was just here not too long ago. Naruto-senpai is handling the situation. Sai said, scaring both girls with his presence on top of one of the trailers. He was drawing absently in his notepad while speaking. He should be back shortly. XXX. Koyuki was frantically running through a snowy forest away from her crew as fast as she could. There's no way. Absolutely not. I won't go back there. She was so intent on running she failed to notice herself slip in the snow and fall downhill until coming to a stop. She simply lay down there, unmoving with her eyes slowly drifting closed. You lied to me, father, there is no spring in this country. After a short while she opened her eyes to the sound of footsteps only to find herself staring at a pair of shinobi sandals. Her vision turned upwards to see Naruto standing over her. You know I've done my fair share of both and I have to say, it feels better when you face down your problems instead of running away all of the time. Now let's go, everyone's waiting. Naruto picked her up piggyback and carried her back towards the others. This has turned into a fine clusterfuck, hasn't it, princess? He said in a conversational manner. Maybe next time you should shoot your movies somewhere like Inzuki no Kuni or Oni no Kuni. You never hear about this kind of stuff happening there. Why did you even bother coming after me? Koyuki said as she put up no resistance to being carried by Naruto, and how the hell do you even keep finding me? Naruto laughed to himself, because it's my job. Even if I didn't want to, I would still do it, and I can find you because me and the people I'm working with are good, and I just so happen to be the best. Koyuki smiled slightly at that. Modest, aren't you? Naruto grinned. Well, if you don't believe in yourself, then who else is going to? Her smile dropped back into her usual cold expression. Well, you can drag me back all you like. All I'm going to do is act in front of the camera, that's all. You got that? Whatever you say. Naruto said as they found themselves inside of a tunnel. Suddenly a train whistle sounded out behind them. What the hell? XXX. Outside of the tunnel the ice melted to reveal train tracks. Sakura kneeled down to inspect them. There's chakra running through these rails. Sandyua's eyes bulged out. He's here. He started yelling around to everyone in the area. Everyone hurry. You need to get out quickly, it's not safe. You can't let them find you. The man started running up a nearby slope. Wait, Sandyua. Tenten yelled, where are you going? Tenten, don't go after him. Sai said, we need to protect the princess and that means we have to wait for Naruto-senpai. XXX. A light appeared behind Naruto and Koyuki. That, along with the whistle and the train tracks revealing themselves, told her all she needed to know about what was happening. It's a train. A train. Naruto repeated in an irritated fashion. The entire tunnel began to shake with icicles falling down from overhead. Of course it is. And why not? Naruto said before taking off at full speed before the thing quickly reached his heels. Fuck. It already had a ton of momentum. It's no good, we'll be run over. Koyuki shouted as she held on to Naruto tightly. Well, excuse me if I don't want to be put down by a train. I've had too much stuff try to kill me to let a giant hunk of metal be the thing that gets the job done. That would be embarrassing. Naruto bellowed right back. Koyuki shook her head desperately. It's impossible. Naruto grit his teeth trying to pull every ounce of speed he could out of his leg muscles. Woman, I live the impossible every damn day. Now let me run. Look, there's no way you can outrun that thing. Well, I might be able to for sure if I drop a few pounds. Are you volunteering? No. Then shut the hell up and let me save your ass already. That ended the argument right there. Come on, Kyuubi, a little assistance wouldn't hurt here. The feeling of the malicious chakra circulating through his body came forward and drove him faster than he otherwise would have gone at top speed. We're getting out of here. They both finally breached into the light and Naruto immediately jumped to the side, allowing the train to speed past them. Naruto stood up laughing at dodging the massive locomotive and helped Koyuki to her feet. Who can't outrun a train? You need to get some faith. It's been a long time, Koyuki. A voice belonging to an older man said. She looked up at the train as a gasp escaped her lips. Doto. A man with brown hair trailing down to his shoulders wearing an ornate robe was standing on top of the train that had come to a stop. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Don't be shy now, dear, let me see that beautiful face of yours. Koyuki shirked under his gaze, bringing an evil grin to his face until Naruto moved in front of her with his hand on his sword. So this is the guy I'm supposed to kill. He doesn't look too tough at all. Before any more words could be said, a massive log slid down a nearby slope and plowed into the side of the train. At the top of the hill stood Sandyua in samurai armor along with many others garbed in the same. Do you see it, men? Our beloved princess is here to watch over us. With her at our side, victory will be ours. As the men all cheered out, Sandyua drew a sword from his hip. Doto, we have waited a long time for this day of reckoning to arrive. Sandyua Azuma and 50 loyal warriors stand before you to avenge our fallen leader Lord Sosetsu. On this day you breathe no more. Doto looked at the men distastefully. I thought that you had destroyed the last of the insurgents. Naruto appeared at his side, bowing slightly. My apologies, my lord, we will get rid of them immediately. No, no. Doto said amusedly, with men such as these there is little that they can understand but total annihilation. With that and a battle cry, all of the men charged down the hill at Doto's train. Doto nodded and in response Naruto made a hand seal that opened up the train doors to reveal holes throughout that began to rapid-fire kunai at all of the men, mowing them down in cold blood. Naruto watched the scene in amazement at the quickly distributed carnage. They have something like this. As if just throwing the damn things weren't lethal enough. Naruto glared at Doto, who was laughing at the violence. Sandyua was still standing with kunai sticking out all over his body when Doto signaled for another salvo to go out to finish him off. As the mass of metal weaponry was about to hit him, Tenten jumped in front of him and pulled out one of her scrolls that she used to summon a large iron dome around both of them. Sakura started punching and kicking at the ground at the top of the hill with her chakra-enhanced strength technique to cause an avalanche that blocked the volley guns on the train. Tenten sealed her iron dome and threw kunai with explosive tags attached at the bridge in front of the train, destroying it and almost taking an escaping train with it. However, the train car holding Doto detached from the rest and got away quickly. Naruto-senpai, Sai said as he saw Naruto walking with Koyuki around the remnants of the massacre, what are we going to do now? The film crew was helping with the dead and wounded, and Sakura was doing what she could for Sandyua. This is terrible. She said as she did her best to heal the man. What kind of monster is he? Koyuki looked around callously. This is what comes from never giving up. If they hadn't stood against Doto, then none of this bloodshed would have happened. No. Sai said, this is also what has been happening to civilians. Women, children, anyone that Doto even suspected of being against him, it made no difference to him. A true tyrant that cares not for the evils he commits. Tenten looked from the dying Sandyua to Sai, who said that entire thing without a hint of anything in his voice. Don't you feel anything for all this? She asked him. She was pissed off personally at the thought of Doto getting away with this. Sai shook his head. I don't have feelings. Sandyua choked for a moment before looking at Koyuki and speaking. Princess, please forgive me. I should have never gotten you involved in this. But every one of us all believed in spite of everything, because we knew you were alive. You must believe in yourself. You have always been this country's ray of hope, princess, so do not waste your tears on me. With that he let one last breath go. Sakura stopped her jutsu and looked at the others solemnly. Koyuki simply kept her eyes on his lifeless form. You are such a fool, Sandyua. I can't cry. You have my eye drops. She then looked at the director and the Konoha ninja. Are you all satisfied? Let's go back. If you stay here your lives will be in jeopardy. Let's just go home. Your home is here. Naruto said, and it's a mission. Of course our lives are in danger. You can't just disappear now. Doto knows you and he'll keep coming after you until you're dead. No amount of running is going to keep him away. What would you know about it? She snapped back. Spring doesn't come to this country. Our tears are frozen over and our hearts are hardened with the cold. No. Naruto replied, that's him. He said as he pointed at Sai, but you could change this country yourself if you would just face up to what you know you have to do. Sakura's fists shook in anger hearing Koyuki speak so cruelly. Sandyua believed in you. He lived his entire life keeping you safe so that you might come back here and free the country one day. You haven't even shed one tear for his sacrifice because you're a coward. Sakura, calm down. Naruto said. Sakura stopped herself, realizing she was about to walk up to Koyuki and hit her in the face. Her muscles were tensed to deliver the punch when Naruto's voice stopped her. Hitting her won't change anything or bring anyone back. Koyuki tried to walk away when Tenten stood in front of her with a firm look on her face. Sorry, but you can't just do as you like in this instance. Koyuki then gasped at something behind Tenten. A blimp rising up over the nearby cliff. The large man, Mizo, aimed his retractable hand at Koyuki from his spot at the bottom of the blimp and snatched her up swiftly. His female partner Fubuki threw kunai at them that branched out into jagged ice trees that the others were forced to dodge. Motherfucker! Tenten shouted, they have even more of this crap, what do we do now, Naruto-kun? She said, looking at the team leader. All eyes turned to him as he looked at the blimp flying away. Saikuhai. I have eyes on the blimp, Naruto-senpai. Right up there with you. That got a look of confusion from the girls and a grin from Naruto. Good. Naruto said, the real me will be in touch with you soon. Just follow where the blimp went and be ready to fight soon. XXX. On board the blimp. You have grown beautiful, Koyuki. Doto said, do you have the hex crystal? Yes. She said. For standing in front of her father's murderer, her tone was exceptionally even. Very good. The man said with his disturbing grin, it is the sole link to the Kazahana clan and the key to opening its greatest treasure. Treasure? Koyuki said. What treasure? She didn't know about any kind of treasure. Doto stopped, trying to come up with a term for what he wanted to say. Obtained control of the kingdom from your father. The resources of the clan were all but gone. Sorsatsu obviously hid his treasure somewhere, so I searched high and low for it before finally finding it, hidden deep within Rainbow Glacier. A keyhole there can only be opened by the hex crystal. Once I get the fortune hidden there, I can finally gain military superiority over the 5 great nations. Now, Doto said with his hand outstretched towards Koyuki, I will take the hex crystal now. After all, you don't need it, do you? Koyuki removed the necklace from around her throat and passed it off to Doto, who examined it before his face twisted angrily. What is this? What? Koyuki said, taken aback by his shift in temperament. He grabbed her by the collar. You think that I can't recognize that this is a fake? Where is the real crystal? That's impossible. Koyuki reasoned before realization hit. Naruto. The blonde boy. He was the only one that ever could have. Nadaria, who was leaning against a wall in the room, growled lowly, yes, that boy. He certainly grew up to become a thorn in my side on a consistent scale, didn't he? Fubuki gave a sultry smile. Do you want us to head out and round it up? We'll find it in no time. Doto grinned again. No, that will not be necessary. Why bother chasing after it when the group will show up for their princess of their own volition? All we have to do until those rats stumble upon us is to just wait. He never took notice of the actual rat, in black and white, scuttering across the corner of the floor. XXX. Doto's fortress prison level. Koyuki sat by herself in a cell with her knees up to her chest. Every few seconds 2 armed guards would walk past her cell as they kept watch over her. As they walked out of sight, she heard sounds of struggling followed by complete silence. A matter of moments later, Naruto appeared in front of her cell with a kunai in his hand. "Well, look at you. Prison doesn't suit such a pretty face, would you like to leave?" She looked at him in shock. "How did you get here? How did you even find this place?" Naruto picked his ear. "I was on the blimp with you the entire time. It's not that hard to hide from these guys. Take away that armor of theirs and their practical skills suck. Why the hell didn't you get me off then if you were there the entire time? Or better yet, why didn't you just defeat them all and end it there?" She hissed lowly with a tick mark having formed on her head. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. "Yes, because you and me jumping off of a blimp at least 1,000 feet in the air would have ended well. And then if I had killed everyone on board the blimp, I'm personally trained to safely land it and make sure that we all survive instead of die in a miserable, fiery crash in middle of a winter wasteland," he said sarcastically before poking at the lock with the kunai. "Goddamn." He cursed lowly when it proceeded to shock him. "Just quit," Koyuki said. "You can't win all by yourself against all of Doto's men. You really don't know me very well." Naruto said, "This is just a setback. And what is your problem with having faith in something? You're so cynical. I was this close to letting Sakura clock you." Koyuki fixed Naruto with a stare as she watched him examine the lock probingly. "My father always told me that spring would always come. To imagine myself in a field full of flowers, running through it. He always said that if I never gave up, always believed, then spring would come to Yuki no Kuni. But this place has no spring. My father died, I was forced to flee, and I stopped believing. I began to run away and lie to others, but to no one more than myself. I told you that I deal in lies as an actress and I'm the best at it, but that's because my entire life is one huge charade." "You done?" Naruto said as he pulled out a slip of paper and a brush and began drawing on it. "Because if you are, I'm going to tell you a little story while I work on freeing your pessimistic ass. You say all of these things about your life being a charade and everything, but you chose that life. Yes, you were worked into a corner and had to run as a little girl, but eventually you quit without ever trying." His eyes flickered to hers before getting back to work. "I was worked into a corner too, right from the start. I have within my person a murdering, malicious, palpable mass of living chakra in my head, or belly, one or the other, I never really figured it out. Either way, it was placed there moments after my birth by my father, to protect a village that spiked my existence all throughout my childhood, that refused to acknowledge me as a child. So do you want to know what I did?" "What?" Koyuki asked. "I worked my ass off. I underwent detestable training for years and became a ninja for my village. I fought and bled for that place in faraway lands that most of them will never hear anything of to keep them safe. I did all of this before I became 8. I wanted to be the best, because if I was the best ninja in the world there was no way that they couldn't recognize me as a person. Do you want to know how long it took? It took 11 years and things are just now getting to where I wanted them to be. And now I have a group of superpowered criminals coming for the demon locked inside of me and my life, so I've got that going for me too. So do you know what I'm going to do about that?" Koyuki shook her head, bringing a grin to Naruto's face. "I'm going to kick their asses. I'm going to beat them all. They are not beating me no matter what I have to do, and that's going to get me where I want to be. And I'm going to show you that right now because this seal is done." Naruto stood up making one-handed seals, Fua Injutsu, Gensoki Ushiyu, sealing technique, elemental absorption. He slapped the finished seal tag on the bars and held his hand to it. As the electricity from the trapped cell coursed, Koyuki turned her head away so that she didn't see Naruto die of electrocution. After a few seconds, when she didn't hear his body hit the ground, she opened her eyes to see electricity coursing around Naruto's arm that was stuck to the seal. The electricity faded and Naruto then proceeded to rip his seal off of the door and pick the lock open. "How did you do that?" Koyuki asked when the cell door popped open. Naruto ripped up his used seal into bits. That seal takes the element of whatever it sticks to and converts it to chakra, but if the element isn't your affinity, then your coils are going to get destroyed by whatever the element actually is. Good for me, my affinity for lightning is strong enough, right? He held out his hand for her. "Now let's go." Koyuki gave him a smile and took his hand before they ran out of the prison area of the fortress. They eventually came upon a group of Yuki ninja when Naruto prompted Koyuki to stop. "Hello you guys. Good to see your Inkrat made it back to you in one piece." Sai and the others got rid of their disguises. "Yes, Naruto-senpai, and to you as well." He had his signature smile on his face. "You've got the princess. Do you want the crystal you gave me back?" "Give it to her," Naruto said, pointing at Koyuki, "because I'm about to raise this place to the ground and beat Doto's skull in, and I might destroy it if I have it on me. Now get out of here so I can finish this." "I'm not leaving, Naruto-kun," Tenten said. "Why would we leave you alone like that?" Sai echoed her sentiments. "I am here to ensure your safety. I'm not leaving, Naruto-senpai. Someone's got to heal you when you get yourself busted up, you idiot," Sakura said, but she had a smile on her face. "Fine," Naruto grumbled. "I would write you all up for insubordination in my report, but I'm on probation and that might make me look bad. We need to move now," Koyuki said, taking the hex crystal back from Sai. "I can hear the guards coming. Follow me," she said, taking off with all of the Konoha ninja following behind her. She led the team into a room where Doto's voice sounded out in laughter. "Well done, Koyuki." She ran towards him standing atop his throne area, and before any of them could stop her, Nadaria, Fubuki, and Mizore appeared ahead of them, cutting them off from intercepting her. Fubuki blatantly winked at Sai, who simply raised an eyebrow, and Mizore made a lewd tongue gesture at Sakura and Tenten, who simply started radiating killing intent. Nadaria simply had a victorious smirk on his face as he looked at Naruto. "It looks like you lose, boy. You still can't beat me after all these years." Naruto's face went stone cold. "I'm going to enjoy shutting that mouth of yours with my sword." He turned his eyes up to Koyuki, who was standing next to Doto. "What do you think you're doing, Koyuki?" The princess gave her necklace to her uncle and looked down at her hired team. "This shouldn't be any surprise to you. I am an actress after all, aren't I?" Doto laughed triumphantly. "Yes, another magnificent performance from the great Yuki Fujikaze. Yes, it was all an act." She then revealed a tanto hidden underneath her clothes and stabbed Doto. "I told you, didn't I? I'm an actress." Naruto had an interested look on his face. "Well, that's taking things into your own hands, I guess. Good stuff. Why, you little..." Doto grabbed Koyuki around her throat. Naruto cursed and made a move, but the other group of ninjas stopped him and his own team before they could try anything. Koyuki grabbed Doto's arm. "I always knew, Naruto, that I was going to die if I ever returned to Yuki no Kuni. At least in the end I could." Naruto grit his teeth. "You'd better survive, damn you. It's an empty victory if you die achieving it." Koyuki smiled weakly at Naruto while still in Doto's grip. "It was thanks to you, Naruto, that I was able to face my home in the end. Naruto's eyes flickered red. Nadarea, get out of my way or I will rip your head off. Naruto barreled into Nadarea suddenly, shoulder-checking him out of the way as he ran towards Doto and Koyuki, who both fell off of the throne area. I'm sorry, father. Sandyua. Koyuki thought to herself as Naruto reached her side. Koyuki, you'd better be alright, damn it. Naruto said as he kneeled down at her side. While fretting over Koyuki, he didn't notice Doto reach his feet, and that gave the man the opportunity to kick him away from her. Doto untied his robe and revealed advanced-looking black chakra armor. You really thought that little toy could kill me? The knife had left a mark, but had not pierced it, the latest prototype of our chakra armor. Worth every bit paid. He grabbed Koyuki and laughed when she tried to struggle against him. Stop wasting your time. Every ounce of your chakra is being taken from you, you're powerless. She continued to fight in vain as the ceiling broke and Doto shot a line up to escape. Come Koyuki, let us go beyond the rainbow. Naruto seethed in anger as he watched them escape. Naruto formed a blue ball of chakra in one hand to make an improvised exit, Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto destroyed a nearby wall and got outside to see Doto and Koyuki flying off, northwest. Get moving now. He shouted to his team that immediately went out through the hole he made and gave chase. Naruto was prevented from proceeding by a series of kunai keeping him there. Let's finish this, shall we, little Naruto? No running away this time, eh? Nadarea said tauntingly as they both stood on the cliffside surrounding the fortress. Naruto glared darkly at Nadarea. I don't have time to play with you, Nadarea, so I'll make this quick and brutal. He threw a kunai right down the middle at Nadarea that simply bounced off of a chakra shield. You should know by now that it's pointless. Now it's time to show you my original jutsu, Hyoton, Ruga Nadarea no Jutsu, Ice Release, Wolf Fang Avalanche Jutsu. The snow gathered at the top of the fortress spilled over and raged towards Naruto in the form of a pack of wolves rushing right at him. Naruto made hand seals and stopped his movements with his arms in an X, Fuatan, Senpua Keikasui, Wind Release, Whirlwind Pyramid. A violent wind whipped around Naruto's body, most prominent in the area that was facing the avalanche of wolves. The ice jutsu smashed into Naruto's wall of wind, kicking up a blur of powder as it flowed down over the cliffside. Nadarea laughed loudly at disposing of Naruto in such a manner. Your weak little jutsu couldn't stand up to the power of my chakra armor. You were still 10 years too young to put me down, brat. Doton, Shinjua Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Jutsu. Naruto's hands wrapped around Nadaria's legs and pulled him underground. After a short moment, Nadarea found himself driven out of the cliffside he had been standing on with a pair of explosive notes, one on his forehead, the other on his back. Damn you, boy. You aren't better than me, my armor is invincible. You can't do this, he said as he fell down the sheer drop, raging with lunacy. Naruto stood at the edge of the hole he had pummeled Nadaria's body through and placed his hand in a half-tiger seal as he looked down on his enemy's descending body. Invincible, huh? Let's see it survive 1,000-foot fall. Boom! Naruto said just as his tags finished burning down and detonated, consuming Nadaria's body in an explosive fireball. He then took off to chase after Koyuki and Doto. He circled around the front of the fortress when he heard someone calling out to him and saw the director on a mobile trolley of sorts. Naruto smirked. He wondered how fast that thing was. XXX. With Sai. Sai flew through the trees of a snowy forest, dodging a series of ice pillars forming up and crashing through the branches he leapt to and from. Chaojua Jiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai drew up a flock of birds to fly off at his enemy to buy himself some space. "Oh come on sweetie, don't you want to chill out with me for a bit?" Fubuki said as she saw Sai's birds incoming and allowed them to bounce off her chakra shield from her armor. "You should know that won't work by now." Due to the destroyed birds, a mist of ink surrounded Fubuki that she came out of looking around for Sai. "Come out wherever you are." "All right then, peekaboo." Fubuki turned to see Sakura leap out of the ink mist and drill her straight in the face with a hard right hand. Her body was sent flying through the forest, taking out trees that crashed down all around her. Sakura let out a sigh of relief and wiped her brow. "Finally. Thanks for that, Sai. That bitch was getting on my nerves." Sai landed from the trees next to Sakura with his smile placed on his face. "No problem you dot." Sai caught himself before he could call Sakura ugly due to Tenten's advice, names based on amassed traits of the people they are intended for. He tried again, "Blossom-san." Sakura gave him a small smile. "Blossom ha." She shrugged. "It's damn better than being called ugly, isn't it, Sai?" His smile was the only answer she got. XXX. With Tenten. Tenten stood in place as her opponent Mizor flew through the trees surrounding them swiftly on his snowboard. "What are you going to do, little girl? You still can't do anything to me." He threw out his cable-retracted arm at her. Tenten dodged it and pulled out a scroll. "Eat this then, Bakuryu Ajiki, exploding dragon strike." A large flame dragon emerged from the scroll that Tenten opened and unsealed, sending it right at Mizor, melting the snow as it came right at him. The fire bounced right off of the shield produced by the chakra armor. "Ha ha! You can't even touch me." His snowboard slid along the rough, coarse ground where there he ended up tripping over something stuck in the ground. "What the fuck?" he said to himself as he picked himself up, rubbing his injured body, and looked where he fell. He shouldn't be this hurt just from a simple fall. "What is this?" Tenten smirked. "I knew you were coming after me. Didn't you notice me waiting for you? I set tons of those things all over this area and you stumbled right over them, jerk." Mizor looked down at them and saw that she had planted tons of spiked metal balls beneath the snow, and he had fallen on and slid all across them. His snowboard was mangled. "Now let's see you block this." Tenten took the large scroll from off of her back and threw it into the air over him. "Sugu, Tensei Sai, manipulated tools, heavenly chain of destruction." He couldn't dodge with the metal of his snowboard mangled around his feet due to Tenten's trap, so he simply prepared his chakra armor to take the shot. He realized something was wrong when he tried to put his shield up, but it simply fizzled out. He looked at his armor only to find that a vital part that converted chakra into the shield was broken from the unprotected fall. "No." Tenten's mid-air scroll started bombarding him from directly above with countless tools of all sorts. Kunai, shuriken of all sizes, Fuuma shuriken, broadswords, large spiked iron balls, anything that could be sent at someone. Mizor quickly found himself impaled with multiple weapons of all types throughout his body. Tenten looked at him and all of the weapons surrounding him. "Yep, that armor of yours, something that strong would have to have a weak point. I saw you touch a certain place on your armor repeatedly during the last fight, an accident and something like that could get really messed up, huh?" She looked around with a sigh. "Do I have to pick all of this up now?" XXX. Rainbow Glacier. Doto looked around frantically. He had used the hex crystal, and nothing was happening. There was no secret passage revealed or anything at all. Where is it? Where is the treasure? The Kazahana fortune. Hissing sounds rang out and the frozen ground began to melt. A heat generator. This is the hidden treasure that I've spent so much time looking for," he said, outraged. "It's so warm," Koyuki commented to herself quietly. Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lighting Release, Lightning Shuriken. Lighting struck from overhead from a single shuriken positioned directly above Doto, who automatically responded by turning around and forming hand seals. Hyoton, Kokuryu Bufu Yuzutsu, Ice Release, Black Dragon Blizzard. He shot off a dragon formed from the ice around him by him arm at Naruto, who was standing not too far away. The dragon hit him, launching him into the air where he burst into smoke. What? He turned around to see that the princess was no longer there and was a ways off with Naruto, who had her in his arms and put her down. Naruto faced Doto and cracked his neck. No skill, all power, and not even that much of that really. "Who are you, boy?" Doto asked, nearly frothing at the mouth at the current turn of events. Everything he had done, it was all for nothing. "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto replied with his arms crossed. "ID number 012607, Jounin level shinobi of Konohigakyo no Sato, Shinchu Yuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, and the future Hokage. Nice to meet you." Koyuki looked at Naruto with his game face on. "Naruto, please, don't die." Naruto gave her a reassuring smile before turning back to Doto and walking out away from Koyuki. "The day I get finished off by a guy like this. Well, let's just say I'll be fine, Koyuki. Just believe in me." Koyuki let him walk out into the open ice to face Doto. "Naruto, you are by far the strongest ninja I've ever known. I believe in you." Naruto smiled to himself as he continued to walk forward. "It's about time." His smile dropped once he looked back at Doto. "Now let's finish this." "My sentiments exactly," Doto said. "Hyoton, Saoryu Abufu Yuzutsu, Ice Release, Twin Dragon Blizzard." This time he released two black ice dragons at Naruto that quickly merged into a large black tornado. "Now die." Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet to loosen himself up. "So Kyuubi, how should I handle this one? Any ideas? Subtle or loud?" "Oh, for Kami's sake, kid, just take some chakra and blow his ass away. Asking me what to do like you didn't already know." Naruto smirked at Kyuubi's outburst. Naruto's eyes flickered red as a one-tailed cloak emerged around his body. "It's going to take a lot of chakra for this one, but since you have a tornado I might as well show you how strong the wind can really be." Naruto rolled through a long chain of hand seals as the black tornado came ever closer. He finished his seals and inhaled deeply as his chest expanded. "I may not have had the finesse for any of Danzaji's wind techniques, but I do have this. Fuatan, Hiragari Tear Iron, Wind Release, Spreading Air Disaster." Naruto exhaled full force and unleashed a terrible blast of wind large and wide directly at the black dragon tornado, tearing up the ice plates on the ground and ripping up the landscape. The high-speed wind hit the tornado and ripped it to black snow, scaring Doto shitless when he saw it coming his way. He turned on his chakra shield, but that only protected him, not the ground beneath him, which ended up getting torn asunder by Naruto's jutsu. It picked him up off of the ground and threw him backwards across much of the tundra, slamming him into a wall of ice hard, back first. The force of the hit should have killed him, but his armor proved exceptional when compared with the rest as the impact left him with internal injuries, coughing up blood, but otherwise alive. He walked out, still looking ready to fight, but on his last legs with Naruto charging towards him with a blue ball in his right hand. He smirked a bloody smile as he saw that. "I have on chakra armor, you fool. You can't harm me with that. It's pure chakra." He kept that thought up until he didn't notice his chakra shield activating. He looked at Naruto with fear in his eyes as he saw the Rasengan in his hand turn multicolored. Koyuki's eyes widened. Is that rainbow chakra? She said in disbelief. Naruto thrusted his hand forward. Die, you son of a bitch, Naniro no Rasengan, 7-colored spiraling sphere. The Rasengan carved right through the armor like a buzzsaw and pulverized its way into Doto's body as Naruto continued driving forward right into the thick ice wall that Doto had hit after Naruto's wind jutsu. The wall cracked and collapsed on top of both of them, revealing one of the walls of the massive generator. Quiet reigned over the area as the scenery changed due to the rapid melting of the ice until the voice of the director could be heard. Tell me we got all of that. Holy shit, we're going to need to make this movie 3D after that. Believe in the future and spring will surely come. Everyone looked around and saw a large projection of Princess Koyuki as a little girl. What will you do when spring comes, Koyuki? The voice asked her. The little girl smiled brightly. I'm going to be a princess. What kind of princess? The voice said. Let's see. Little Koyuki said, one that's strong, and kind, and most of all one who fights for justice. The man chuckled. That's some dream. Koyuki found herself tearing up as she watched this. Did I really say those things? Well, so long as you believe in your dreams and never give up, one day you will be that princess. A man then appeared in front of the image and put the necklace around Koyuki's neck. You can see it right. A beautiful princess standing right in front of you. Koyuki's tears finally started to fall just before she heard her younger self speak again. But there's sort of something else I want to be, she said with uncertainty. And what would that be? The man, her father, asked. An actress, she said, full of spirit. The older Koyuki began to laugh as her tears fell, tears of joy instead of sorrow. Over by the generator, Naruto threw the slowly melting chunks of ice off of himself and stood up, looking himself over with a disgruntled look on his face as his frame was covered in Doto's blood. Great. I need a shower now. I guess it's a good thing I didn't blow up that fortress after all, huh? XXX. Koyuki's coronation ceremony. Koyuki was speaking to the ninja squad that had helped her country. The generator wasn't even full developed in the end. She commented as she stood in the beautiful garden where the ceremony had taken place. Sakura smiled apologetically. I guess it will be back to winter soon, huh? Koyuki shook her head with a big smile. No, not really. If we take what we know and keep researching, before you know it, Yuki no Kuni will be Haru no Kuni, land of spring. Tenten rubbed her own shoulder. Yeah, but it's a shame though. You're such a big star, are you really going to stop acting now to run your country? Koyuki gave a sly grin. Who said I was retiring? Ruling over Yuki no Kuni and acting, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to handle them both. I mean, I would have to be out of my mind to give it up now, she said as she pulled out a script in full sight of the team. Sakura blushed at the sight of the heading as she was very familiar with it due to what her first sensei could always be seen reading. You're going to star in Icha Icha. Koyuki let out a laugh. Well, I'll be seeing you. And Naruto, she said, getting the scar-faced blonde's full attention. I'll be needing a leading man for that role. Do you think you would be interested? Naruto's eyes widened before a smirk formed on his face. Do I need to audition? He said as a drop of blood came from his nose. XXX. In Konoha 2 weeks later. Danza sat in Tsunad's office as he fished inside of his robe for something as he spoke to Tsunade. It seems that Naruto is doing a fantastic job. His last mission should get Konoha plenty of new business and publicity. Yes, I read his report. Tsunade said evenly as she remained suspicious of what Danza was looking for. He did wonderful for leading his first mission. And his success could lead to a potential trade alliance with Yuki no Kuni. Their technology is something to take note of. But I don't know too much about the publicity. Danza pulled a poster out of his robe and set it down in front of Tsunade. Oh, I believe so. On the poster was Koyuki and a picture of Naruto in a blown-up action pose as the title of the new movie was emblazoned above. Tsunade's eyes widened at the sight until Danza spoke again. I wonder if Princess Koyuki will ask him to star in her next film if this one is a success. He then obstructed Tsunade's view of the poster by dropping a script on her desk that made her grab her desk so hard it cracked. Have a good day, Tsunade. The bandaged man said as he left the office. Shitsune entered shortly thereafter and saw Tsunade staring hard at something on her desk. Is something the matter, Tsunade-sama? She asked. Tsunade didn't look up even when Shitsune came around her desk and looked at what she had her eyes locked on. I don't know who I should take a certain pressing new issue up with. Jiraiya for signing off on this movie of his, or the brat if he actually ends up being in it. Shitsune read the heading and had a small trickle of blood leave her nose. The sun was rapidly fading as Naruto ambled back through the gates of Konoha with the team he had been placed with to lead on his latest mission, Kuinai's squad, Team 8. Kiba grumbled as Naruto signed them back in at the check-in station and caught up with Izumo and Kotetsu for a moment. Man, how come nothing cool happened on this mission? We had Naruto leading it. He's like the magnet for irksome situations or something, so we should have had some trouble. Shino spoke as Naruto continued with the pleasantries with the gate guards. Kiba, it is illogical to actively desire a desperate confrontation the way you do. Though from what I've heard it is something of an anomaly to go on missions with Naruto-san and avoid trouble. Yeah, right. Exactly. Kiba exclaimed. From what we hear you could go on a C-rank with Naruto to deliver a wagon full of plush toys and chances are he'd end up fighting a A-ranked missing nin with a plan to control the economy of an entire country with the plush toys. And don't give me that crap like you're not disappointed, Shino, you know that you wished something happened too. Perhaps. Shino alluded to him being right. But unlike you, I can keep the complaints to myself and can keep the amount of noise pollution in the air to a minimum. Kib fumed at his usually stoic and silent teammate. Kiba-kun, Shino-kun, stop fighting. Hinata chided softly. The mission was successful and we're all okay, that's what matters, right? Naruto watched the team interact from afar. This was his third mission led as a Jounin and it went off without a hitch. He actually couldn't wait to get to Tsunade's office and see if his probation would end with him as a Jounin or if he would get demoted. He'd better not get demoted. Every single mission ended with him bringing the team back in perfect condition and then some. As he looked at the team of his former classmates, he had to admit, they were way stronger than he thought they would get when he fought them after bringing Tsunade back, especially Hinata. His incident with her was either going to make her or break her, and apparently she had enough fight in her at the time to have that episode end up building on her character. Getting promoted was proof of that. She was still sweet as could be, and he could tell she still had a little something for him, but damned if it wasn't manageable now. He could easily work with her, and from the looks of things she could be the voice of reason between the two extremes of emotion and logic that resided on her squad. It was clear she was skilled enough in a fight or else she wouldn't have been promoted in the first place, and of course it never hurt that she was absolutely gorgeous. Kiba and Shino were stronger, that much was clear just from looking at them, and Akamaru, who was fucking huge. Kami, how did he miss that during the Chunin exam in Suna? He was there to watch. Anyway, after his last mission with Team 10 as well, it was evident that everyone was stepping their game up for the future and he was proud of them. Why he was proud of them he didn't know. They were friends of his. He would hang out with Kiba when they ran into each other sometimes, good times. Shino was actually ballsy enough to head into the forest of death every now and then, not so good times actually. And then Hinata, when Neji asked him for spars every now and then, she would sometimes watch and talk to them afterwards. She never wanted to fight him herself though. Still she was good company. "All right everybody," Naruto said, directing their attention back to him, "good work. That was quick and clean, my kind of mission actually." He smirked when he heard Kiba snort his displeasure at the lack of action. "I'm going to go and give an oral report on the mission to Tsunade-chan right now. You guys can turn in your written ones whenever you get to them." Shino nodded and walked off on his own. Kiba nodded as well. "See you later Naruto. Don't be a stranger, okay?" Hinata smiled at him with her arms behind her back. "Goodbye Naruto-kun. You should come back to the clan compound sometime, it's nice speaking with you." "Sure thing Hinata," Naruto said. "Take it easy and make sure you kick Neji's ass for me next time you two spar. I owe him." Getting a giggle out of her, he turned and shined away towards the Hokage Tower. XXX. Naruto stood out in front of the Hokage Tower with an intent look on his face as he wrestled with himself to make a decision. Should I take the front way or should I take the window like usual? He pondered to himself, this could be important to my full promotion. If I take the regular way it would show professionalism and that I'm ready to be a jounin. But it might show that I get rattled by pressure, while going through the window would show that I can stay cool in important situations or dot. For the love of Kami brat. Naruto's head snapped up to see Tsunade looking down out the window from her office with a tick mark on her head. "You've been out there for 20 minutes just standing there. Get up here already and get debriefed." Well, I guess she doesn't care as much as I thought she would. Naruto thought as he bent his legs to get ready to jump. Maybe I overthink some stuff. Naruto jumped up and landed on the windowsill of Tsunade's office. "Hi Tsunade-chan." Tsunade shook her head with a smile on her face. "Get in here already and get this done." Naruto hopped down into the office and smiled at Shitsune who was standing by Tsunade's desk holding Tunton. "Hello Shitsune-chan." "Hi Tunton." The dark-haired assistant returned his smile. "Hello Naruto-kun, you seem awfully upbeat today." Tunton oinked as if to agree. "And why wouldn't I be?" he said, unable to keep the excitement off of his face. "I didn't screw up and fail and missions. All of my teammates were always in top condition when we got back. There's no way I'm getting demoted, I'm a jounin now." Tsunade took a seat at her desk. "All right, I'll be the judge of that. Now go ahead and debrief." "Okay Hokage-sama." Naruto coughed and got down to business. The mission, a B-ranked reconnaissance mission into Tano Kuni, came up with no new outward fortifications by Orochimaru's forces. He hasn't made any new moves since I sacked his bases on the mission that ended a little over a month ago. We were unable to recover anything new and there hasn't been any presence at what was formerly his main base since we last took it out. Tsunade nodded. "That sounds about right. Orochimaru was never too careful when it came to covering his tracks. And we only have 5 months left until he attempts his jutsu on Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto leaned against her desk. "Should we really be wasting resources like this to stop him before he can take Sasuke's body? I mean, he already failed trying to take Itachi Uchiha's body at full strength, and when his body wears down this time he should be easy pickings." Sasuke will kill him when he tries unless he's been lazy for the last few years, and I just don't see that. Tsunade sat her chin on her hands. Do you think that he will come back after he beats Orochimaru or something? Hell no. Naruto said immediately in response, he's going to go after Itachi probably, but that won't matter right now. All that matters is that Orochimaru will be dead and his forces will be in disarray. That's the time to actively search for the smattering of bases and disoriented forces with a few quick task forces if we have any ready at the time. Let Anko-chan do that to make up for sending her back on the last mission we took to take his bases out. Tsunade nodded with a serious face before a grin came across her features. Trying for another promotion so soon, are we, brat? Naruto smirked, the serious moment for the most part over with. Not really, Ba-chan. I don't think I want one right now anyway, that is if I'm a jounin. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yes, your probation is over, you're a jounin now, congratulations. You've earned it. She smiled at him. You're really earning that necklace of yours too, aren't you? Naruto pulled it from under his flak jacket and held it out. I'm glad you think so. I make it look good, don't I? He said with a grin. All right, calm down, sheesh. Tsunade said, waving him off, you're dismissed. Stay in good condition to move out on another mission soon, don't overexert yourself, and get some rest. The specifics behind what you're doing should be out for you to know of in a few days. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why so secretive on the mission, Tsunade-chan? It's supposed to be at least S-ranked in difficulty and importance. She said, do you still want it? Naruto didn't flinch. You wouldn't have asked me to do it if you didn't think I could or didn't think I was needed. Of course I'll take it. I told you already, Ba-chan, I may mess around a bit, but I'll follow any order you give me. That's the way I was taught. Naruto gave a two-fingered salute to the women in the room and left through the door. XXX. Naruto opened the door to his apartment to find Hamako laying on the floor in the living room with notes strewn about. Naruto quietly shut the door and prepared to sneak past her to get to his room when he was stopped in his tracks. I already know you're here, master. I felt the security seals go off when you opened the door. Naruto sighed and walked over to her, sitting on the couch nearby as he looked at what she was doing, being busy. Hamako stood up and sat down in Naruto's lap and kissed him happily at seeing him. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. She then looked at the floor and the mess she had made with all of her work all over the place and blushed. Well, yes. I've been studying Anko-san's seal. And? Naruto said curiously. Hamako had taken over systematically studying the seal in his place due to the fact that she was far better at Fuinjutsu than him and could work it out better than he could and faster as well. Hamako looked away sheepishly. I've hit a brick wall of sorts in getting it off of her. Feeling Naruto's gaze on her, she squirmed in his grasp. It's not that I don't understand what it entails, because I do. And I'm positive I can get it off of her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm sensing a but here somewhere. I need certain things to get it off of her. Hamako said, a frown marring her pretty face. Apparently Orochimaru ingrained some of his very being into the seal, and enzymes of someone else too. Without the DNA of both of them I can't break the seal without doing anything to her mind. It could either stunt her abilities and mental to physical capabilities or break her mind altogether. Orochimaru is a true villain. He won't even bother taking it off of her the way he did with Teiya-san because he still sees use in keeping it on her, unlike Teiya. Naruto returned her frown. I'm guessing you weren't able to get any of Orochimaru's DNA from the hospital, or Ba-chan or anything like that, right? Hamako shook her head. No such luck, Naruto-sama. He rested her head in the crook of his neck. I'm sorry. I haven't told Anko-san that I've failed yet. Good. Naruto said, letting her get closer to him, because you haven't failed. You know what to do, you just don't have everything you need to do it. That's what I'm for. I don't know how, but I'll end up getting Orochimaru and our mystery jerk's DNA for you to finish. I already promised Anko-chan I would anyway. You're going to ask for permission to hunt Orochimaru? Hamako asked curiously, can you do that? Naruto shrugged, I have no idea. But I'll have to build up some credibility to ask for a mission like that. Maybe after my next one I'll build up enough. It's supposed to be S-ranked at least. He felt Hamako stiffen in his grasp. What's the matter? You're going to be gone again. She said sadly, I know you're an important ninja to the village and everything, but you're always away. Always working. I miss you a lot, Master. You know all of my friends and I know they like you too. Naruto tried to reason, I can't take you with me. You know I can't. I know, and I love that you keep correspondence with me through our tattoo. Hamako said desperately, but your friends aren't you. And I don't really fit in with them. They're all ninja except for the Ishiraku family and I'm not. Just because I sometimes teach seals at the academy doesn't mean much. Naruto stood up, well I have time to rest for a bit. So I'll tell you what. He said pleasantly, you and me are going to go to bed, because it's clear from the notes everywhere and the tired look in your eyes that you haven't been sleeping too well while working on this. And then tomorrow the whole day will be about you, okay? Whatever you want to do we can do, and it's about time we look for a new place to write. Hamako smiled at him before pouting playfully, and give me an even bigger space to clean up after you. Her smile returned, I would like that very much. When she noticed that he carried her past her room into his, she looked at him curiously, what are you doing, Naruto-sama? Naruto set her down in his bed, you said you missed me, didn't you? So why would I make you sleep in your own room tonight? He started taking his shirt off, you're with me tonight. Or do you mind? He pulled his shirt off to see that Hamako had already shed her own clothing and was securely underneath the covers of the bed waiting for him, fast. Master. She said softly, come here and keep your servant company. I thought I was the one that was supposed to be giving orders. Naruto thought to himself as he shed his pants and climbed into bed where Hamako immediately latched onto him. You haven't done this in a while. And you still don't wear anything when you sleep. Hamako looked up at him from where her head was on his chest. My offer from the first night I spent with you still stands, Master. I have no issues with you taking advantage of my body if you wish. Naruto felt her lovely breasts press against his bare torso and felt himself stiffen. You have no issue, or you would love it if I did. Okay, was it him or did they grow since he had met her? Hamako smiled sweetly, a combination of the two if I were to be honest with you. She knows it would put a smile on her face for the rest of the month if I did. Naruto thought to himself as he started rubbing the sides of Hamako's body. He locked eyes with hers, blue staring into amber, and I did say that I would do anything you wanted tomorrow. I guess I can start that a little earlier than anticipated. Lemon start. Hamako smiled and pulled back the covers enough to reveal her nudity to him, as you wish, Master. Asterisk giggle asterisk or as I wish in this case. Naruto gave her a kiss before pulling away. You're never going to stop with the Master stuff, are you? I think it's been turning you on all this time to be calling me that. He rolled her over onto her back where he began kissing his way down her jaw and neck. Hamako mewled in pleasure as her hands roamed up and down Naruto's neck and back. No, it was simply the proper way to refer to someone of your stature over me. You are my master by blood relation, thus I have always and will always insist on calling you such. She let out small gasps when she felt Naruto biting down softly on the juncture between her neck and shoulder. It's a habit I can't break you of, I guess, Naruto said, letting up from her for a moment only to feel Hamako making to remove his boxers. You sure it hasn't been turning you on to call me that? Because you're kind of into it right now and we haven't even started yet. Instead of a verbal response, Hamako stroked his length softly. Man, she had really soft hands. I don't know how well I'll do for my first time, master, Hamako said, not able to take her eyes off of Naruto's cock, but I'll do my best for you to enjoy it. She let out a squeak of surprise when she felt her legs pulled out from beneath her and blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Naruto shook his head and began to softly massage Hamako's chest. This isn't for me, Hamako-chan. I'm going to enjoy it no matter what we end up doing. This is all for you. What do you want us to do? Hamako had a heavy blush on her face as she turned her head to the side and mumbled something. What was that? He said, switching to playing with his female helper's nipples. Speak up if you want something. Hamako let out a moan before repeating what he had instructed her to. I want you to make love to me, Naruto-sama, not have sex with me, make love to me. She turned her eyes to his. I want my first time to be really special, especially with you. Naruto smiled warmly at the white-haired girl and leaned down towards her face. I can make sure you remember it, Hamako-chan. I'll make it as special as I can for you. He lowered his face the rest of the way and kissed the very receptive girl who had her arms wrapped around his head, pulling him close to her. Hamako opened her mouth, inviting Naruto's tongue inside, an invitation he accepted as they continued to kiss passionately. They broke away and Naruto noticed the look of absolute delight in Hamako's eyes just from a kiss. Naruto looked at the body of Hamako as the moonlight through the shaded windows hit her and gave her an ethereal glow. You're beautiful. Naruto traced a finger along her jaw, down her neck, chest, belly, and finally reached her soaked womanhood. And you're very excited too. And you aren't? Hamako bit back playfully, or is that the normal size that you walk around regularly with? She gestured at his rock-hard member, because if you aren't even erect yet, master, then I'm kind of scared. She finished with a laugh. Naruto rolled his eyes at her joke. Yes, I'm very excited, Hamako-chan, but there's something I want to do first. Naruto moved down her body and placed his hands on Hamako's knees, which instinctually closed when he moved towards her pussy. Naruto rolled his eyes. Now was the time she actually chose to be shy about it, and gently parted her legs to take in the sight of his lovely servant fully. Please don't stare like that, master. Hamako said, it's embarrassing. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Naruto said in return, you know I've always wanted to know just how sweet you really were, Hamako-chan. He said with a grin. Ara. Hamako muttered in confusion before she felt Naruto's tongue run along her private place. Hamako grabbed the bed sheets tightly as Naruto's tongue danced about inside of her. Her breath started coming out in rather ragged pants as her legs wrapped around Naruto's head. Naruto's oral fixation on Hamako didn't cease or slow an inch as he continued eating her out. His tongue darting in and out, he didn't even register it when Hamako's legs wrapped around his head and neck. For having such pretty, shapely legs, they weren't as strong as he expected a kunoichi's legs to be due to Hamako not really training her body like one. If he had been doing this to someone like Tenten, Teiya, Yujito, or any of the other ladies that were interested in him, they might have severed his spinal cord while he had been doing it. Naruto allowed enough room to start moving a finger in and out of Hamako's wet warmth. He licked his own lips as the sounds of her panting filled the room. As he lifted his head, continuing to finger her, even adding a second one much to her delight, he could not see her face due to her rather large mounds on her chest obscuring his view and rising and lowering to go with her breathing. His attention returned to her special spot when he made her shiver violently with the movement of his fingers. He lowered his head back down and quickly found her clit, which he began to suck and stimulate, getting a loud cry from Hamako. Hamako's eyes were shut tight as pleasure jolted all throughout her body. She grabbed a fistful of Naruto's hair with both hands, encouraging him to increase his tempo. "Naruto-sama, I'm going to come." He didn't hear her, or he didn't care, because he stayed down there and allowed Hamako to scream his name as she finally let go and coated Naruto's lower face with her juices. Naruto let Hamako splash his whiskered cheeks and licked what he could from the inside of her thighs as she slowly calmed down. Naruto's head popped up with a grin. "Well, your disposition and your pussy have something in common, Hamako-chan. You're both sweet." Hamako smiled at her master and grabbed his arms to guide him back on top of her. "I'm ready for the real thing, master." She adjusted her legs so that Naruto's pelvis was set right between them. Naruto used the back of his hand to stroke her cheek. "You sure? We don't have anything here to keep you from getting pregnant." "Oh, it wouldn't bother me in the least if you did get me pregnant," she said cheerfully, "but we do have something for that." Hamako tapped the emerald on the ever-present choker around her throat and made a few hand seals before tapping it again. A rapid series of kanji appeared on it before disappearing. "There. Everything's fine." Naruto poked at the choker around her throat. "A seal? You put a seal for birth control on the choker?" Hamako nodded. "Yes, and many other kinds too. It's a fantastic medium. Such a good birthday gift, master, it's so useful." Naruto lowered his mouth and loudly sucked on Hamako's right breast, letting go with a loud pop. "You're welcome, Hamako-chan. Now you said you were ready, right?" He got an eager nod from the cheerful girl that brought a smile to his face. Naruto adjusted the tip of his penis at her wet entrance before slowly sliding inside. Hamako bit her lip and moaned softly until Naruto hit a barrier. "Virgin," Naruto said lowly. He didn't want to hurt her, but from the look on her face she didn't care too much. Hamako reached up and stroked Naruto's whisker marks lovingly. "Go ahead, Naruto-sama. I trust you completely. I love you." Naruto nodded down at her. "I love you too, Hamako-chan." He kissed her hand and held onto her waist so that he could break her hymen in one motion. With one push forward he forced Hamako to cry out in pain. Naruto leaned over and kissed her lips, trying to quiet her whimpers. Hamako held back tears as Naruto whispered to her soothingly. After a few moments the searing pain turned into a dull throbbing. Moving around herself a few times to see if everything was okay, Hamako whispered into Naruto's ear, "You can start moving now, master," she said, licking her lips in anticipation now that the pain was subsiding. Having been given the green light, Naruto started to rock his hips slowly back and forth, burying himself further and further into his beautiful attendant with each thrust. With each motion he heard Hamako moan into his ear and speak his name breathily as she wrapped her legs around his waist to push him deeper. The feeling of being inside of Hamako stirred something inside of Naruto and prompted him to steadily pick up the pace, drilling in and out of Hamako as her pants matched his rhythm. Naruto pulled up from Hamako's grip and freed her legs from around his waist by grabbing her ankles. The cute look of confusion on her face when he held her legs apart by them soon turned into a face twisted in satisfaction as Naruto's speed picked up from the new angle he was using. Naruto was more or less hypnotized into keeping his rhythm by the bouncing of Hamako's generously gifted breasts. Hamako turned her head side to side and bit down on one of her fingers as a loud moan escaped her. Naruto wasn't being gentle with her anymore and she couldn't care less. He was hitting her spot deep inside of her again and she absolutely loved it. She started putting her own hips into it and moving to meet him, increasing the intensity of the sex even further and getting a low grunt of effort from Naruto. Hamako felt her vision haze over and started playing with her own nipples to stimulate herself further as she was brought closer and closer to climax. Naruto felt the girl tighten around him, signifying her release. The increased tension from Hamako's inner walls then proceeded to milk Naruto of his own cum, letting it coat her insides. Naruto let Hamako's legs relax against his chest as they were both breathing hard from the sex. Despite her exhaustion and the sweat coating her form, Hamako had a look of complete satiation on her face. "I feel so full, Naruto-sama. Thank you so much," she said in a tired voice. Naruto slowly pulled out of her, relishing in the sound of her moan of disappointment once he freed his cock from inside of her. He could see some of their mixed juices leaking out of her pussy before she closed her legs. Naruto moved up the bed and lay down next to her, planting a soft kiss on her lips. "Don't thank me, Hamako-chan. I enjoyed it just as much as you did. We'll have to do this again soon." Hamako sighed in contentment and snuggled up to her blonde master. "Well, you said that I have you all to myself to do whatever I want tomorrow. Right now this is what I want to do the most for the time being. I want more tomorrow." Naruto laughed as he draped the covers over both of their bodies. "Whatever you want, Hamako-chan." XXX. 4 days later, 11 a.m. "Master, wake up. Come on, Naruto-sama, you have to get up." Naruto opened his eyes to see a mop of red hair on his chest and his own body sprawled out on a couch. "What the?" Naruto looked around to see a few bottles of sake on the floor around the couch. What happened?" He looked over at the door to the apartment to find Hamako standing there with her hands on her hips. "Hamako-chan." He felt the person on his chest stir. "Teiya-chan." Teiya looked up at Naruto's face and held her head with a pained look on her face. "Uzumaki. What the hell did we do last night?" Hamako walked over to the both of them who were still fully clothed, much to Naruto's surprise as he could feel the effects of a hangover. "You, Naruto-sama, and all of Naruto-sama's friends went to a bar last night to celebrate him being done with his probationary status for Jounin." Teiya's eyes widened in remembrance. "Oh yeah." She looked at Hamako. "You didn't go?" "I don't like drinking." Hamako replied with a distasteful look. "I was kind of scared off of it when I saw a few people mix alcohol with experimental fuinjutsu." She shivered in terror. "That's why I locked up all of the notes and supplies last night when you two left the complex. It seemed like the wisest course of action available at the time." Naruto's brain was working in slow motion as it muddled through the leftover brain cells he killed last night. It was him, Teiya, Sai, all of the rookie teams, all of Team Guy, and a lot of alcohol, mostly because he could afford enough for everyone 10 times over and not even make a dent in his account, so he paid for most of the drinks for everyone. He was generous like that. And in gracious fashion, everyone got smashed, even Sakura, who was the one who was most against it in the first place. Yeah, she loosened right up once she got a few in her. For sure. Even Rock Lee. Once he was good and fully tied up by every dude in the building. Hands and legs, tied together, and he still wound up destroying 2 tables and part of the bar itself with the use of only his head before he finally blacked out, much to everyone's relief. Lee was a mean drunk. Even Sai, though nothing seemed to happen to him. He drank just as much as anyone else, but when it was time to head home he didn't have a waver in his step at all. Damn, Sai could hold his liquor. As if remembering something interesting, Taeya suddenly pointed at Naruto and smirked, "Ha ha, you made out with the girl with the buns in her hair last night." Naruto raised an eyebrow. He did make out with Tenten. "A lot, you say that like it's a bad thing." A memory then triggered that got him to smirk right back. "I made out with you too, Taeya-chan, all the way back here apparently." "Yes," Hamako said plainly as she put 2 glasses down in the kitchen and started fishing through the cabinets for some kind of medicine. "You did. And you probably would have done more if Taeya-san hadn't passed out on top of you, Naruto-sama." "Ha!" Naruto said to a stunned Taeya, not stunned because things might have gone further. She was actually kind of disappointed that they didn't. Stunned because she passed out first. "You lightweight, you passed out first. I'm still the reigning champ." He looked at himself and saw that he was extremely dirty and disheveled. "I don't know why I look like this from making out though. Were you that rough with me?" Ignoring his question and focusing more on his teasing of her ability to imbibe in the drink, Taeya poked Naruto in the stomach. "We all don't fucking have demons stuck inside of us that help us process poisons and the effects of alcohol through our systems, you fucking ass. If you didn't have the Kyuubi I would have put you down." She went back to holding her head. "Kami, I feel like that Fatus Gyrobo tap danced on my fucking head." Hamako placed a glass of some orange substance in front of her face. "This should help with feeling in your head right now." Taeya took it and she handed the other to Naruto, who quickly drank it down and cringed for a moment. "Naruto-sama, there's a message for you to show up at Hokage-sama's office immediately for a mission." "So today's finally the day?" Naruto groaned, moved Taeya off of him and stood up. "Damn, is there time for me to at least wash up and change? I smell like a complete drunk right now." Taeya held the glass of what Hamako gave her in her hand. "You are a drunk Uzumaki, you just control yourself better than most. Get it through your head. You do this every time you're home. I don't see how Hamako here is even able to put up with taking care of your ass." "So," he said, moving towards the bathroom, "I'm taking a shower and changing before I go. Tsunade-chan is going to be pissed off even if I do show up on time because I smell like booze. So if I'm going to be in trouble no matter what, I might as well smell fresh when I am and give the monster headache time to go away. Kyuubi better get to earning his rent. Fuck you, Ninjan, I'm not the cure for all that ails you." Kyuubi mentally butted into Naruto's conversation vindictively. "You are today." Naruto shot back as he entered the bathroom and flipped the lights on. Taeya finished downing Hamako's apparent remedy and cringed like Naruto did at the taste. All she knew was that crap better have worked, or hell. "I have a mission today too. I might as well go and shower for that too. I would get in with Uzumaki, but that would just end up making us later," Taeya said with a sheepish grin. Hamako smiled at Taeya. "I hope you feel better, Taeya-san." Taeya let out a grunt of acknowledgement once she reached the front door. Hamako turned towards the bathroom and called out, "Master, I'll help you. You'll take too long otherwise. I think you only have a few minutes to be there anyway." XXX. 2 hours later. Naruto stepped into Tsunade's office with a huge grin on his face, only to be forced to duck a paperweight thrown at his head. He looked at Tsunade, who still had her arm outstretched from the throw. Brat, there had better be a good reason you're late. Naruto grinned to himself once more before it faded. It would only get him into more trouble. I could tell you the reason and you could get even more pissed off at me, or I could say I'm sorry and it won't happen again and we can drop it. He didn't feel like telling Tsunade that a shower had turned into him having sex with Hamako for well over an hour and forced him to take another shower lest he smell like Hamako once he got there and get hit for real. Fine. Tsunade said, we're just waiting on someone else and you can be briefed on what you're doing. You're to work under this person on this assignment. That got his attention. He was a jounin and was supposed to work under this person instead of with this person. A moment later found Jiraiya jumping through the window with a grin. Tsunade, you left the window open for me this time. I knew you cared. Tsunade sighed, just get on with it and tell the brat what you two are doing. Naruto looked between the two Sannin. I'm with Ero-Kyofu on this one. Naruto said before shrugging. It sounded good to him, so what's up? What are we getting into this time? Tsunade was listening clearly as she wasn't sure what this one would be all about either. All she knew was that it was to be something of a reconnaissance mission. Jiraiya's face was gravely serious. I've found the base of operations for Akatsuki. Naruto and Tsunade both showed clear shock at what Jiraiya had just said. Tsunade spoke, that's great. Then the reality of it hit her. Wait, why do you two have to go? It's too dangerous, let me send someone else. Jiraiya shook his head, can't do it, Tsunade. Nothing spoils quicker than information and you can be sure we won't have a surefire window to enter the village for long. Besides, the only people you have in Konoha are good enough to get in army and the Geiki. You know what I can do, and the brat's proven he can do it by repeatedly sacking Orochimaru's bases right from the heart again and again. Since he was 8, I should add. Naruto glared lightly at the perverted man. You still screwed me over in that one. Who fucking blows up an entire section of the base during a reconnaissance mission? Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Get over it, Geiki. Things are on the up and up now, aren't they? Naruto didn't let it drop. No, you never explained this to me. I want to know. What in Kami's name possessed you into thinking that was a good idea? Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I wanted to leave with a bang. Naruto palmed his face. The entire point is to make sure no one knows you were there, stupid. Sometimes I forget you're a Sannin, I swear. Jiraiya rapped Naruto on the back of the head. Oi! I will break my foot off in your ass, Ero-Kyofu. Jiraiya got into Naruto's face. Come and try it, Geiki. You're still 10 years too soon to even be in my league. Naruto pushed right back. You want to test that out? You feeling froggy, Ero-Sennin? I summon toads, you idiot. Jiraiya cracked back. Are you sure you have the brain power to be a jounin? You seem to be back to your stupid 12-year-old self. The two were stopped by Tsunade's fists neatly depositing them onto the ground. Both of you shut up and be serious. Naruto pulled himself to a seated position. Ow, damn Ba-chan. But yeah, Ero-Kyofu's right. We can handle this, and besides, who else could you send that actually knew what to look for and could actually pull it off? A frown came to Tsunade's face. I really don't like this, you two. This is a little too close to the hornet's nest, don't you think? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's no different than running around Orochimaru and his cronies on eggshells inside of those rat nests he calls hidden villages, but this time I have more room to move about and I don't think we'll be there for over half a year this time. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. He's right, Tsunade. It'll be a quick in and out to confirm some things and that will be that. Like the leader of the entire organization. His face turned serious again. Apparently the man's name is Pain. The entire village sees the man as a god of sorts. Naruto scoffed. Sounds like another case of that S-ranked arrogance again. Quiet, Naruto. Jiraiya said, but yet Tsunade, anyway, we'll be there for a moment to confirm this and that, maybe get some new information or see if they've bolstered their rankings since Tsukigeki here keeps taking them out one by one. Hey! Naruto said, what about Haiden's head? You've had that for a good month now. Have you gotten anything out of him yet? Tsunade shook her head, he's unbreakable brat. Even Inoichi can't get too far to get anything on the group out of him, and since his head is gone and he's probably in screaming pain every second of his existence, there isn't anything we can do to persuade him any further that way. Fuck. Naruto said, I thought I had something this time. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's head after standing back up. Well, that's what we're leaving for. Rest assured we're coming back with something big. Count on it. Tsunade looked away from the both of them. Just be careful, you two. Don't get yourselves killed out there. I need you two here. Naruto grinned at her. No worries, Ba-chan, I can't die yet, right? He pulled her necklace out from his flak jacket. I've still got to prove that little curse of your wrong, don't I? I'll keep Ero-Kyofu out of trouble, don't you worry. Jiraiya put Naruto in a headlock. Really, you cheeky punk? Don't you worry, Tsunade, I'll keep the kid from biting off more than he can chew. We'll be back before you know it, driving you crazy in no time. Tsunade smiled at both of them. Very well. Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya, do you two accept the S-ranked reconnaissance mission to the village of Amigakure no Sato? Jiraiya smirked, of course. I was the one that suggested it after all. Naruto grinned, you've got it. I'm at your command, Ba-chan, you know that. Tsunade nodded at both of them, then proceed with caution. I want both of you coming back from this one, or else I'll drag you two from hell just so I can kill you myself. With that, the two of them left the office through the window as both of them were prone to do. As she watched the two of them walk down the street towards the exit of the village, she couldn't help a feeling of foreboding that crept through her person. Please come back from this. XXX. 2 days later, Kusa no Kuni. Naruto and Jiraiya were hitching a ride on an ox cart heading through the country towards Kusagakure. Naruto footed the bill due to Jiraiya not carrying any cash on him, ever apparently, but Naruto was of course still loaded from the bounty on Sasori. He hadn't been able to turn Haiden's head in yet. They would have to hop off sooner or later lest they get too close to the village, be forced to answer some rather unsavory questions, and blow their cover before they even got close to getting started. So Ero-Kyofu. Naruto started, why are we heading through Kusa no Kuni instead of just heading right through the country Ame is in? We directly border it, so what's with taking the roundabout way? Jiraiya smirked at his godson. Naruto, you should develop a more worldly taste for something other than the women that you care for. He ducked a swing at his head, though I have to say I am proud of you on that front. You're almost like me in that regard, making ladies swoon worldwide. He ducked another swing. Bite me, I don't make anyone swoon. Naruto growled, but when I went to Otogakure I didn't take the long way and I got in just fine. Jiraiya leaned back in the cart. That's because you didn't know exactly where it was, but the country was well documented. You could afford to go straight to it once you had the exact location, since you had been briefed on the country in general and could aptly sneak around because you knew for the most part what was there. I know because that's how I found it the first time. We don't have that luxury this time around. Can you tell me why? Naruto nodded. You're supposed to be in the middle of a civil war. It was like that when I was in Route. AME was always supposed to be a dead zone. He always told me no matter what I was doing, no matter how safer it seemed than running back to Konoha, I was never supposed to go into that country, ever. I was supposed to go around and stay the fuck away at all costs. He never told me why though. A civil war shouldn't have been any of my business, right? Naruto asked rhetorically. All I know is that it was the only place Danza ever told me to stay away from with no exceptions. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he spoke. The old one, I gave you some damn good advice, kid. That place is locked down so tight by the guy that runs it that if you bit off a hangnail while you were anywhere in the vicinity he'd know it and bust you for littering. Song Xiaoyo no Hanza, Hanza of the Salamander. Naruto said, yeah, I know who it is. It's one of the few people Danza ever cursed verbally for being a fucking fool in his words. Do you know how hard it is to hear Danza Jiji curse someone out and not laugh your ass off when you're 8? Jiraiya blocked a snort at thinking of uptight Danza cursing at or about anything. Why does the old mummy have a problem with Hanza? Naruto frowned. Before I was born, I guess. Hanza must have done something stupid that really pissed Danza Jiji off because I heard him curse him out every day month for one reason or another. Most of the time Danza wasn't even talking about Hanza at the time. I called him senile on it like 7 different times. Jiraiya started snickering. I'm glad you think it was so funny. Because I didn't think it was when he would spar with me after I said it. That old son of a bitch can seriously fight. He's really good enough to be Hokage if for nothing else than the ability to fight. Jiraiya was skeptical. He's an old geezer with one eye and one good arm, and you were 8 at the oldest. Yeah, I was just an 8-year-old. Naruto said cynically. I was an 8-year-old good enough to fight all of Orochimaru's elites at the same time and live without the conscious use of my Baiju, and did I mention the Baiju? Yeah, because if you didn't know I have a Baiju. Naruto looked up at the progressively cloudy sky. Danza is most certainly not weak, no way in hell. And if you somehow found a way to beat him, in the end his wily old ass would find a way to take you with him. And that's exactly how he taught me to fight. Naruto raised a fist to the sky that blocked the specks of sunlight peeking through the clouds. Win if you can, lose if you absolutely must, but failure is not an option. Keep your goal in sight. You don't fail. Not in Route. No, you finish what you start, and you don't need to survive to complete a mission if it's important enough. Jiraiya looked at the sky as they were nearing the point of crossing over into AME. They would have to get off soon. It was nearly time to get started. It's been so long since I was last here. He looked over at Naruto, who was still looking at the sky himself. With my first students. Jiraiya spoke. Yeah, kid. That's actually some damn good advice. Oh, make one. Shino had taken to going inside of the forest of death every now and then to study the large insect samples that the forest had to offer. The place had interested him when he had first come through in his first Chunin exam, but not only was it a free-for-all deathmatch section of the examination, his team had flown through it so fast he didn't have time to do anything or look at anything. And without a team to watch over him he didn't feel safe heading back in until now. He was a Chunin and had been through it before, so he should have been fine. Shino was currently studying a giant leech that he was very familiar with, as they had been the direct catalyst to his team getting a scroll quickly and easily and getting through the forest so quickly. The forest really wasn't as scary as everyone said it was. He didn't see what the big deal was. Other than the rustling of nearby animals, it was a very peaceful place. There were sounds of far-off conflict between the more violent denizens of the forest, he assumed, but it didn't bother him. It wasn't his problem. Fuck. That was the only indication of warning Shino had before a human-sized blur flew into his general area and obliterated the trunk of a nearby tree with its body. Shino noticed that the leeches had been disturbed and were swiftly fleeing from something, more than likely whatever had just landed in their vicinity. Perturbed by the disruption of his favorite activity, Shino walked over in that area before the figure stood up. Goddamn, their teamwork is better now, and since when could they spit their poison out at stuff? Naruto yelled, brandishing his sword wantonly. His body was covered in scuffs and his clothing was splotched with a strange colored blood. I'm making them evolve just by fighting them. I don't know if I should be nervous or if I should publish a journal. Naruto-san. Shino asked as he got closer, what are you doing here? Naruto turned to face him and his face paled. Shino. He said carefully, what are you doing here? No one comes this far in here, except me and Anko-chan. And even she's having second thoughts these days. Shino's hands were placed in his pockets as he looked at Naruto through his sunglasses, his entire body concealed by his clothing. I am here to study the insect life found inside of the forest. The specimens are very interesting. You can't find anything like them anywhere else in the world. Tell me about it. Naruto said with a deadpan face, but seriously, we need to get the hell out of here. If you're here then I can't leave you by yourself or I might get you killed somehow. He ran over to Shino and started pushing him. Come on, go, go, go. Things were bad enough with just me, now I need to get you out too. Am I aware of the dangers of the forest, Naruto-san? Yes, of course I am. Shino dug his heels into the ground, but Naruto was physically stronger than him by a lot. What exactly is this all about? Oh no, you're not. No, you're fucking not. I'm saying that right now you are not aware of how messed up this place is. I'll tell you more later, but right now we need to get moving. Naruto said, they are smart, they are fast, they are agile, and they are everywhere. Shino cocked his eyebrow and looked over his shoulder. What is everywhere? A hissing noise prompted both of them to turn around and see a group of slowly advancing giant spiders, stalking towards them, fangs moving about and dripping venom. That's what's everywhere. Naruto said, sword out in front and ready for anything. So how about it, Shino? You ready to get moving or would you like to stay back and use your insects to help me fight these things for a bit? Naruto turned his head to Shino behind him. Shino. Shino didn't respond. Instead he simply turned into a massive Kikaichu and flew away faster than any other time Naruto had seen the bugs move. Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu, Bug Clone Jutsu. Naruto said with a sweat drop, that was good. I didn't even feel him do the replacement. The hissing of the spiders brought Naruto back to the brevity of the situation. You still could have stayed back and helped me, asshole. Was the last thing Naruto said before he once again found himself locked into a life or death struggle with the most devastating denizens of the Forest of Death. It would be a long time before Shino even thought about venturing back to the Forest of Death again. Was he a coward by nature? Of course he wasn't. Was he fucking terrified of normal spiders, let alone the fucking massive, steroid-riddled ones Naruto had haphazardly introduced him to that day? Who wouldn't be? Especially a guy that used insects to do anything battle-oriented. Oh, make two. Naruto sat down on the ground in the middle of the sparring ring in the Hyuga clan compound. Okay Neji, you're way better than you used to be for sure. Neji himself was taking a long drink of water after their heated spa. I couldn't let you stay as far ahead of me as you were when we last fought Naruto. But I believe if you weren't afraid of the repercussions of causing property damage you could have won decisively. Naruto scoffed, like I'm really going to pay for destroying half of the buildings surrounding the ring because I wanted to win a spa. You Hyugas have a sparring area in the middle of the compound because you guys don't have any techniques that could wind up taking out half of the area if it misfired. I'm not that subtle in major fights. Yes, I'm painfully aware of that fact. Neji said with a dry look on his face, but Bakugan and use of the Gyuukan is a very subtle art, Naruto. Our eyes allow us to see everything clearly and gives us the ability to strike truer than anyone else without the need for widespread mass destruction. Naruto nodded and caught the bottle of water that Neji threw to him, a nice little Kekii Genkai I have to say. He took a sip before putting on a thinking expression. Hey, you guys can see through pretty much anything, right? Neji nodded. Yes, it's how I can see your chakra pathways. We can see through most solid objects and control the intensity of the effect. Ha! Naruto stroked his chin, so that would mean clothes too, right? Neji blushed at Naruto's implication. Man, Ero-Sennin probably would have killed for some Hyuga eyes at one point, those sound tailor-made for him. But that certainly explains something. Neji put as straight a face on as he could given the nature of the conversation. What would that be? Naruto grinned. It certainly explains one of the reasons Hinata had a crush on me for so long. She could obviously see what I was packing when I was a kid and was thoroughly impressed. Silence reigned between the two Jounin for the longest time as business as usual carried on for the multiple other Hyuga clan members walking around the compound, oblivious to the actual conversation going on between their young genius and the village's Jinchuriki. Haku Shao, 8 trigrams empty palm. Neji shot off a vacuum shell-type attack at Naruto and sent him flying hard into the wall nearby the sparring ring hard. Naruto slumped to the ground against the wall, rubbing the back of his head. Damn, why didn't you hit like that during the actual fight? Hakusanjeki, 8 trigrams mountain crusher. Neji got in Naruto's face and launched a harsh wave of chakra from his palm, obliterating the wall behind him and turning it to rubble. He narrowed his Bakugan-activated eyes in anger when he found a smashed-up log where Naruto should have been and turned to the side. What was that all about, Neji? Naruto said from nearby where Neji was looking, relatively unscathed. It was a theory. A theory I can't prove, or could I? Naruto stroked his chin again before pointing at Neji with a serious look on his face. Where is your cousin? I can get to the bottom of this right now. Die! Neji shouted as he began chasing after Naruto with murder in his eyes, firing off a Haku Shao every now and then and missing. Hold still and die, Naruto. Naruto laughed maniacally as he and Neji dodged the shell-shocked Hyuga denizens that cleared the way for them as they sprinted through the compound. Better men than you have tried, Neji. And I'm not paying for any of that, by the way. The two continued the chase until rounding a corner where they stopped abruptly on a dime as if nothing had been happening. The reasoning being that the head of the clan, Hiashi Hyuga, was out for a walk with his 2 daughters Hinata and Hanabi. Neji quickly bowed to cover his tracks over the mayhem they had been causing all over the compound. Good afternoon, Hiashi-sama, Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama. Good afternoon, Neji. The man replied stoically. Damn, did everyone except Hinata have that same dull tone with everything they said? Good afternoon, Neji-san. Hinata said to him. Ah, that was more like it. She did have a rather sweet voice. She blinked once she realized who else was there, Naruto-kun. What are you doing here? Naruto had a straight face as he was simply playing up the tone set by Hayashi and Neji. "Oh, I just came here to spar with Neji for a bit. He was seeing me out like a good host." Naruto could feel the low killing intent coming from Neji, who obviously still wanted to take a swing at him as he spoke. "Yes." Neji almost growled out, "We must be on our way now." With that, the two Konoha Jounin walked past the clan head and the two heiresses and continued on their way. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see Hinata doing the same, looking at each other. Naruto grinned at her, getting her to turn back around abruptly, possibly to hide a blush. Naruto then took advantage of the moment and let his eyes linger on Hinata a bit longer. "Stop staring at her or I'll stop your heart right here, right now." Naruto did not do as instructed. "Man, I wish I had Bakugan." Omake 3. Kiba was sitting at the bar laughing loudly as he and the others were having fun. "Naruto, get off of Tenten and get over here already. You two have been over there for 15 minutes. Naruto forced Tenten off of his lips and tried speaking as she kissed any part of his face she could get to. "I think Tenten-chan's had enough. Someone should take her home, and I don't mean me. If I did it, I don't think I'd be able to leave." "So?" Kiba roared across the bar at the blonde. "Sounds good to me." Naruto responded as Tenten finally passed out in his lap. "No, I make it a personal bylaw to avoid hooking up with drunk chicks, even ones that are hot and I already know like me." Naruto shakily formed a hand seal and a Kichibunshin formed in front of him. "Take Tenten-chan home, and don't drop her." He looked at the Kichibunshin swaying on its feet. "Great, you're fucking drunk too." "I may be drunk, boss, but you're ugly," the clone said, pointing a swaying finger at Naruto, "and tomorrow I'll be sober, but you'll still be ugly." The bar started snickering at Naruto and his clone as the original just stared at his creation before dispelling it. "Fucking smart ace." He formed another one and gave it an order before it could speak. "Take Tenten, don't drop her, and shut the hell up." The clone leveled a drunken glare at Naruto before taking Tenten off of his hands and stumbling out the door with the bun-haired Chunin in its arms. Naruto walked over to the others and steadied himself on the bar where Teiya shoved a small shot in his face. Teiya had a heavy drunk blush on her face. "Here, Uzumaki shithead. Drink this, it's called Zamuki, Suzuki, Zanshuki." The bartender Ren answered for her. "Zambuki." Teiya gestured towards him. "Right. Zabunuki. Anyway, drink it." Naruto shrugged and threw it back, smacking his lips at the taste. "That's spicier than a motherfucker. Give me some more of that, Ren." Ren did as instructed and watched Naruto throw them back as soon as he was able to put them down. "Go Uzumaki!" Teiya shouted. The others gathered around and watched Naruto drink 16 of the shots before he hit the bar with his palm. "That's really good." "What's it supposed to be?" Ren smirked. "A shot of whiskey and pure caffeine." "Well, whatever it is," Naruto said, having completely ignored Ren, "it finished the job." He said, balancing against Teiya, "I'm fucked up. I'm really fucked up. I think I'm done. Take me home, Uzumaki shithead." Teiya muttered as she draped herself over Naruto's back. "And don't take advantage of me, or do. I don't care as long as you get me home." Naruto bid one last inebriated goodbye to everyone in the bar before he and Teiya slogged home. XXX. 1 hour later, 2 a.m. Teiya was draped across Naruto's chest. "You know what we haven't done in a long time, Uzumaki?" Teiya said in a husky voice. Naruto looked extremely wired as his eyes darted around the room and his body was steadily shaking, seemingly unable to stay still. "What, Teiya-chan? What, What? What is it? Is it fun? Ha! He said in a rapid, slurred voice. It is. I like it, and you seem to like it too. Teiya smirked and began kissing Naruto, who eagerly kissed back. Teiya let out a sharp cry of surprise when she felt Naruto spank her but started to moan when she felt Naruto massage where he had struck her. The kiss carried on for 4 minutes, until Naruto realized that Teiya was unconscious. Fuck. Naruto said to himself as he shifted the redhead to the side of the couch and got up. What the fuck is wrong with me? I know I'm fucked up but I can't pass out. He ran around the couch a few times. I know, some exercise should get the rest out of me. Naruto started doing jumping jacks. XXX. 1 hour later, 3 a.m. Fuck. Naruto said to himself, I've done like 1,000,000 goddamn jumping jacks and I still feel fine. What a glorious morning for youth. Naruto ran to his door and went outside to see Guy on a brisk run around Konoha. On his hand, Guy, what are you doing? Ha. 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 Before Guy could respond, Naruto shrugged and jumped to the ground before standing on his own hands. Whatever it is, I'm into. With that, Naruto started rapidly walking down the street on his hands. Tears sprang from Guy's eyes. I finally found someone youthful enough to partake in my early morning exercises. If it's a challenge you want, Naruto-kun, it's a challenge you'll get. Explode with the power of youth. Guy yelled before rushing away on his hands to catch up to Naruto. XXX. 2 hours later, 5 a.m. Naruto let out a low groan as he limped back into his apartment with scuff marks all over his body and collapsed on the couch next to Teiya. The girl crawled on top of him and snuggled close to him before both of them broke into a cacophony of snores. Hamako entered the Hokage Tower with her usual serene smile on her face. She had a stack of papers in her arms, letting those around her know this was a business trip, but from the look on her face it was as if she were taking a nice morning stroll. As she neared Tsunad's office, she said good morning to the shinobi stationed inside as Tsunad's assistants and the like before making her way to Tsunad's most trusted one. Hello Shitsune-san. I have an appointment with Hokage-sama this morning. Shitsune gave her a smile. It's nice that you actually make appointments instead of just dropping in like Naruto-kun does. How he never drops in when she's busy I'll never know. Hamako let out a small giggle. Naruto-sama is good like that. He doesn't like being formal outside of missions though. May I enter? Yes you can. Shitsune said, go right ahead. Hamako bowed to Shitsune and headed inside of Tsunad's office. The head of the female Hokage looked up at her and gave her a smile. Hello Hamako. How are you today and what can I do for you? Hamako bowed to Tsunad and placed the papers she had with her on the desk. I'm doing well Hokage-sama. I came here today because I want to surprise Naruto-sama when he gets back. Tsunad looked at her curiously. Surprise him how? Naruto doesn't really like most surprises seeing as how they try to kill him. She looked at some of the papers Hamako left on her desk. I assume you just came from the bank this morning. Yes I did. Hamako said, and he will like this surprise. Master has an excess amount of spare money due to his frequent higher-level missions, captured bounty of Akasuna no Sasori, and does not have to readily support me due to my work at the academy. He has a lot of money and as such I suggest a move from his apartment to an actual home. I've been dealing with this on and off for almost a year now. Looking through more of the papers Hamako carried in, Tsunad got her point. So I assume you're here because you've decided on something he would like and you're relaying this to me due to him being my shinobi. A nod from the elder blonde woman came from Hamako. Yes, it should be something nice for Master to come home to after this mission he's currently on. Would you like to visit the one I've chosen after it is made official later today, Hokage-sama? Tsunade smiled at her. Certainly. You should come back around 6 in the evening. I'm sure he'll love it. XXX. With Naruto Amigakyo no Sato. Naruto had a dry look on his cloaked and covered face as he sat quietly on a passenger boat. Other than the man running the boat and the 5 other passengers aboard, Naruto only had one thought running through his mind: I hate the rain, I hate the rain, I hate the rain, I hate ... Shut up right now or I will start singing again. Kyuubi growled in his head. Amigakyo no Sato was surrounded by water created by the perpetual rainfall that took place in the village. Just outside of the flooded area lay a smattering of outlying villages, where Naruto boarded a boat intended to come into the main hidden village itself. The boat ride had lasted for around an hour with no canopy over top. Thus the only thing keeping Naruto from the elements was the cloak over his head that he was using to obscure his features, and it was bitterly cold outside as well. Sorry Kyuubi. Naruto thought to his demonic inmate, but rain is the precipitation I hate the most, and it's cold as hell too, making it worse. Maybe I should have tried taking the other way in. It might be drier than this. Fucking rain. I hate the rain, I hate the rain, I hate the rain. Sorry. Game face on Ninjan. Kyuubi advised, forget about the weather. You'll be living in it until we're done here. You remember what to do once you get in, don't you? Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course I do. My part of the infiltration was all my plan anyway. It's totally foolproof. How about too foolproof? Fuck you. Naruto shot back, me and Ero-Kyofu are golden. Once I get in he'll find me. I have no idea how he's going to do that, but once we get in I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The Kyuubi's laughter rang out in Naruto's head, confusing Naruto deeply. What's funny? Nothing's funny about this. Kyuubi stopped laughing long enough to answer. It's Jinchuriki. You do remember what Danza told you about basic infiltration in all of the noteworthy villages, don't you? Of course I do. Naruto thought testily, you don't forget stuff like that. Kyuubi started laughing again. Then you would remember that Amigakyo has a policy of security checks and surveillance to all visitors. Naruto wasn't getting it, so. I can deal with the surveillance, that's rookie stuff, and I don't have any weapons or anything conspicuous on me anyway. Who cares if they have security checks? There's nothing on me that could give me away. Kyuubi chuckled a bit more. Okay then. I guess you're right. Yeah, those series of cavity searches should be no problem for a tough guy like you, right? Kyuubi could feel Naruto just lock up after that statement was uttered and let out more laughter. Naruto grit his teeth under his face cover as the sound of raindrops mixed with the laughter of his inner demon. I hate you so much. XXX. Elsewhere in Amigakyo. In the tallest tower of Amigakyo, a pair of ripple pattern eyes peered through the darkness of the room they were in. Kanon. The voice of pain called out, there are intruders of interest in AME. Please locate and identify one of them for me. He will be around the western quadrant. If he is who I suspect him to be, you know what to do. A woman with blue hair and a paper flower in her hair, dressed in the Akatsuki robe, Kanon walked out onto the ledge outside into the rain. As you wish, Pain-sama. With that, a pair of wings sprouted from her back as she jumped into the sky and took off in flight. After the presence of his female partner had vanished from view, Pain shut his eyes. And about this other presence? Another presence, and it feels so familiar. I hope you enjoy your return to Ame-sensei, thank you for bringing me the Kyuubi Jinchu Yuriki. And I hope you enjoy being in the presence of God before your death. XXX. With Naruto. He had lived through the demeaning cavity searches that had awaited him after the boat had docked. There had been one right after everyone got off. There had been one once they had gotten inside the dock building. There had been another one right outside at the gate before they could actually get to town itself. After dealing with that, he decided to go on walkabout until Jiraiya found him somehow. There wasn't much he could do except start getting information as long as he didn't have any gear on him, not even a lone shuriken rested on his person. He had never been so unarmed in the field in his entire life, and he had to say, it was rather hard keeping his cool around all of the AME ninja inside of the posts waiting to search him. He had to keep his fingers from twitching towards his bladeless back, or his pouchless thigh. Despite the out of his comfort zone feel he had the entire time, once he got out to the streets he felt much more at home in his little espionage mission. Amigakure was a very industrialized village, more so than Konoha. There were elevators abound, cable cars all over carrying people between the tall buildings, tons of neon signs and the like. Most of the ninja he saw, instead of using kunai and shuriken as their primary long-range weapon, took to carrying umbrellas that would sprinkle senbon in a deadly rain of sorts, original. In addition to that, a lot of them wore oxygen tanks and face masks that would allow them to breathe underwater. The village itself was huge. The buildings were more narrow than Konoha's, but they were so much taller. Skyscrapers were abundant in the village, but even then there were so many of them. Still, infiltrating this village felt more comfortable than trying to do so in any of Orochimaru's bases. At least he had free rein to fight and run away if he needed to. It was going to be one hell of a challenge for anyone in AME to corner him if he was discovered and forced to flee. There were tons of canals that were full to the brim with rainwater and he could see younger ninja down in them. A lot of D-ranked missions in AME probably had to do with how they dealt with all of the excess rain and flooding. Ero-Kyofu better not be fucking around on the outskirt villages. Naruto had left Jiraiya to infiltrate AME on his own, as both of them together would be too risky to attempt. Naruto would be heading through the front door so to speak, while Jiraiya ensured Naruto that he had his own way of getting in inconspicuously. He left it at that and sent Naruto on his own way to get in, saying that if he didn't beat him there he would catch up soon enough. That was just one of the things they had spoken about before beginning their operation in earnest. Flashback one day ago just past AME's border. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as they both trudged through the rain. You're very strong, Naruto. I'm very proud of you, I want you to know that. Naruto looked over at Jiraiya and returned his attention to walking. Don't say stuff like that, Ero-Kyofu. You know it's bad luck to say that crap before we do things like this. Save it until after we leave this country and get somewhere safe. Jiraiya shook his head. No, I'm saying this now. You're one hell of a ninja, kid. You're going to be a great Hokage whenever Tsunade decides to cough up the hat to you. Root trained or not, I know so. And I've said it a million times, but I'm truly sorry about sealing you off when you were younger. Seeing the sincerity in the man's eyes, Naruto couldn't just tell him to stifle. It's all right. I forgave you a long time ago, you know that. What's wrong with you? Just thinking back to some old pupils, kid. Jiraiya gave Naruto a wide grin. I've got something I need to teach you once this mission is over. Something that I'm excited about. We'll talk about it more once we get out of this, alright? Naruto shrugged off Jiraiya's previous attitude with a grin of his own. Now that's more like it. End flashback. I saw the angel today. A nearby man said as Naruto took temporary refuge under an awning from the rain. I still can't believe that someone was able to take down Hanzo, but I guess he is God after all. Naruto frowned underneath his face mask. This guy killed the guy who trained me wanted to drain of his life blood with a spoon but never had the chance. And they call him God. S-rank superiority complex. I really don't want to meet this guy yet. Now where do I go to wait for Ero-Kyofu, the bar? No, that's too obvious. Naruto started walking around the village again, just seeming like a harmless tourist of sorts as he thought things out and took in the conversations of the people around him. All the citizens were talking about were the guy they called God and the person they referred to as his angel. The more he heard, the less he liked and the sooner he wanted to leave. But he had just gotten there, they hadn't even gotten to the crux of the mission yet and he still had to find Jiraiya. Maybe after he had a blade or 20 on him he would feel less skittish over the whole matter, but until then he was cold, wet, hungry, alone, and unarmed, miles away from home, in the dead zone of the elemental nations. If anything happened he would have one hell of a breakout ahead of him as if Orochimaru's hidden village was a rat's nest, then this village was a hill of fire ants. The people believed that this pain guy kept the village safe, that he was God among men, and there had to be some reason for that. Naruto wasn't buying it in the least, but if the guy Rane Katsuki could beat a legend that inspired terror like Hanzo, and could get people to call him God, he had to have something that backed it up. It was all right. Just don't get caught. Simple. Be cool, be ice. What did they have on him? Nothing. Tons of people came into AME looking like him. It was raining and cold as hell. Everyone was bundled up. When Naruto was sick of wandering around he saw a sight that made him grin widely under his cover. A small building that he knew wasn't a regular part of AME, no matter how well it looked like it belonged there. A cozy-looking tavern with lights on and the prices of cheap drinks out front. What kept Naruto from going in was that he knew exactly what this was, and seeing as how he was the only person on this particular street it was almost showtime. And he was not disappointed when the building turned into Small Toad, signifying the presence of the man he was looking for, Smooth Ero-Kyofu. Naruto said, "I'm going to assume you caught someone just now in there." Jiraiya appeared at Naruto's side, grinning, "You know it, Geiki. How do you like the cavity searches?" he asked with an amused look on his face. Naruto gave him a look with the only thing visible being his piercing blue eyes. "I hate you so much right now. The only thing stopping me from leaping out and kicking you in the balls right now is that I still need you. Don't give me that look," Jiraiya said before holding up a scroll. "Here, I brought you your goodies." Naruto quickly took it from his grasp. "Felt naked without your stuff, did you?" "You have no idea." Naruto replied, "All right, go shake down your captures, I'm going to change into something better. It's not like if I do my job right I'm going to be seen again, so it doesn't matter. XXX. A few hours later. Naruto waited for Jiraiya to return from interrogating his prisoners. He changed into the same stuff he had on for the Yuki no Kuni mission, only he kept his cloak over top due to the weather. He noticed the look on Jiraiya's face as he returned from getting his information and shared it all with Naruto. How this pain character killed Hanzo in battle, how he eradicated anyone loyal to or anyone who had a relationship of any sort with Hanzo. "So what'd you do with the guy?" Naruto asked after all of their cards had been laid out on the table. Jiraiya wiped the rainfall from his face. "I sent him to Konoha. He wouldn't say anything more about pain than what I told you, so hopefully they can work something more out of him. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya was good, but he wasn't an interrogation specialist. It was better to send him to people that could definitely coax the information from him. So now what's the plan? Where do you need me, Ero-Sennin? Jiraiya pointed up at a skyscraper. I need you to find me areas of potential interest. Do what you need to do. Find me anywhere that could have anything we need to know, Naruto. Send me periodic reports on your progress. Don't be afraid to send a toad. With all of this water, it should be easy enough for them to stay discreet. I'll be keeping my feet to the pavement for now. The two Konoha ninja looked at one another before Naruto took on a stone-like face and saluted Jiraiya before vanishing in a shunshin. Jiraiya watched as the after-trail of his shunshin dispersed. Good luck, Geiki. With that he went off on his own to dig up his own dirt. XXX. Well, someone in Amigakure was spoiling for a fight rather soon. Also the stockpiled weapons here and there inside of storehouses all over the village would attest to. No one inside of AME seemed to be ready for any kind of war, but the kind of surplus that Naruto found was just too much for it to just be superfluous. It had been a few hours since he had left Jiraiya, and he actually had something to arouse some suspicion, so he figured then was as good a time as any to check in with his perverted sensei/godfather. Naruto had taken his place atop a skyscraper as he sat out for a short reprieve. It had been a while since he had to go under the radar like this. He forgot how much energy it expended staying hidden for so long. Good thing it was something you never forget how to do. Before Naruto took to biting his thumb to begin a summoning, he saw a figure in the sky not too much higher than he already was. As it flew around the area, he frowned to himself. Damn it, this is too soon. He knew his cover was already blown by whoever this was, but if he could take this person out and go along his way, he might have been able to stay hidden. It didn't seem like this person had risen the alarm on his presence yet. That was their mistake. The last mistake they'll ever make. Naruto said to himself as his cloaked form stood straight up to address that he knew he was found out. The cold storm wind causing his cloak to flutter about, eventually pushed the hood off of his head to reveal his blonde hair. He pulled the face mask connected to his shirt under his flak jacket down to reveal his whiskered cheeks. A series of projectiles flew at Naruto from the aerial attacker. Naruto had to say he was jealous of whoever it was. He had mastered his element and he still couldn't fly. But for right then he had to stifle that thought and dodge before he was hit. Naruto moved out of the way of the attacks, and as one stuck itself into the roof he was standing on, he saw that it was a sheet of paper. Naruto touched the edge of it to reveal that it was razor sharp. That would have seriously injured him if it had hit him. He turned his attention back to his opponent, who had sent out an entire salvo of the paper shuriken for another attack. Naruto drew his sword and sliced through them, a long-range fighter like Deidara. He thought as he decided he was going to close the distance in this one even if it killed him. He'd be damned if he was going to let himself get picked apart from a distance this time around. Kichibunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto was joined on top of the skyscraper by 10 copies of himself that had immediate orders to cover him while he tried to close in on his airborne enemy. He ran towards the end of the rooftop and jumped into the air at his opponent. Fuatan, K's Wakio Koru, Wind Release, Wind Burst. As he started to fall, his jutsu activated and the air bubbles underneath his feet burst, giving him a temporary platform with which he was able to spring at his opponent. Naruto swung his sword at the enemy, but missed wide and wound up sticking to the side of another building. From his up-close attack, he saw that he was fighting a woman, a woman in an Akatsuki robe. Yeah, he was in it now. She flew past him on wings made of paper. She fired paper shuriken at him. She certainly had a strange style of ninjutsu. His clones had begun to bombard her with weaponry of their own from the rooftop as he watched her navigate her way through the attack with her paper wings. How she was able to use paper in the rain he had no clue. Naruto crouched down standing sideways on the wall and pounced off hard, giving himself enough momentum to carry himself back to the roof with his clones where he immediately began making hand seals, Raiten, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The recent amount of weaponry in the air above the female Akatsuki member's head due to his clones missing began raining down lightning around her that she dodged. Naruto kneeled down in front of a wall of his Kichibunshin, draw. All of them pulled out a Fuuma Shuriken each, aim. All of them drew their arms back to throw at the woman still dodging the lightning bolts raining down on her, fire. The clones let loose the shuriken that prompted Naruto to begin his own hand seals, Shuriken Kichibunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The large, mid-air shuriken multiplied in flight and went right for his enemy in a wall of steel. Naruto watched as the woman was shredded in midair with the vicious barrage of weapons before narrowing his eyes as the feeling of his clones that had formed a wall behind him being cut down fluttered through his mind. Naruto immediately leapt to his right with no time to spare as all of his clones were vanquished with extreme prejudice by more deadly flying paper. He turned with his sword at the ready to see the woman standing in front of him on the same rooftop. Naruto spoke, "You know, I thought for a second that I might have put you down with that last one, but that was just a clone the entire time, wasn't it?" "You're correct," she replied coolly as she slowly walked forward. "I can assure you that the genuine article will not be as easy to defeat Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I have a name, lady, and I know you know it." Naruto said as he readied himself for anything from her. "I'm not going to ask you to leave me alone, or even to surrender because I know you won't. All I'm going to say is that you'd better be ready for me." Her eyes showed nothing but stoicism. "I have a name too, Naruto Uzumaki. It is Kanon. And I never underestimate my enemies. Doing so to you would make me an utter fool." She extended her hand as a sword of paper seemingly formed out of her sleeve right before she dashed forward. Naruto quickly blocked it and took a retaliation swing that she dodged by jumping back and sending out a rush of paper shuriken at him. Naruto cut through all the ones that were immediately dangerous to him, leaving the rest to turn his cloak to tatters, exposing him to the elements fully. Naruto ripped off the rest of the cloak and threw it at Kanon as a weapon of convenience. The remains of the tattered cloak were reduced to ribbons by Kanon's paper, but while it still existed it provided enough of a blind spot for Naruto to get to Kanon's left side where he lashed out with a horizontal swing of his sword. He cut through a wall of paper that Kanon haphazardly put up to stop him and saw her form a massive paper airplane to take off with. Naruto sheathed his sword and grabbed onto the back of the plane just as she enabled it to take off from the rooftop, bringing him right along with her in her flight. The added unexpected weight of Naruto immediately caused problems for the flight as they were directed into a nosedive shortly after they left the roof. Kanon tried pulling up but it was too heavy to brute force upright. Naruto made a set of one-handed hand seals, Fuatan, Repulsion, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Naruto aimed the directional wind to turn the plane upright well enough that it brought them out of the dive. Naruto pulled himself up onto the plane and his presence was answered with a sword slash aimed at his face that he leaned back to avoid as it almost cleaved off his nose. Naruto responded by letting off a punch at her that when it made contact made her body burst into paper and reform behind him, with an attempt to stab him through the body. Naruto rolled off the side of the paper airplane and pulled himself back up the other side with a kick at Kanon that she blocked with a mass of paper. I thought you guys weren't supposed to kill me. Kanon gave him a hard look. Don't be foolish. You know that you can survive that with little problems. I won't kill you, but when I'm done you'll wish you were. You will feel pain before your life ends, that I can promise you. Naruto smirked. Honey, until you've been tied to a chair at the age of 6 and emotionally conditioned in root, you don't know what pain is. Kanon's eyes hardened at the sound of the name root, but until then, as I said, you'll survive this. After saying that, Kanon used the paper that made up the airplane and reformed her wings before flying off, leaving Naruto hurtling high speed through the air between the skyscrapers with nothing under him. Holy shit! You crazy bitch! Naruto screamed as he continued flying through the air. If I live through this in one piece, I swear to Kami I'm going to fuck you up. Naruto hurtled through the skyline of AME until a building finally got in his way. Fuck. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Nothing Naruto had in his arsenal could change his trajectory, and he was moving too fast for him to use Futon K's Wakiokoru to slow himself down or keep himself in the air, so all he could do was soften the impact enough to keep him from doing his best impression of a smashed insect. Futon, Rasengan, Wind Release, Rasengan. Naruto made the two-handed, elementally charged Rasengan and brutally punched a hole into the building he was flying at, causing him to crash land inside of the building. Kanon hovered at the entrance that Naruto had created high up in the building. A motionless Naruto was what she saw strewn out in the rubble in a hallway from his last-ditch effort to keep himself in the fight. You're not defeated yet, don't insult me by trying to play dead. You're probably a Kichibunshin. Boom. The laid-out Naruto said lowly before an explosion filled the hallway and came back out through the hole, forcing Kanon to fly higher to dodge the fireball made from the explosive node that was attached to the now incinerated Naruto. Kanon was able to elevate a floor, however Naruto crashed through a window from above her, his clothes all beat up from crashing through a building wall. Scratches all along his face from it as well, a one-tail chakra cloak covering his body, and a Rasengan in his right hand. The attack hit Kanon, took out one of her wings, and propelled them both downward towards the ground. Kanon, luckily for her, hadn't been subjected to the violent jutsu for too long, letting her reform her wings rather quickly. Naruto was still close to her however and used the tail of his chakra cloak to grab her, pull her close, and latch onto her, keeping her from flying correctly. The direction of her awkward flight pattern led them to a canal where they skimmed the water before the actual impact of them hitting the surface occurred, throwing them apart forcefully. XXX. With Jiraiya before Naruto and Kanon's battle began. It had been hours since Jiraiya had heard anything from Naruto, and he had just come from speaking with his AME contact, giving him his new orders for the time being. Jiraiya proceeded to go about his own through the shadows of AME, looking for any sign of the kid as well as waiting for any news from him. During his search he heard a sound of something crashing and the sounds of people panicking in the streets around him. Jiraiya quickly found the area where the skyscraper was wrecked on what appeared to be the 15th floor or higher. Suddenly a massive fireball emerged from the hole and a glowing red figure dropped from a higher floor to hit someone floating in the air. He saw paper flutter from the person's falling body and knew only one person that had a jutsu anywhere near resembling that. Kanon, is that you? The angel is in a fight. Who would be crazy enough to call the wrath of God and his angel after what he did to Hanzo? It doesn't matter, he won't be around long enough for it to matter anyway. Jiraiya grit his teeth. Damn it, Geiki. He muttered before moving towards where he saw them fall. He wasn't doing too badly from the looks of things, but things could change in a hurry. The Akatsuki always operated in twos, and while he seemed to be winning against the second member could attack him at any time. This Akatsuki thing is going to kill either him or me, I swear. Before he could get too far, a voice called him. I would say that your opinion is correct, but you don't need to be told that you're about to die, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya saw a man standing on a pillar nearby staring at him. The man had orange hair tied back in a long ponytail, multiple piercings in his nose and all over his face, a slashed amehitiet, and an Akatsuki cloak. His most relevant trait was a set of eyes with distinct ripple pattern eyes. Jiraiya stared at the man hard for a long while before finally speaking up. You've certainly changed a lot, but those eyes. You're Pain, aren't you, Nagato? The man did not respond. I guess you didn't grow up the way I wished you would. What happened to you? Pain narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya. You don't need to know. After all, you're just an outsider in my village. Jiraiya shook his head at the man. You've changed, Nagato. Pain made a few hand seals, for the better. Kukiyo's no jutsu, summoning jutsu. A large crustacean with body piercings of its own appeared in a puff of smoke. Suiten, Humatsu Rapper, water release, violent bubble wave. The crustacean fired a wave of bubbles, much like the jutsu name indicated, that Jiraiya jumped away from against a wall. Who do you think you're dealing with? Jiraiya asked as he made his own hand seals. Ranjishigami no jutsu, Wild Lion's main jutsu. His hair extended and wrapped around the summon creature before even more of his hair grew into the shape of a lion's mouth that engulfed the crustacean and kept going towards Pain. He dodged the initial attack, but wound up getting wrapped up in Jiraiya's elongated hair. Jiraiya looked at the man caught in his grasp sadly. Nagato, there are so many things I want to ask you, like what happened to Yoriko. I know Kanon is fighting Naruto right now. Yoriko. Pain said, I do remember someone by that name. He's been dead for a long time. Jiraiya almost cringed at his tone. What happened to you and Kanon? Nothing happened. This is just another fight. Pain said calmly, too many people have died here, and their pain is what helped me grow up. Even the most ignorant, innocent child will grow up eventually when they learn of true pain. It affects what they say, what they think, and they become real people. Jiraiya sneered at him. You think abandoning the love for your friends is the right way to grow up? Sensei. Pain said in the same monotone as before, you're still just a normal person. But me, living in the center of an infinite universe of pain, have grown into something much more. He closed his eyes. I have grown from a person into a god. And as God, what I say, what I think, becomes the law of God. But you're still just a regular person, Sensei. I don't expect you to understand what I'm telling you. Jiraiya's face twisted into a multitude of emotions. I can't believe you're the same child I met all those years ago. Things I couldn't comprehend as a human are crystal clear now that I am God. And now I have also noticed that there are things I can do as a god that I could never dream of as a human. Pain continued as Jiraiya listened. What are you trying to do here? Jiraiya asked. Pain had a simple answer to that. I'm going to put an end to this pathetic world and its endless wars. It will be an act of God. Jiraiya needed to know more. He was in front of what used to be his student, who was now the leader of Akatsuki. He could get the reasoning from the source itself. What are you after the Baiju for? Why do you want Naruto? Pain quickly decided his reply. I suppose since you're going to die and since Kanon will have the Kyuubi in our possession soon enough, I can tell you. Using all of the Baiju, I will create a new forbidden jutsu. A technique that will eradicate an entire country in less than a second. The ultimate technique. A weapon of unprecedented power and scale. Yep, Naruto was right. S-rank power, S-rank ego, S-rank insanity. Jiraiya thought in response to this plan, how could you think something like that would stop war? You'll just make them bigger that way. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Pain shook his head at the Toad Sage. When countries quarrel with one another, what is the quickest way to end the dispute? Jiraiya snapped at him, stop avoiding the question. Answer the question, how could you think of something that damned stupid? Pain ignored him, I will give my weapon to the warring nations, people who have weapons will inevitably use them. Again, Jiraiya figured that this plan was completely asinine. Yes, he was right. The weapon would be used eventually, but that would solve nothing. Whenever the weapon was used, whoever was left would immediately begin starting on something bigger, something more powerful, and when that was created they would use it in revenge. This wouldn't lead to a new world order, it would lead to no world period. Hundreds of millions of people will die from your idiot idea, and the survivors would be terrified. He was about to say and pissed the fuck off, but he was cut off. All the people of the world will learn what true pain is. Pain said determinedly, my technique will breed fear and be the ultimate deterrent. The wars will cease quickly. Pain will quicken the world's growth as it did mine. Our world is still in its infancy, but the hand of God has come down to guide it down the path to maturity. Jiraiya felt like laughing. You want to help the world destroy itself to help it grow up faster, and you think that's your responsibility. I do. Pain admitted, I am a god of peace after all. Jiraiya let out a chuckle, you've turned into quite the comedian Nagato. Pain Kawarimid out of harm's way after finishing his explanation, over here sensei. To me you're an insignificant child whose growth was stunted. Another summon. Jiraiya said as he saw Pain standing atop a massive chameleon, I have to admit, hearing a kid like you telling me that I and the world need to grow up. If Naruto were here he would be laughing his ass off right now. You say you're God, but I'm no longer a human either. He said as he made hand seals for his own summoning jutsu. The smoke amassed around him, flooded by anger. I cry tears of blood. The lone hermit of the legendary Sannin. The unstoppable Toad Sage of Mount Myaobaku. The great Jiraiya. He said before falling face first onto the surface he had been standing on. You really haven't grown up at all, have you? Pain said disdainfully. Jiraiya stood up with a roar, damn it Gameken-san, don't be moving all over the place when I'm getting my pose on. The massive toad wearing clothing much like Gamabunter except he had a magenta color, horns on his head, black markings going down his face, and he held two things, a shield in one hand and a Sajumata in the other. Google it, it's a pain in the ass to explain if you don't know what I'm talking about. You tripped over your own 2 feet, you clumsy idiot. Whatever. Jiraiya said as Pain and his massive chameleon came charging forward, I'll have to get serious right from the start here. I'll have to use Sage Mode for this one. Gameken looked up at the summoner on his head in shock, what? Are you serious? You're going to? Yep. Jiraiya said, I'm summoning the 2 great sage toads. I'll need you to buy me some time to set this up, Ken-san. Gameken nodded, you've got it Jiraiya. I'm pretty weak, but I'll give you my best. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, again with the you're weak crap. You're not weak and you're going to show this bastard that right now. XXX. Naruto vs. Conan. Naruto pulled himself out of the canal onto some debris that had gotten caught on something, keeping it in place. We've got a mission to infiltrate Ame Geki. You should be right in your element. You might even meet a cute young lady you like there with your track record. Naruto said, mimicking Jiraiya, his voice still rather gravelly from using the Kyuubi's chakra. Yeah, I met a lady all right. And she's kicking my ass, you stupid perverted toad sage. Naruto stood straight up to see Kanon fly directly out of the water, her paper wings being soaked, not hampering her ability in the slightest. That really hurt. Naruto growled, duh, that's why I did it. You dropped me out of the air from at least 150 feet. That would have hurt. Pain-sama knows that Jiraiya-sensei is here. Kanon said, he's probably dealing with him as we speak. You have no hope of him bailing you out and saving you. Who says I need Ero-Sennin to save me from you? Naruto questioned with barbs in his voice before the important part of that statement hit him. Did you just say Jiraiya-sensei? Kanon nodded and tilted her head. Naruto believed that was conveying her amusement at his lack of knowledge on the topic. Yes. He was our sensei a long time ago. Did he not tell you? Naruto stood at the ready, but he had questions that he wanted answered. When? All I know is that he trained Minato Namikaze and that was it before me. Kanon nodded again. That was after he trained us. We were trained during the Second Great Ninja War, a long time before you were born. Well. Naruto said, so that would make you like 40 or something. You're really hot for being 40. He looked at her wondering what she looked like under that Akatsuki robe. If we weren't fighting right now I would probably be hitting on you. Age doesn't mean anything to a demon or a ninja. Kyuubi said off-handedly. Shut the fuck up. I'm fighting here. If you aren't going to tell me to dodge something that's trying to kill me, keep it to yourself until the fight is over. Naruto thought to Kyuubi as he couldn't see any inclination of emotion on Kanon's face, but he could sense the killing intent from him trying to guess her age / hitting on her. How did he train you? Why? Kanon's temper died down as she decided to explain, we were war orphans. AME was constantly used as a battlefield between the larger nations during their conflicts and our families were taken from us. Jiraiya-sensei taught us ninja arts in order to give us a chance to defend ourselves and survive. Me, Nagato, and Yoriko. We wanted to bring peace to AME. But Hanzo, and Danzo. Wait. Naruto said, what about Danzo-jiji? What happened? Kanon's eyes hardened. Hanzo aligned with him and his route to destroy our group that wanted to bring peace to AME. He killed Yoriko, but Nagapane killed them all and saved me. And there it was. That was why Danzo hated Hanzo, that was why he always said to stay out of AME. Hanzo ended up getting his troops slaughtered by this pain, but Naruto knew why Danzo decided to ally with him for that purpose. Bringing peace to AME would take away an important buffer nation that no matter what would have kept enemies at bay who tried passing through it attack Konoha during war times. Danzo could have backed Kanon and Pain. Nagato though. It would have ended better. His root were killed anyway when he sided with Hanzo, and if he had supported them instead, guerrilla style, he could have kept his men alive and maybe stopped all of this from happening. But hindsight was 20/20. Naruto wasn't Danzo and Kami he didn't want to be, what was done and it was his problem now. Kanon continued to speak, Pain-sama will bring peace to the world, and you are a vital key to that peace, as well as its greatest thorn in its side. You won't be any longer after this Naruto Uzumaki. Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami. Kanon sent out a rush of innumerable papers at Naruto that started to engulf his body. His chakra cloak fought them off at first, but eventually they surrounded him and covered his body entirely. Now you'll remain there until you pass out from lack of oxygen. It is all over. Fuatan, Shinkyu Jioku, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. The paper encased Naruto audibly inhaled deeply and exhaled, causing several bullets of air to fly from Naruto's body and cut through Kanon's paper, giving him enough room to kawarimi his way out. Naruto rushed at Kanon, now sporting two tails on his cloak. Thank you Danzajiji. The only damjutsu you have that I can use from your training. Kanon heard him thank Danza as rage flitted across her face for the first time. You would thank that monster, she said loudly as they launched a seemingly endless stream of her paper at the Jinchuriki. The power of her paper hit him full on and drove him back into the water, moving the water aside as it pushed him towards the depths. You're rude too. I was told that you feel no emotions, no pain. We'll see about that, she said as she began making hand seals. One man's monster is another man's hero. Asukai Wagakyo. Naruto roared as he exploded from the water at Kanon, and I do feel pain and emotion, he never broke me like the rest. He saw her making hand seals and noticed that some of the paper that had stuck to his body were explosive tags. He flared his chakra and got them off of his body just in time for them to explode. Kanon watched the fireball and saw Naruto get thrown back into the water coldly. No matter how strong or fast you are in that form, no one can outrun an explosion. The water bubbled for a moment before a large red chakra claw reached up out of the water and grabbed Kanon. She saw the paper that she coated her body with burning through from the intensity of Naruto's chakra as she saw three tails swirling about when he surfaced again. Naruto whipped her body about violently before throwing her as hard as he could with his chakra claw. Kanon somehow was able to muster even more paper and create more wings for herself to fly herself out of harm's way. He's a very powerful ninja. Even without the Kyuubi, but with it his strength is overwhelming. I need to play this right. I won't be able to flat out overpower him or even outlast him as he is. I just have to hold out long enough for my plan to work. I can't hit this bitch Kyuubi. She's too methodical for me. She'll just fly away and try to pick me apart from afar. Naruto roared to the demon inhabiting his mind. You aren't anywhere near Konoha Kit. There is one thing you haven't tried yet. How many tails can you use? Kyuubi asked calmly as if it had a plan. I can barely reach 4, you know that. Naruto thought to Kyuubi as Kanon gained altitude and took off through the village. She's handling 3 pretty well so far and I can't grab her. Once I lose control at 4 she can keep picking me apart until I raise AME to the ground. I don't want to do that though. 4 tails eh? The last time you used what I have in mind you only had 2 at your disposal. You'll be twice as well off now once you activate it. Kyuubi said with a vulpine grin on its destructive face. Naruto almost froze as he used his tails to swing himself along the skyscrapers through the village in pursuit of Kanon. You're telling me to use the trigger, aren't you? The last time I did that I cracked every bone in my body when I turned it off. I had it on for too long. Kyuubi had an answer to that. You're an idiot. Then don't turn it off until you kill the paper-using woman and her partner, or at least until you can be protected by Jiraiya. It's that simple. Once you activate it she won't last long. You know this. Naruto couldn't respond to that. With two tails, the only thing that kept him from slaughtering Kimimaro all those years ago was that he couldn't generate enough force to get past his unbelievably tough Shikatsu Myaku Keki Genkai bones to anything vital. He doubted that Kanon could take an Imari the way Kimimaro did. That guy was a killing machine. A pity he died, really. But the point was, if she was buying time, he would let her. He needed the time too. With that in mind, Naruto began climbing the skyscraper he was currently attached to, trying to reach the top as fast as he could. From this point forward for him, this fight wasn't about precision any longer. Kanon was far more precise in combat than he knew he could be in a head-to-head conflict. The only other option was overwhelming force, and Naruto had yet to meet anyone that could match him when he decided to cut loose, and he doubted he would today. Naruto reached the top of the skyscraper and saw Kanon flying about, keeping far out of his range. Naruto simply stood still, tail swinging about, trying to will out his fourth tail, knowing how much it would hurt and how much damage it would do to his body. Just keep flying around. I've got nothing but time, bitch. His red eyes rested firmly on her aerial form as he focused on drawing the rest of his power out. XXX. Jiraiya vs. Pain. Pain's chameleon disappeared from sight, alerting Jiraiya and Gameken, he's gone. How in the hell did he find this kind of summon? He put that question elsewhere for the time being. Since he's disappeared, we can only use that barrier jutsu of ours to find him. Gameken was sweating. Yeah, this won't be an easy battle. Pain knew what he was doing as Jiraiya used a jutsu to extend his awareness to sense Pain's presence. That jutsu will detect any slight movement of his opponent. He suddenly summoned a giant three-headed dog and sent it at Jiraiya and Gameken. The large toad was forced to dodge by jumping up and grabbing onto an elevated position. Jiraiya looked down to locate their enemy that was now riding a five-headed dog that was still coming at them. The more they attack, the more appear. What are these? Little dogs with high growth rates. Damn, they split up. He shouted as that indeed did happen. They split off from the main dog and launched at Gameken, who used his massive weapon to bat them away. However, he missed one that knocked him off of the skyscraper. While in midair, a giant drill-beaked bird came at Gameken, who lifted his shield to block. It kept him from taking immediate damage, but he ended up slamming into the ground from the air, cracking the ground. Jiraiya stood on his summon's chest. Whenever I plan to attack, he hides himself. This is seriously weird. Jiraiya thought up a strategy, as he was currently not going to last long enough as he was. He's supposed to have all 6 elements with the Rinnegan, but why is he only using summons to fight? A massive ox rushed at him and Gameken. Gameken, you can return home now, I'm ready. Gameken returned to the mountain of the toads just as the ox plowed Jiraiya into a wall, kicking up a cloud of smoke. However, it ended up with the ox being thrown away as if it were nothing. Why do you always summon us in places like this? No wonder Gamabunter is always angry. An elderly voice said from Jiraiya's hole in the wall. Or don't say that, ma, Jiraiya-chan was forced to do this. Another elderly voice said from inside of the hole. Sorry for summoning you both here, Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama. Jiraiya said apologetically. Shima spoke again, but brat, didn't you always say this form of yours chases away girls? That's why you hated using it. Jiraiya chuckled. Heh, there's no choice but for me to just deal with it. I am fighting an opponent with the Rinnegan after all, so let's go. Jiraiya's form could be seen from the shadows of the hole in the wall with 2 small toads on both of his shoulders. Fukasaku sighed, you really need to learn how to use Sage Mode on your own, Jiraiya-chan. Yeah, yeah. Jiraiya said as he emerged from the shadows of the hole in the wall, you know I wish I could, but I'm still just a tadpole compared to you two. Jiraiya now had a larger, more bulbous nose with warts, he now had a goatee, the lines on his face were far thicker, his eyes were toad-like, and Fukasaku looked around, so where's this guy with the Rinnegan now? I don't see nobody. Shima shook her head, maybe our sight is failing us in our old age. Jiraiya kept his eyes peeled around himself to keep watch for an attack from the still undetectable pain. It's not your fault. He's hiding inside of a summon of his that can blend in with the surroundings, more or less making itself invisible. Shima looked at Jiraiya oddly, you mean like a chameleon or something? The human in the odd team spoke, I've already put up a detection barrier with Gamaken, but Shima cut him off and made a hand seal, that ain't gonna get us nowhere. If you're looking for a living creature we'll find it in no time. Don't strain yourself ma, you'll give yourself more wrinkles. Fukasaku cracked, getting an angered growl out of the female toad. By the way Jiraiya-chan, I realize that you need us because this guy is so tough, but why are you fighting him in the first place? Jiraiya shrugged, well, he's a former student of mine. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya in shock, well it obviously ain't the Uzumaki boy or you'd be up the wall right now. Which means His eyes widened in realization. He's the destined child. Shima asked incredulously, then why are you fighting him? Jiraiya didn't rightly know how to respond to that. Unfortunately he didn't grow up to be the man I hoped he'd become, plus I'd heard rumors that he died and convinced myself that this pain couldn't possibly be my student. Fukasaku shook it off rather quickly, well whatever the case if he ain't turned out right we gotta kill him. Shima scoffed, that prophecy was just the senile old fart rambling on, just like always. Anyways enough of that. Let's get him. Shima stuck her tongue out, at the tip of it appeared to be a face with sharp teeth that seemed to be looking around before pointing in a general direction, found him. The tongue stretched and shot out before wrapping around what seemed to be air, gotcha. The tongue started excreting a corrosive chemical that exposed Pain's chameleon as it slammed it into the ground, Fukasaku's tongue leapt out of his mouth with speed and force and was hard enough to cut through the pipes along the wall, the chameleon itself, and the ground beneath it. The chameleon dispelled in a puff of smoke, so that's the Rinnegan, they are definitely the eyes that the legends described. What a wretched sight. So he's the destined child. Jiraiya nodded as Pain clapped his hands together. Kukiyo's no jutsu, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, two more men kneeled down on opposite sides of Pain. One of them was large and bulky, with orange hair tied into a short ponytail. The other one was a tall, slender man with long orange hair. They both had multiple piercings all over their faces and wore scratched out amehitietes along with the Akatsuki cloak. Shima looked on determinedly, this is the one that will cause the destruction of the world. Jiraiya's face reflected the emotion on the faces of the two toads on his shoulders, yes, and it's my duty as his teacher to stop him here. XXX. Naruto vs. Konoha. The rain had long since stopped and Naruto simply stared at Konoha while sitting on the roof almost like a fox as she continued to fly about the skies. At first she tried minor attacks with paper weaponry, but Naruto's three-tailed cloak kept him protected while he gathered power for his fourth tail and the use of the Kitsune trigger. Eventually he got sick of just sitting and waiting and decided to take some target practice, focusing wind chakra at the ends of his tails and throwing them out at Konoha in an attempt to shoot her down and wear her out before he finished gathering power. What is he doing? Kanon asked herself as she navigated her way around Naruto's ranged attacks. The Kyuubi is supposed to be a being of pure malice and anger. There should be no way that he can bear holding back and keeping from fervently pursuing me while using its chakra. But he's just sitting there waiting. He's playing right into the hands of my plan, but I can't help but feel a sense of foreboding over this. How do you feel, Kit? Kyuubi asked Naruto as he continued forcing more chakra through Naruto's system gradually so that when the actual fourth tail took form Naruto didn't lose immediate control and blow the entire game plan to hell. Good and pissed. And don't give me that shit about how it's supposed to feel like that, I already know that. Naruto grumbled to the demon in his mind as he shakily took the soldier pills in his supply pouch and popped them all at once. Don't tell me when the tail is going to manifest. If you tell me my control will slip and then instead of the controlled precise force the trigger will give me, I'll be all berserk and reckless. Can do, punk. Kyuubi said, focusing on steadily generating more and more power. Give that bitch hell. I'm not going to have my container be taken down here by some lady that throws paper. I still have to eat you and gain my freedom. I'd rather not get pulled out of your body just to be used for something else. Paper rose from all sides of the skyscraper Naruto was currently seated upon, so much that it was easily blocking his sight of Kanon. Mixed in with normal papers were clearly a lot of explosive notes. Kanon looked at the dome of paper and explosive notes that she had built up around Naruto. Let's see if you're really as powerful as your Baiju would make you out to be. She made a hand seal and had the paper swirl all around Naruto, edging ever closer to the Jinchuriki. My ass, I'm letting her blow all of those up on me. Naruto angrily thought to himself before letting out a massive roar that unleashed a shockwave of his chakra in all directions, blowing all of the paper and hidden explosive notes away from himself, scattering them all over the skies. Kanon looked on in shock as the papers flew all about. In addition to floating in the air, many of them stuck to other buildings nearby. She gasped in horror when she realized that she had activated the explosive notes when she sent them at Naruto in the storm to confuse him. In a matter of moments, explosions rocked buildings all around, sending flaming debris falling from the upper levels of the village to the city streets below, where the citizens had no idea what had happened and were not prepared for the dangerous repercussions of Naruto and Kanon's battle. Kanon looked down in abject horror at what had just happened, and taking her eye off the ball would cost her when Naruto fired another ball of wind chakra from his tail that hit her head-on, pulverizing her paper wings and sending her, luckily for her, flying onto the top of another building. Kanon stood up and heard the efforts of the people below attempting to help those injured from the last move of the battle and the attempts of those trying to evacuate the civilians from the area before even more happened that could endanger them. She glared over at the glowing red figure of Naruto, and even at the long distance the two stood at, she knew he was glaring right back at her with his red eyes. Kanon clenched her fists and shouted across the area at Naruto, "This is what we're trying to prevent. This senseless destruction, can't you see that? Once we take the Kyuubi from you and all of the other Baiju from their Jinchuriki, we can begin to guide the world towards peace by showing them the futility of war." Naruto stayed silent until he shouted, his gravely, increasingly demonic voice penetrating her ears, "I'm a weapon, plain and simple. No matter why I was placed with the Kyuubi, no matter why the Yondaime Hokage did it, after it was done it was all on me to be Konoha's protector, and to protect myself from people like you that would use the Kyuubi's power in a more destructive way than I would. Since I knew what a shinobi was, I knew what my job was, and the knowledge of the Kyuubi only made the point of what I was supposed to be even clearer. You're a seed of war," Kanon said. "You were born and immediately placed with your demon. You are simply destruction incarnate, you don't understand, you'll never understand. Naruto bared his sharpened teeth. You're right, I don't understand, you stupid bitch. Having a group like Akatsuki pointing weapons of total destruction at everyone and maintaining a peace that way isn't peace at all, it's a proxy truce. It's no different whatsoever than the way things are now. It's not real. Kanan's face showed no inflection of taking in Naruto's words. Then we will make them understand that the only peace that will work without doubt is the peace that will be orchestrated by Pain-sama. Naruto growled and felt himself losing control of the Kyuubi's power. This came right before the feeling of his own skin burning off of his body occurred. It took everything Naruto had to not drop his concentration when his body was engulfed in the intense chakra. Kanan let herself smirk. A berserk Jinchuriki is easier to bring down than one attempting to fight like a shinobi. He has fallen right into the first step of my trap. Naruto then lifted his head to the heavens and let out a deafening roar that shook everyone within earshot to their core. If they hadn't been brought to their knees by the oppressive aura of the Kyuubi beforehand, it was an afterthought at this point. With the last of his free will, Naruto inhaled deeply, drawing in the chakra from his body, revealing raw, red skin from the Kyuubi's chakra burning him. After inhaling all of the chakra, Naruto painfully swallowed it all and fell to the ground, writhing in pain at what he had done to himself. I hate doing this. Naruto shouted as more screams of pain followed. What is he doing? Kanan asked herself until she remembered Zetsu's report on his battle with Orochimaru's underling Kimimaro Kaguya all those years ago. No. She quickly fashioned herself a pair of paper wings and flew at Naruto in an effort to stop him as she saw his body undergoing a transformation. Just before she could reach him with a paper sword in her grip, she was thrown back by a flood of chakra erupting from Naruto's body that caved in the roof of the building he had been on. Kanan righted herself in the air as the dust and debris from Naruto's finished transformation billowed from the building he had destroyed the top few floors of upon completing his preparations. Some of the wrecked building shifted around as Naruto stood back up to reveal his form to Kanan. Naruto was sizably bigger. He was just as big, if not bigger, in stature and size than Jiraiya. That was the least noticeable thing about him at the moment. Red fur had grown all over his body. The appearance of his head became that of a fox with glowing red eyes. His hands grew longer claws than usual in his Jinchuriki cloak. His spine pushed down out of his skin and pants, and instead of splitting into two tails the way it did the last time, it split into four tails that grew skin, muscle, nerves, and fur over them. Naruto was panting heavily following his transformation before speaking in a deep, warped voice. Gaara never had to tear his own body apart to use his best Jinchuriki powers. Ujai-chan never had to do it either. But nothing can ever be simple or straightforward for me, can it? He said disdainfully before looking at Kanan, who was staring at him in shock. Sorry to keep you waiting, you must have been bored. Kanan got over Naruto's new appearance rather quickly. So you have full control over the Kyuubi. That is very impressive. I only know of 2 other Jinchuriki with that amount of control over their Baiju. She thinks this is full control. Naruto thought to himself, this isn't even close. Can't she count the tails? This is just a bastardized excuse of partial control because I can't go past 4 tails. How much of this form does she know about? Her info must be shoddy. Well, it was shoddy. Zetsu had been watching his fight with Kimimaro right until Naruto fired the Imari, when he hightailed it out of dodge to keep from being blown to burnt and crispy bits. Seeing an Imari must have been all he needed to see to be able to report back that Naruto had full control. His defeat of Sasori almost an entire year later must have been enough to keep that mindset amongst Akatsuki. Naruto let out a snort at Kanan's comment and took a few steps back before running forward, picking up speed, and launched himself through the air at Kanan. Getting over the shock of seeing a humanoid fox flying through the air at her, she had seen stranger things in her time. Kanan took a higher position, letting Naruto miss her with his attack and land feet first on a wall. Are you going to actually try anything, or are you just going to keep running? He asked. Naruto tilted his head to the side in a curious manner when she didn't answer. You're waiting for something. Of course she had to be. She wasn't actively engaging him the way she had been before he started drawing on more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra. They were in Amigakure, their home base, so there had to be something here that could handle a Jinchuriki like him, and that's what she was waiting on. Pain won the civil war. Everyone here in the village was with them. When it really came down to it, Naruto wasn't just fighting Kanan. If it was really put out in front of him to see, he was fighting everyone in the village. They had to know something, or someone was attacking them after what had been going on. So you finally get it? Kanan said when she could make out a look of realization on Naruto's face. I don't know what possessed you to come here, but we knew you were here the second you walked into the rain upon your arrival. You walked right into our hands. Pain Sama controls the ninja of this village. Right now, preparations are being made to restrict your demon's influence and power. They will be complete soon. You cannot defeat an entire village on your own. Simply surrender. Naruto began letting out loud barking laughs that confused Kanan. You idiots. I'm a Jinchuriki. Has Amy ever even had one from any village attempt anything against them before, let alone the fact that I hold the strongest one of all? Danzajiji trained me from the age of 4, just for things like this. To infiltrate enemy villages with my stealth and obliterate it from within. Kanan's eyes widened, getting a vulpine smirk from Naruto. You don't think I can? You'd better call off your shinobi before I tear this village apart with my power. Oh, wait, that's what you all wanted the Baiju for in the first place, right? How about when you have it happen right here in your own home? Would that make you want to stop fighting? Let's find out. Naruto let his body drop from the side of the skyscraper and fell to the ground below, using his tails to slow his descent. He narrowed his eyes once he neared the ground and found that there were multiple smatterings of AME ninja preparing to head up multiple skyscrapers in an attempt to overwhelm him. Naruto's body hit the ground with a resounding crash, cracking the earth below him and getting everyone's full attention. He lifted his head and saw all of them with weapons drawn, debating over attacking him or running away until one man cried out. Capture the Jinchuriki alive. For Pain Sama's ambition. It is the will of God. At hearing those words, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The Kyuubi had to, as well as he was intently watching Naruto's battle. The Amigakure ninja had to take him in alive, and they were apparently fanatical enough to follow Pain's orders to the letter because he was God and they would not ruin their God's plans even at the cost of their own lives, because they were working for something greater than themselves. Naruto didn't have that kind of restriction. He let out a massive roar that threw all of the inspired AME shinobi backwards. Threw them down the streets, threw them through open shops and stands, threw them through window, threw them against the walls themselves. Those were the least lucky of them all. The impact of their heads against the sturdy material never stood a chance. Naruto looked up at Kanan, who was flying around, low altitude, and Naruto had a new strategy. Forget the fight. He gave her an even stare after seeing those that were still alive from his first attack getting back up shakily. This is what you wanted the Jinchuriki for, right? Let's see how much of this you can take, and we'll see if your God will save you and these ninja from me. Naruto looked at his razor-sharp claws and began running through the AME shinobi that hadn't yet recovered enough to pose a threat to him in battle. The better ninja were able to recover faster while Naruto had been cutting a path through their comrades, but the level of skill in AME, despite their god of a leader, was not up to par when compared to Konoha ninja. Naruto thought to himself while he grabbed the arm of a man that tried to stab him with his kunai when he got too close and gripped it tightly, hearing the man yell out once he felt Naruto's enhanced strength break the bones. Naruto spun around and used the man to smash into two more shinobi that had come to the man's aid. They must have been genin. Naruto threw the man at another advancing group of AME ninja. He had more trouble before when he tried this in one of Orochimaru's bases, and there were more ninja here. He saw Kanon attempt to work her paper into the overall battle, but channeling some wind chakra to his tail and whipping them around kicked up a small whirlwind that served a double purpose of knocking her troublesome paper techniques away and disorienting the troops around him. Kanon grit her teeth at the scene. His wind element is the natural weakness of my paper. This is not good. Fighting those damned spiders in the forest of death may have sucked at the time, but it was amazingly good practice for this. Naruto thought to himself as he backhand swept an opponent's feet from under him before delivering a crushing side kick that sent the man back first into a post, clearly breaking his back. A torrent of water from an attempted enemy jutsu filled the street and almost crashed headlong into him, but he jumped into the air and entered a building by obliterating a window with his body. He's inside. Trap him now. A man cried out as more than a dozen others ran inside the building Naruto entered to bring him down. The streets around the building were flooded with AME ninjas surrounding the building awaiting any sign of Naruto so that they could complete the capture or cut off his retreat. Kanon hovered in the air around the building, thinking of any possible way to get to Naruto and bring him down. She was not going to fail. This was the most important step in their plan, and she wasn't going to let Naruto stand in the way of the peace they had been working so hard to bring. XXX Jiraiya vs. Pain. Fukasaku got a good look at the men that Pain had summoned to his side and thought that his old age was really beginning to get to him. How can there possibly be 3 people with the Rinnegan? He asked. It was true. All of the men, in addition to their attire in battle, had in common the distinctly patterned eyes of the legendary Kekii Genkai. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. There has to be some trick to this jutsu. Jiraiya smirked confidently. All right, time for me to really get started. Prepare for the full-on sage mode pre-fight ritual. Jiraiya stood in a grand gesture with the 2 toads still atop his shoulders. Prepare for the force of my almighty ninjutsu, backed with the ultimate senjutsu. Behold the brilliant glow of my angelic halo. The gallant Jiraiya. Both Shima and Fukasaku punched Jiraiya in the face to get him to stop. Stop yelling in my ear, damn it. Jiraiya snapped in anger. Why the hell does someone always have to ruin my poses? Jiraiya sighed in resignation before rushing forward and throwing a kick that nailed the long-haired man in the face and sent him crashing into a wall. Very nice, sensei. Pain said. The debris generated by Jiraiya kicking the one man into the wall injured his eyes. I know. Jiraiya said, I'm the one that did it after all. Jiraiya, Shima, and Fukasaku all inhaled deeply before exhaling at the same time to form their attack. Senpu, Goemon, Sage Art, Bath of Boiling Oil. Jiraiya released a massive amount of oil that was ignited by a fire jutsu from Shima. The flames were fanned and heated by a wind jutsu from Fukasaku, sending a burning wave of oil at Pain and the other 2. The large man with Pain jumped in front and absorbed the attack, leaving himself and Pain unharmed by Jiraiya's attempted collaboration jutsu. Jiraiya kicked off his gete, revealing his now webbed feet to go with his webbed hands. Then let's try this. Jiraiya launched himself at Pain and the man protecting him from harm. In one hand Jiraiya formed a massive Rasengan twice as large as his own body, Choodama Rasengan, super great ball spiraling sphere. A barrier formed around the large man's body right before Jiraiya's massive Rasengan made contact and began to shrink as the chakra was drained from it. Jiraiya looked at it in shock. He can absorb that just like he did with the oil. The injured man with long hair attacked Jiraiya from behind, prompting Jiraiya to Kawarimi to safety and position himself behind the attacking man who he launched a punch at. A punch that was caught and blocked. No way. He can't even see my attacks with his wounds and he still. Fukasaku dropped a smoke bomb, shrouding them in smoke and obscuring the vision of the combatants. Jiraiya appeared behind Pain, kneeled down, Senpu, Kibari Senbon, Sage Art, Hair Needle Barrage. Jiraiya fired a massive amount of hair needles at a continuous rate, set on turning Pain into a pincushion. Pain backed up to get himself some room and quickly summoned a massive panda to block Jiraiya's attack and take all of the damage. Jiraiya had come in from his blind side and still was unable to land a blow. How is he doing that? They can form such near-perfect defenses without even speaking or making eye contact. That was my fastest and most ranged attack, and even then he had it all worked out without even seeing me move. Fukasaku spoke up, them guys ain't just regular old clones, eh? Shima was next to talk. That's what you meant by saying that there was some trick to Jiraiya-chan. Did you notice it yet? Fukasaku said, getting a puzzled response out of Jiraiya. When we got behind that guy earlier we were in his blind spot. The whole time the other guys were watching very carefully. They didn't make a sound, didn't look at each other, didn't look like they gave off any signal at all. Don't you see, Jiraiya-chan, it's the eyes. If all three of them are watching the same target, then all three see the target from all three different points of view, so that's it. Jiraiya said, finally getting the gist of what the older toad was trying to say. If I can't get a surprise attack off with my ninjutsu, then at this rate even with Sage Mode these guys will kill me. They're that strong and it's 3-on-1. I need to find Naruto. Jiraiya-chan, we should retreat for now. Fukasaku said quietly. Jiraiya let out a grunt of understanding before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Pain stood still for a moment before speaking. He's trying to hide in the pipes. Jiraiya was beating a hasty escape through the pipeline of AME. Damn it, even if one of them actually is Nagato, there's no way that three different people all have the Rinnegan. What does this all mean? Which one of them is the real Pain? And what is he? Fukasaku tried to give Jiraiya a look of reassurance. I dunno yet. But give me a little more time and I'll have this all figured out. All three of those boys share the same field of vision. They can see from the same vantage point. That's one of their powers. So what? Shima said, what does that even do for M anyway? Well, basically, Fukasaku started, it's like sitting in a security booth and watching video from three different cameras. You can see everything the cameras see at once. So if one of them could see the target, the other one could see it as well, even if it ain't directly in their line of sight. That's how they are attacking and defending with perfect timing. The old toad shook his head. That's 3 times the field of vision of a normal person, and unlike the Bakugan they can cover each other's blind spots without forming seals or using chakra. That's one hell of a combination. Jiraiya shrugged, well then I guess we have to split them up. I know I can win one-on-one, maybe I can get Naruto to handle the rest if I can find him. That is, if he was able to beat Kanon and is still in fighting shape. But even with help, with those eyes he would be prepared for a counter to a strategy like that, and he is the leader of Akatsuki. He wouldn't have even undertook this venture in the first place if he didn't truly believe he had the power to do battle with the Kyuubi or at least its Jinchuriki. He let out a sigh as he continued to retreat. Anyway, Taijutsu is out, and the fat one absorbs ninjutsu. Then all you got left is genjutsu. Fukasaku commented. Meh. Jiraiya said distastefully, I hate genjutsu as much as Naruto does himself. I've never been much of a user. But on the other hand, you too. Fukasaku spoke thoughtfully. If he really was your old pupil he would know you don't use genjutsu. That could be a major advantage. Shima suddenly yelled abruptly, no way. I ain't having none of it. What? Jiraiya said in confusion. Fukasaku and Shima bickered while Jiraiya continued to run until he finally had enough of being left out of the loop. What are you so upset about? I ain't singing no duet with Pa at my age, it's too embarrassing. Jiraiya's sweat dropped, allowing Fukasaku to elaborate. Our most powerful genjutsu is a song that attacks the victim's brain through their sense of hearing. That's why I wanted you to hide, because the sound would give away our position immediately. It also only works when our voices combine into the right melody, and that takes time. We'll have to take him down before he can find us. Jiraiya's face turned grim. If this thing turns ugly and gets even more dangerous, I want you two to get off of my shoulders and return home immediately. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya in shock. No way in hell, Jiraiya-chan. The outcome of this fight is going to affect the future of the entire world. Hey! Jiraiya said in offense, I have a plan. It's a bit of a gamble though. XXX. Naruto vs. Kanon. It had been minutes and no sign of either Naruto or the pursuit force sent into the building after him were in sight. No one had come back outside at all. Was he really that hard to find in there? He was nearly 7 feet tall and was a massive humanoid fox. How hard could it be to locate him inside of a building? Suddenly, Naruto jumped out of a window on the 10th floor, covering an absurd amount of distance with one jump, but there was a victorious look on his face. Boom! Kanon flew away swiftly. Get away from the building now. Every floor, 10th and below, went up in a colossal explosion. A force 5 times the power of a normal explosive node blew up on every floor below the 10th, catching countless ninja that had been surrounding the building in the destruction, and that was all before the entire building came down. Naruto watched from a distance, holding on to the side of another building. As the towering structure he had once been inside of fell. That was a really bad strategy. They wouldn't have cornered me in there anyway. A paper shuriken flew at him, forcing him to move his head as it nicked his cheek. He looked over to see Kanon looking at him in abject fury. What? I'm a seed of war, aren't I? This is the only thing I'm good for according to you. You were just the one stupid enough to make an enemy out of me. You had to know it would come to this, trying to use me and the others as active weapons. You're just upset that it's happening here, in your home. Your little master plan isn't so good when it's being practiced on you, is it? It doesn't matter. Kanon said, no matter what you do, you won't leave here today. You will be beaten. You will have the Kyuubi extracted from you. Because no matter how much of a monster you may fight, like, you can't compare to a god. Naruto finished her statement for her blithely. I haven't seen him yet. If this pain guy is God, then he would strike me down, wouldn't he? He wouldn't let me do this for very long if he were, would he? He would know I was here and tearing me apart, right? This guy is no more a god than I am. Having had enough of the banter, Kanon attacked Naruto again with her paper sword. Naruto swatted her in the arm with his tail, revealing her to be a paper clone, but this was largely useless at the moment as the clone transformed completely into paper and began latching onto Naruto, completely covering him again. Damn it, I can't use Danzaji's wind jutsu in this form, it takes more control than I've got like this. Kanon wordlessly made a hand seal, revealing a few of the sheets to be explosive notes that began burning down before exploding on Naruto, sending him falling from the side of the building he was on to the ground, smoke flying off of his body from the explosions. If she knew Fuwa Injutsu she would be damn near unbeatable. Thank you Ero-Kyofu for neglecting to teach her that much, at least because you gave her one hell of a base to work from. Naruto thought to himself as he picked himself up off of the ground. As he made his way to his feet he quickly found a water whip wrapped around his neck, choking him, before two more wrapped around both of his arms. Naruto glared at the AME ninja who had taken advantage of his predicament against Kanon to attempt to capture him. Hold him for the angel to finish him off. Don't let him escape. Naruto let out a snort and jerked one of his arms harshly, yanking one man off of his feet towards him right at his feet, where Naruto delivered a stomp to his back that finished him off. With both hands free, Naruto grabbed onto the whip around his other arm and used it to propel that attacker into the one that had the whip around his neck. Things could have been going far worse, all things considered, but things were looking bleak at the moment. He needed to find Jiraiya and get the hell out of AME before their luck ran out. Unfortunately at the moment, he was still stuck in the middle of the enemy with an S-rank missing ninja trying to do whatever she could to pester him and capture him. Like in one of Orochimaru's bases, only now it was an entire village and there was nowhere to really hide. Not only that, but he wasn't alone. He wasn't leaving Jiraiya behind, and he had no idea what Jiraiya was into. If he was fighting, then the old pervert was most definitely in the middle of a battle of his own. Maybe he was being assaulted by multiple opponents like he was. He had to get to him and see what they were to do from this point. He was still the commander of this mission, and Naruto was his underling. Naruto used his tails to furiously whip away Kanon's paper before using them to throw more long-range wind chakra balls at Kanon. I need more ranged attacks, he said to himself and Kyuubi before taking off through the streets to search for Jiraiya, Kanon hot on his heels and keeping up her ranged attack. Kanon had an almost indiscernible smirk on her face as she continued to attack Naruto. He didn't know it. Between the fighting he had to do on the ground and the attacks he had to worry about from the sky, but Kanon couldn't bring him down here in the middle of the city, not on her own, not without utterly destroying it. That was never her plan. She never wanted the people of the village to get involved in taking him on, they did that of their own volition. In reality she was corralling him, because with her view from the sky she knew where Pain was. After he was through dealing with Jiraiya he could finish off Naruto too. All she had to do was get him there and Pain could and would handle the rest. Because as the Rakuda Sennin proved back in his heyday, even a demon was no match for a god. XXX. Jiraiya vs. Pain. Pain and the other men ran through the underbelly of Amigakure, pipes strewn all about and narrow halls and pathways rampant when a strange song began to sound out. It sounds like frogs. Genjutsu, he said before getting a direction of the sound. He's there. Pain ran through a doorway into a narrow hallway where he saw Jiraiya, but when he attacked he got a rather rude awakening, a Kichibunshin. A clone was dispelled before Jiraiya showed himself from behind them once they passed his position with his cheeks puffed out widely, Fukasaku and Shimmer still on his shoulders croaking, Kaiten, Diendan, fire release, big flame bullet. It fired a blast that covered the entire hallway in flames. The large man moved in front of the blast to run interference and block it. Yes. I knew that would work. The fat one would absorb the jutsu just like I knew he would. The original one only used summons and the fat one only uses that absorption jutsu. They all have one unique technique, but that one technique is all they can use. Jiraiya thought excitedly to himself as he was beginning to figure the entire thing out. Only one of them can see me right now. The large one was looking at the attack he was blocking, the long-haired one was blinded from earlier, and the ponytailed one, Pain, was the only one looking at him. Pain and the long-haired one jumped over the remnants of the fire attack while the fat one worked to absorb it. The long-haired man stuck himself to the ceiling, getting a smirk out of Jiraiya. Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. The ceiling ended up pulling him into it, keeping him stuck there helplessly. Looks like it's one-on-one again, Jiraiya said to Pain. Pain quickly tried to make a move, but Jiraiya was all over him before he could do anything. Enough. No more summoning for you. Suddenly all of the enemies found themselves unable to move, getting Jiraiya to explain, this is a genjutsu that paralyzes your nerves and your mind. All three of your bodies can no longer move an inch. Jiraiya-sensei, I had no idea you were able to utilize such an incredible genjutsu. Pain said as in his mind he and all of his bodies were surrounded by four-toed samurai sealing them all in an illusionary cube of water. Jiraiya smirked, never underestimate your enemy no matter who it is. I taught you that years ago, Nagato. He said before taking on a reminiscing look. Nagato, you followed the wrong path. I wanted you to rise above the pain you felt, to conquer it, not use it to lead the world to ruin. He let out a bitter laugh as he remembered words that told him he would teach a student that would save the world or destroy it. For a while I thought it would be you. Sigh goodbye Nagato. The illusion ended when in the real world Jiraiya drove a massive stone sword through each of their chests, and now it's finally over. He then noticed Shima and Fukasaku coughing. Are you two all right? Fukasaku nodded. That song really dries your throat out. Shima rubbed her throat. It ain't easy getting the harmony with Pa right. That's why we don't go around using that jutsu at everyone's beck and call. It gives you a sore throat and makes your jaw all slack, not to mention the wrinkles. Jiraiya sighed and turned to leave. Sorry about that. But you'll have plenty of time to rest now. I still have to find Naruto and hope he managed to get himself out of his own mess. Didn't you just tell me not to underestimate my enemies, Jiraiya-sensei? A new voice said from behind Jiraiya and the Toad Elders, but the inflection was familiar. Jiraiya turned his head to face them down, but ended up getting smashed through the wall and out of the hallway to end up falling onto the surface of the water outside of AME's limits. Jiraiya grit his teeth in pain as he faced down the area he had just been attacked from. Keikido, your arm. Shima said, looking down from the shoulder she was set on. Jiraiya's left arm had been severed from that one single attack from his assailant. What in the hell just happened? Fukasaku asked as he looked at their new attackers. Their faces are completely different from the other three. He must have summoned them before we caught him in our genjutsu. There were now 6 enemies. In addition to the 3 he had been fighting, somehow having been revived, he was now fighting a bald man with no neck and piercings all in his head, a slightly burly man that looked slightly aged with spiky orange hair and piercings all through his face, and a younger man with spiky orange hair and, just like the rest, piercings all in his face, and they all had the Rinnegan. It's time. The youngest looking one with orange spiky hair said, for you to witness the 6 paths of pain. S6. Fukasaku said, somewhat startled by the turn of events. There are 6 of them. But we just beat 3 of them. Shima looked at them all angrily for the wounds inflicted on Jiraiya. The new 3 must have used some technique to heal the old 3. But there ain't no jutsu that brings folks back from the dead just like that. Are they even human? The youngest one spoke up. The name pain is shared by all 6 of us. How can there be 6 people with Rinnegan? He asked loudly before he got a very good look at one of the people. No, that face, it can't be. Why, Yoriko? But he just said that you were dead. And your eyes? Yoriko looked down at Jiraiya from his elevated position coldly. You can still see Yoriko in me. How funny. I suppose only his teacher would recognize what was left of him. But make no mistake, Sensei, Yoriko is dead. The man standing before you is Pain, no one else. I'm sick of your bullshit. Jiraiya roared at him. How the hell can all of you have the Rinnegan? You didn't have it when I was training you, that much was definite. So are you Nagato or Yoriko? Who the hell are you? We are Pain. Yoriko said simply, we are God. They all shouted in unison before launching to attack. XXX. Naruto vs. Konan. Get off of me. Naruto shouted as he swiped his claws through another group of AME ninja trying to take him down. For every one of them he wound up putting down, it seemed that another was more than willing to throw themselves at him in an attempt to leave him wide open for Konan. And with the odds of probability on their side, she ended up getting more than a few decent shots at him. Using the Kite-Tsun trigger bolstered his strength, speed, ability to recover from damage, and brought his overall bloodlust to palpably high levels. But he sacrificed the use of the vast majority of his ninjutsu and the protection of the chakra cloak in exchange for the control over the Kyuubi's chakra to give himself a boost of his natural attributes, and despite the fact that his wounds would heal quickly for the most part, he still took the damage. Naruto let out another yell as he felt Kanan's paper shuriken rip into his back. She was sniping him, slowly picking him apart from out of his reach as the AME ninja engaged him and attracted his attention. He was no longer fighting the unified mob he had been running through at the start. The ones that still chose to face him were the most stanch believers in Pain and Konan and were willing to do what they needed to for their god's angel to take him out. He jumped at her, missing wide again, but ended up whiffing her with one of his tails as he brushed past her, knocking her from the sky. Naruto turned back around to see her hit the ground and saw his chance. That was until a wall of AME shinobi took up defensive positions in front of her, setting up walls of water to give her time to recover. Naruto grit his teeth, picking the paper shuriken out of his back so that the newest of his ever-present wounds could heal up. Fine, if they wanted him to fight an army, that was okay with him. He was supposed to be an army killer. Naruto opened his hand and formed a sphere of raw demonic chakra before placing it in his mouth and swallowing it. I hate this move. Why do I have to do it like this? You never complain about your Amari tasting like crap. Naruto screamed in his mind at Kyuubi. Because you can't handle my full power and you need this as a shortcut. Just like with the original intent of the Kite-Tsun trigger, the Imari is a far cry from my true power, but it is a shortcut that allows you to harness it for what you need it for, which should be good enough. You're supposed to more or less throw it back up anyway, so quit complaining and fire it already. Kyuubi said as he rolled his eyes at hearing Naruto bite back his dry heaves. Konan remembered the description of this attack before from Zetsu's description of Naruto's fight with Kimimaro. He's going to use that here in the village. She shouted to the amassed ninja standing in front of her, get away now. You can't block this attack. It will kill you all. Too late. This is what you wanted, the Kyuubi. Well, take all of the power of the Kyuubi that I can give you. Naruto thought to himself as he started the process. Imari, menacing ball. Naruto shouted as he fired off a beam fronted by a ball of destructive chakra that immediately obliterated everything in its path in a hellstorm that annihilated the village in front of it on a wide scale. XXX. Jiraiya sat inside of what appeared to be the stomach of a toad on an island of sorts surrounded by corrosive stomach acid. He had suffered a stab wound through his body from some sort of strange sharpened rod by an injured body of pain that was there with him. It was the one with the ponytail that he had been fighting at first. I can't believe he charged right into the toad gourd barrier. Jiraiya said in an exhausted voice, I can't believe I got one. Are you sure you're all right, kiddo? Shima asked him worriedly. Jiraiya nodded. I'll manage. He said before a strange sensation flowed through his body, my chakra's going crazy. I can't control it. Jiraiya hunched over in pain with the rod sticking out of his body. Fukasaku looked at it intently and ripped it out. It's this thing. It ain't enough that they all look weird and there are 6 of them, they have to use crazy weapons too. These boys ain't people, there's something else. Jiraiya looked at the unmoving pain body in front of him. I guess this one is the real Nagato after all. He said to himself before the Ame Hitiet on its head slipped off to reveal a scar on its forehead that gave Jiraiya a flashback to many years ago. No. I remember now. This isn't Nagato, it can't be. The toads on his shoulders looked at him in confusion. I fought this man before a long time ago. Right after I began traveling due to the great sage's advice, I was attacked by a man from the Fuama clan and I wound up giving him that scar on his forehead. So what is he doing here? Shima said impatiently. Fukasaku held his head. The more we learn about pain, the less we understand. Jiraiya's face looked grave. If the prophecy is true, then I need to know the truth. I have to fight them again. I can't allow you two to be hurt because of me. Please return home. Fukasaku would have none of it. Are you insane, boy? If you go out there, then you're toast. There's even more Rinneganais out there than before and he ain't likely to fall for that barrier trap again. He ain't figured out what's going on yet. We need to run. The entire place began to rock and shake violently as if an earthquake had hit. Jiraiya shook his head determinedly. You're probably right. If I leave this barrier, then there's a high chance I'm not going to walk away from this one. But it's my chance to find out his true identity, and Naruto is still out there. If he can't get me, then he'll just go after him. Naruto's still either fighting or trying to find me. He wouldn't just cut and run without me, I know it. Without me out there, he'll be overwhelmed and captured. I need both of you to take this corpse back to Tsunade with everything that we've learned on this mission. If that's all you want, then Ma can handle that herself. Fukasaku said, still not willing to leave. Jiraiya was about to dispute him when Shima spoke up. Yadi better not be late for dinner. Fukasaku smirked. We won't be. Me and Jiraiya-chan'll be there right after we finish up here. XXX. Right outside Amigakure. Pain and all of his bodies looked back at his village, or more accurately a massive trench ripping right through his village. Jiraiya had somehow escaped his attack and had managed to take down one of his bodies, one he hadn't been able to locate yet. If that weren't enough, moments later he and the rest of the bodies had to either dodge or get vaporized when a tiny, scaled-down version of a Bijudama, tailed beast ball, blasted through the edge of the village, leaving the aforementioned trench that was 1/8th of a mile wide and had destroyed everything in its path, blowing buildings apart, bringing them down. It was a complete debacle. Kyuubi Jinchu Yuriki. Pain said lowly, as there was only one person or thing that could produce such an attack that was in Ame's vicinity. While he and all of the bodies surveyed the damage caused and waited for Naruto to show himself in some manner, Jiraiya surfaced from the water behind them with Fukasaku on his shoulder, who had summoned a massive shuriken that Jiraiya threw at the bald Pain body. It knew it was coming due to the sight of another body and dodged accordingly. Jiraiya got a good look at them all and realized something. I knew it. They're all shinobi that I've met before. That has to be it. I know your identity now, Pain. Jiraiya's train of thought was cut off when the bald Pain body attacked him, and with pure hand-to-hand skill, the same one that took his arm, smashed Jiraiya in the throat and sent him to the ground, impaling him with their rods. Fuck. I need to tell Fukasaku-sama. I need to tell him to find Naruto and get him out of here. But my throat. Ero-Kyofu. A rush of balls of air flew at the Pain bodies surrounding Jiraiya's body, forcing them away for Naruto to land and kneel by his side. Naruto was panting heavily due to the toll the battles and the use of the Kitsune trigger had been taking on him. Ero-Kyofu, it's me, Naruto. Kami, what did they do to you? He asked Jiraiya, getting no response from him. Pull those rods out of him, boy. Fukasaku shouted to Naruto, ignoring his appearance for the time being due to more important happenings going on at the moment. Naruto quickly acted and pulled them out. It's going to be fine, I'm getting you out of here. Naruto turned to Fukasaku, you should leave now. Ero-Kyofu can't fight anymore and I don't know how to fight with you. Fukasaku shook his head, I'm not leaving you or Jiraiya-chan like this. I know you're his pupil as well, just like this Pain fella used to be. Naruto's eyes panned upwards at the bodies of Pain looking at him. Which one is Pain? I see 4 different guys over there. Doing some quick deductions, Fukasaku shouted to Naruto in warning, no. There are supposed to be 5. We got rid of 1. It came too late for Naruto to react defensively, as a blade, the same that had been driven into Jiraiya, had been shoved into Naruto's back that pierced through his front by the young, spiky orange-haired Pain. Hello Kyuubi Jinchu Yuriki Naruto Uzumaki. I have to say that it is certainly nice to finally meet you. Naruto gasped desperately as he felt his chakra disrupted by the weapon sticking out of his body, an image of strange swirl-patterned eyes in his head. His Kitsune trigger form receded back to normal as his control over the form slipped. He dropped to his knees, clutching at the blade sticking out of his chest when Pain spoke again, you will survive this wound. It isn't fatal. How fitting it is that all of Jiraiya-sensei's surviving pupils meet here. Naruto looked up into the eyes of Pain and saw the pattern that was flittering through his mind. All the while his body felt utterly broken. He was completely exhausted and his wounds from the fight with Kanon and the Ame ninja force were reopening. The Rinnegan. The Kyuubi uttered inside of Naruto's mind, I will not allow this pretender to yoke me under his will. I will not be his slave. It roared, pushing whatever it could chakra-wise into Naruto's weak frame, do not let him defeat you here. Get up. Naruto slowly pulled the blade out of his chest and threw it back at the single Pain, javelin style. Pain dodged it effortless and began dodging Naruto's sluggish attempts at engaging him in taijutsu. Naruto's first punch was blocked by Pain, who delivered a backhand strike that sent Naruto reeling backwards, but still barely standing. With a roar, Naruto came back in once more, only for the young Pain to move and allow the bald one to deliver a bone-shattering punch right to Naruto's body that destroyed his ribs and sent him to the ground in a heap. He grabbed Naruto by his spiky blonde locks and pulled him up to eye level where Naruto spit blood into his eye, getting him to drop him back onto his feet where the Konoha Jounin turned to wind up getting socked in the face by the fat Pain. Fukasaku watched Naruto take his beating, the rest of the Pains jumping in and ping-ponging him back and forth between each other, while staying by Jiraiya who was still holding on. He's just taking it all. He can't even fight back anymore and still he won't go down. He looked at Jiraiya who had only one eye open as it all unfolded in front of him. He's a lot like you in that respect, Jiraiya-chan. He won't give up. What is this? Naruto thought weakly to himself over the sounds of the Kyuubi yelling at him to fight back, to do something. Naruto stumbled towards the blinded, long-haired Pain with his fist weakly cocked back, only to get kicked in the back before taking a fist to the body that doubled him over the arm. They beat Ero-Kyofu, they beat me. I was never even in the fight against this guy. It is futile. Pain said to the damaged Jinchuriki, you are the living embodiment of destruction. No human is meant to wield the power you hold, you will never find a way to become stronger than me. On the other hand, I can and will use the power inside of you to bring peace to this world. It is my duty as its new god. Naruto blinked weakly before he pushed himself off of the fist driven into his body towards the seemingly main Pain, collapsing against him. He weakly pulled himself face to face with Pain where with one of his eyes swollen shut he glared at him. You're no god. He said before doing something that he attributed to a death wish the last time he had done so. The last time he had done this he had been freshly unsealed and had done it as a legitimate battle plan in order to fight Itachi Uchiha. It was so outlandish and out of left field to attempt in battle that it actually worked and distracted him. There was no strategy here. There was no logical reason for him to want to do this. It would not help him win. It would not inspire him to keep fighting any harder than he was already attempting to. Doing what he did to Pain right then and there had no purpose whatsoever except that Naruto just wanted to spit in God's face. Literally. Naruto hocked a loogie that was 85% blood that splattered all over Pain's face. So surprised by that course of action as no one had ever done that to him in his entire life. Every single Pain stood in abject shock, letting Naruto push himself back off of him and use the last of his chakra to form a spinning blue orb in one hand, Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Pain roared in pure malice as Naruto's body was violently jerked away from attacking by an unseeable force. The force of Pain's angered attack was so intense it not only threw Naruto, it tossed a few of the other bodies of Pain away, it threw the small outcroppings of land amid the water surrounding Ame away and it sent Naruto, Fukasaku, and Jiraiya's bodies flying into the air. Fukasaku sat atop Jiraiya's body as it lifelessly flew through the air and saw Naruto's doing much the same. Naruto. There was no emotion in Naruto's eyes, no life. He was not dead, he wasn't even unconscious. I couldn't win. I wasn't strong enough. His eyes drifted over to Jiraiya who was no better off than he was, and because of Naruto he had to take even more damage. And once they fell from the sky, Pain was going to catch him and extract the Kyuubi and leave Jiraiya to drown. He had lost. I'm sorry Ero-Kyofu. I'm sorry Tsunade-chan. I'm sorry Danzajiji. I'm sorry everyone. I just wasn't good enough when it mattered. Naruto shut his eyes and never heard the shouts of Naruto-senpai before he lost consciousness. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato. Hamako had moved all of Naruto's things into the new house she had purchased for him and was in the middle of setting things up for his return when the correspondence tattoo she had placed on herself and Naruto began to throb numbly. It wasn't any kind of code as what normally occurred when he would speak to her. It was a steady feeling, not in any kind of pattern, nor did it have any legible form. She moved to the window and looked outside at the rain pouring down in the village. What happened to you, Naruto-sama? And are you all right? The rain was still falling heavily in Konoha as the early morning began. It had been for over a week, going on ever since 2 days after Naruto and Jiraiya left. Tsunade had a horribly uneasy feeling about something, and the only pressing issue on her mind that could have been doing so at the moment was the situation that she had sent Naruto and Jiraiya into in Amigakure. While she hadn't expected any news back soon, that still didn't mean she wasn't worried. As she entered her office, Shitsune gave her the basic rundown of the day that she listened to half-heartedly, still getting the gist of what she was meant to do that day. Upon finishing, the dark-haired attendant bowed to her and left the room, allowing Tsunade's mind to drift once again. Eventually, however, she felt the presence of an intruder in the office and stood up to prepare herself to defend against it, only for the intruder to be revealed as a small, elderly female toad. Tsunade calmed down and retook her seat, sighing in relief. Damn nerves. She muttered to herself before addressing the toad. Yes, can I help you? She asked. Shima hopped onto Tsunade's desk and looked her in the eyes before uttering what she had come to say. Little Jiraiya and his apprentice are missing, she said solemnly. Tsunade froze for a moment before speaking. How? Why? What happened to them? What do you mean missing? Shima shook her head. They wound up fighting with 2 members of Akatsuki. One of them happened to be the leader. The last thing I remember happening before I was sent away to return here to you was Jiraiya-chan losing his left arm. Pa stayed to help him, but he hasn't returned to Mount Myoboku either. Tsunade slumped back in her seat and looked up at the ceiling in an attempt to divert her tears from spilling. Tell me everything you can, the blonde woman said, trying to hide her pain behind a businesslike voice. XXX. Unknown location. Naruto's eyes opened to a dark room that was thoroughly unfamiliar to him. His mind started functioning in overdrive, giving himself a quick systems check. He felt fine for a guy that had been smashed by an invisible wall hard enough to be thrown for over 1.5 miles and had been impaled straight through. Why would the Akatsuki heal him? And why wasn't he bound? As a matter of fact, why was he even conscious? Did they really think he posed that little of a threat, even after having been defeated? A living Naruto Uzumaki was a dangerous Naruto Uzumaki, and it was time for these fools to realize that. Let's see, nothing in the room that he could use as a weapon. Well, at least they weren't that arrogant, if nothing else. Fine, he didn't need a weapon, his hands were his weapons. After all, even if he failed again, they wouldn't kill him, they still needed him. No clothes except for a pair of boxers on his frame, his body was wrapped in bandages. He still couldn't get over the fact that they treated him. Why would they do that? Naruto quietly made his way to the door of his room and stuck himself to the ceiling right above it and waited patiently for anyone to enter so that he could begin his swift escape. After a decent amount of time waiting, the door slowly opened and shut before someone began taking steps inside of the room. Naruto quickly landed on the ground behind them, ignoring the pain in his torso, and wrapped his arms around the person's neck in a chokehold to quietly put them down. That would have been his course of action had the person he grabbed a hold of not replaced themselves in a kawarimi with a chair near his bed. I'm very glad I prepared that kawarimi before I entered the room, Naruto-senpai, or you might have killed me just now. Hearing a smooth female voice made him believe Kanon had been the one in the room, but the added senpai to his name shook him of that notion. Only Sai ever called him senpai, but Sai sure as hell wasn't a woman. As a matter of fact, the only reason Sai called him Naruto senpai was because he was in route. Naruto asked, slumping against the closed door. That's right, Naruto senpai. We are currently in a route hideout in Kawano-Kuni, River Country. We headed here after retrieving you and Jiraiya-sama from Amigakure. The female voice said once again informatively, you really shouldn't be out of bed. Naruto sent out a question that he needed answered. You said you retrieved me and Jiraiya. Does that mean he's alive? He said hopefully. Yes. The female said, getting Naruto to slide to the floor against the door in relief. His wounds were far more appalling than yours, however. Your entire skeletal frame was cracked and you had a few ruptured organs to go with the stab wound through your torso. Naruto looked across the darkened room at the female who had taken a seat on his bed, and what of Ero-Kyofu? The girl let out a sigh. Jiraiya-sama had a stab wound through his torso much like yourself that injured a few organs of his. His left arm was severed from his body at the shoulder, and his throat was crushed in battle. He is currently in a coma. We put him under so that he wouldn't know of our base. I'm sorry if you have a problem with that. Orders. I can give you the shot you need to take him out of it when it's time for him to leave. Naruto ran a hand down his face. How did you get us out? We should have been finished. There was no way you guys fought off that pain guy. He looked at her, trying to somehow get night vision to make out her features. I'm sorry, I don't even know your name. Sai-senpai has given me my old code name of Maki, as he said that you would find it the most familiar. You did spar with me often, Naruto-senpai, back before your unfortunate incident in Otogakure. She said. Naruto's hands felt along the walls until he finally hit the light switch and illuminated the room. His eyes slowly adjusted to the light before making out Maki's appearance. The Maki he remembered he never got to actually see. Her operational clothing was baggy, her hair had always been short, and she always wore her mask around him. He didn't even know she was a girl until Sai told him she was during their trip to Uzushogakure. Flashback: Naruto, age 5. Danza walked with a young Naruto through an underground route base in Konoha. Naruto, it is important for you to keep up appearances in the village so that it is not outright discovered that you are training with me, as you well know. Naruto nodded and kept silent as they walked. I have and will continue to oversee your training, but an important part of working as a shinobi is teamwork, and you will learn to work with others here. Okay, Danza-jiji. Naruto said resolutely. Danza looked at Naruto, hiding his ire at the jab at his age. He knew it was a form of endearment, but he was wrestling in his head over whether or not he wanted Naruto to see him that way to ensure his loyalty, or if he wanted Naruto to be like the rest of his soldiers. But for now he was just going to have to go with the status quo. Do you need another conditioning session with Daijimu? No, Danza-sama. Naruto said blankly. Danza could tell that he abhorred adding that particular honorific to anyone's name, but nothing worth forming was built in a day. Naruto would eventually get used to calling him Danza-sama, or so he thought. Danza led Naruto into a room that appeared to be a dojo of sorts, where there was a person his age sitting in the middle of the room. They had short black hair and a baggy black long-sleeve shirt and pants, as well as a plain white mask on their face, making Naruto wonder if he should put his on too. Before he could reach for his mask or ask about it, Danza spoke. Begin, he said sharply. Naruto was almost caught off guard by his equally diminutive counterpart as they came at him from their seated position to attack him before he was even aware of what was occurring. After a short, mildly skilled back and forth of taijutsu between the two children. Danza sharply ordered them to heal. Enough. He walked between them. Naruto, this is Maki. You will be working with Maki. Training, eating, missions. This person will be your partner unless I call for you personally. Do you understand? Naruto nodded. Maki, do you understand? You will work with Naruto here as your sole partner. Maki nodded and looked at Naruto through the mask's eye holes. Very good. End flashback. Now it was coming back to him. Maki was the only person he really got to call an acquaintance en route. He said acquaintance instead of friend because Maki never really spoke to him. He never saw Maki outside of the base unless they were busy, and even then Maki only spoke in short, low-syllable comments that quickly conveyed what needed to be said. And he never saw her without that damn mask they were all given. However, Danza didn't reuse code names for other people. If this girl was really the Maki he more or less grew up with, then the name was a definite indication of that. This Maki was right at his age. She was far smaller than him, as she didn't top out over 5 feet in height to his 5'7", but she had definitely grown out. She didn't wear baggy clothing anymore either. She wore tight black pants, black sandals, and much like Sai wore, a high-collared tight shirt, one sleeve long to go with the other arm that was sleeveless, that came to her stomach and zipped up. It was left unzipped enough to reveal part of her chest and the mesh shirt she wore. Her dark grey eyes were rather hardened, something he expected as it was the same girl he worked with as a child. She still had short black hair, but as it now came down to her neck in order to go with a pair of long braids descending down her back, there was no disputing that she was most certainly a girl. She wasn't even wearing a mask, it was attached to her hip. "Hello Maki," Naruto said, trying to pick himself up off of the ground, but was now fully feeling the effect of his wounds. "How have you been?" he asked as the girl helped him up and back over to his bed. "I have been fine, senpai," she responded, setting him down on his bed. "Due to your unfortunate capture and subsequent sealing, Danza-sama never truly saw it fit for me to go through the final stage of his emotional conditioning." "And that was?" Naruto asked as he tried to sit up, only to be pushed down by Maki's delicate hand. Her sharp grey eyes locked with his blue ones. "A fight to the death between me and you." Wait, he seriously would have made Maki fight him back then? 8-year-old Naruto back then would have slaughtered an 8-year-old Maki. She was good enough to keep up with him in training, but a fight between them would have always ended with his victory. He was a Jinchuriki that was trained by the leader of the cell personally. She was just a little girl, a well-trained little girl, but still a little girl. I was never subjected to that part of the training. As anyone Danza-sama would have made me fight would not have had that much of a bond with me if there was even one at all. The same thing happened to Sai-senpai when his partner Shin died of a disease before their test could happen. Naruto nodded, wondering why Maki was keeping him from sitting up when he felt some blood rising from his throat. Maki shook her head and made a few hand seals before her hands began to glow green. "Shao Senjutsu, mystical palm technique. Honestly senpai, you're still as stubborn as a mule." Naruto lay still on the bed as Maki gave him a touch-up to patch his injured organs up. "You never answered my question, Maki. How did you get us out of there?" Maki gave him a smile that seemed strange on her usually stern-looking face. "We were there with you the entire time, senpai." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "Sai-senpai and myself along with a platoon of root ninja. Why do you think the full force of AME's military wasn't brought down to bear on you?" "Because we were there keeping the bulk of them away from you when you were discovered. You ended up causing quite a stir when you fought with that Akatsuki member all across the village." Naruto coughed up a little leftover blood. Danzajiji sent a platoon. He had 50 ninja to spare to get me out of AME. Maki shook her head. Well, why did he have them there? Maki wiped the blood away from his lip. We weren't actually there for you. Danza-sama sent a platoon in to use the AME civil war as a cover to assassinate Hanzo, but he was already dead. We didn't know the war was over until we got there. Killed by the man that defeated you and Jiraiya-sama, pain. Before we left, you were discovered and Sai-senpai called an audible of sorts to get you out. It was actually successful, all things considered. Even though we didn't do it, Hanzo is dead, and we only lost 13 men of the 55 we sent in. And you brought us here with you when you retreated from the village. Naruto said, but there was an elderly toad with Ero-Kyofu, what happened to him? Maki stood up after depositing the syringe she promised Naruto on his bed by his side. He's still by Jiraiya-sama's bedside. He said he was waiting for you to wake up, and he isn't the only one, but at the moment you can go see him first. She walked towards the door and pointed towards a stand in the corner. There are fresh clothes for you over there, yours were absolutely ruined. And she stopped and gave Naruto another smile. It really is good to see you again, senpai. I missed you. Naruto blinked in surprise. Missed me? She missed him. How? She barely spoke to him and they weren't that close, at least to him. Hell, he didn't even know she was a girl for the longest time, so you still have your emotions. You're not a brick wall like Sai is. Well, was until I got to him. It must have been a root thing. They didn't get much time with people, so those that they actually spent time with they wound up bonding with, until Danza made them fight. I never finished emotional conditioning. Maki commented as she slipped her way out of the door and shut it behind her. Remember, Root is and always has been on your side, Naruto-senpai. She said simply as the door clicked shut. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Hokage Tower. Hamako sat in front of the Hokage with a stern look on her face and shook her head resolutely. Naruto-sama isn't dead, Hokage-sama. Tsunade felt bad for the girl at first due to her seeming inability to accept that Naruto was caught by the Akatsuki, but this was getting ridiculous. Even Shima couldn't tell the girl otherwise. Hamako, you have to accept that Jiraiya and Naruto are missing. I'll be here for you, you can get through this just as I can. Hamako sighed. Master isn't dead or missing. I can ask him right now. She pulled part of her kimono down and placed 2 fingers on the tattoo on her shoulder, channeling chakra through it in bursts. Yes, he wasn't answering for a few days and the feeling I got from our link told me something was wrong, but he answered me after I tried calling him when the throbbing feeling stopped. Tsunade hopped up from her desk as Shima looked at her in shock. Where is he? Is Jiraiya okay? What happened? What about Pa? Shima asked. Is he all right? Hamako frowned as she tried to sort out how to get that to him in coded format. After doing so, she spoke up and informed them, well, Jiraiya-sama's alive. He believes that this Pa person is too because he was with them the whole time before he went unconscious. He apparently doesn't know where he is, but when he gets his bearings he'll tell me and I'll tell you. Hamako knew where he was, he had told her. But she also knew that Naruto did not desire his ongoing relationship with Root to be known, so that he would have to deal with that. He is safe though. He assured me of that. He can move, and he will tell me more when he gets the chance. Tsunade and Shima let out sighs of relief. I'm going to smack that brat and that pervert one when they get back here. She looked at Hamako gratefully. Thank you for that, Hamako. That was all I called you for. If you could bring Shitsune in when you leave, that would be great. We have work to sort out. Hamako smiled and stood with a bow before leaving. She was still worried about Naruto, and there was only one thing she could do when she was worried: work. He would communicate with her again soon enough. XXX. Kawa no Kuni Hidden Root Base. Naruto felt somewhat safe again with his gear back on his person. He had no shoes, but he had on a plain long-sleeved black shirt and black pants, and had his sword slung over his back as normal as he walked the halls of the base without an escort. Unlike Orochimaru's bases, Danza's weren't uniform. A root base would either be a small hideaway like the one Naruto used with Yujito in Kaminari no Kuni, or something like the one he was in, a full compound used as planning points and overall bases of operation for use in foreign excursions. No two were built the same, and there were no signs or anything to help you find anything, and Naruto had never been to this one. Fortunately, he was already in what he would label as the medical wing, and it didn't take him long to find Jiraiya's room, with Fukasaku standing nearby looking at him. "You wanted to see me?" Naruto asked as he entered the room and shut the door behind him. Fukasaku looked at Naruto as he walked in and looked down at Jiraiya. "He's gonna be fine, they say." I don't rightly know who they is, but they kept Jiraiya-chan alive. Most of them had the Konoha symbol on their hitiet. They aren't trying to restrain me, and you don't seem to be nervous in the least here, so I suppose I shouldn't be either. How? Naruto didn't know how to word it as he saw how bad things looked during the fight with Pain. How is he for sure? Do you know? I told Tsunade-chan he was alive, but I don't know what exactly is wrong with him. Fukasaku sighed and moved closer to Naruto. "Well, as you could see before we got thrown like ants, he lost his left arm. Ain't nothing no one can do about that. His throat was crushed. It's going to take some time for him to regain speech with proper medical treatment. He had a ton of damage to his internal organs, but I guess getting that beat in all those years ago from Tsunade was good for one thing, because he'll survive. He's just not gonna be in any kind of fightin' shape for a while, if ever again. At least he's not dead," Naruto said as he dropped to his knees by Jiraiya's bed, feeling the pain in his knees, and placed his head on the bed. "At least he'll live to perv another day." The room settled into a comfortable silence. "How long have we been here?" 5 days. Fukasaku informed him. "They said you went and cracked every bone in your body. How did you go and manage that?" Naruto looked at the elderly toad. "The price you pay to use power you can't truly control. I can't use even 4 tails without using the Kitsune trigger, the thing you saw that turned me into the fox-looking thing. I can't use any actual ninjutsu when I do it though. It's all power and speed, and it wasn't enough for that Pain guy. He maimed Ero-Kyofu and he beat me so fast." "You didn't know anything about him?" "Well, Jiraiya-chan does, and I do too, so does Ma, and she's giving her account to your Hokage now." Fukasaku reasoned. "That was the reason you went to AME in the first place, ain't it? Mission accomplished. I could have beaten Kanon if I could have gotten her one-on-one," Naruto said, "but Pain. I don't think me at full capacity could have beaten him. He was so fast, and there were so many of him. That one bald one was so strong. I never had a chance." Fukasaku nodded. "How do you feel now? Are you angry? Are you scared?" Frowning, Naruto shook his head in the negative. "I'm not mad. You'd think it would be weird, but I'm really not mad. Even after everything that he did to Ero-Kyofu. He's alive, and I know he won't let this keep him down. But no matter what, I never took it personally. No matter how much of a bastard Pain is, he has his own goals, so do we. Me and Ero-Kyofu, our goals just clashed. That's the reason that ninja exist, right? Being mad won't change anything. It won't make me stronger, it won't make him weaker, it won't give Ero-Kyofu his arm back, it won't make me feel better about getting my ass handed to me, and it won't help me control more of Kyuubi's power, it'll just make it harder. And the fear? Fukasaku said. No fear. Naruto said. He stood up slowly due to his injured skeletal frame. What is there to be afraid of? I already know he can beat me. So all that there is to do now is find a way to get stronger than him, and I know it's possible, so that I never have to see someone like Ero-Kyofu hurt fighting for me again. That's why he did all of this, took these wounds, because he's stronger than me and wanted to protect me. He must have given that bastard hell though. Fukasaku smiled and chuckled, damn right he did. He took one of the bastard's bodies and got it to your Hokage. It won't take long, and they'll figure out a way to beat Kid. He looked at Jiraiya. What do we do now? Naruto started pacing around in thought. I can't go back to Konoha as I am. Not like this. Now that Pain knows I can't beat him, and now that he knows he can beat Ero-Kyofu, he's going to be after me full blast now. He'll attack Konoha directly if I'm there. Especially after all of the damage I did to Ame with one attack. I can't go back with you. I can go with you as far as Hino Kuni, or take him directly to Suna. Either or, they both work, but I'm not setting foot in Konoha again until I know I'm ready to fight Pain and win. Fukasaku took a moment to think about the options. I have a better idea. You got a message to Tsuna, didn't you? Well, Ma should be with her. If you can get word to Ma to summon me back to Konoha, I can take Jiraiya-chan with me so we can treat him. Naruto looked at him in shock. You can do that? I thought only humans could summon you, not the other way around. Fukasaku chuckled. That's right, you've been learning how to work with the toads through Bunta's troublesome boy Gamekichi, haven't you? Well, you need to set up a contract with a toad that you want as your familiar. We toads can summon each other, but only a familiar can summon the human they are set to work with. Nothing we can do about that for now. Go ahead and chew Gamekichi out about that when you can and get that set up. Damn it, Kichi. Naruto mumbled as he started sending out a message to Hamako. She should get it in a few minutes. Hamako-chan is reliable. Here, this should take him out of the coma by the time Tsunade-chan gets to him. He ran a hand through his hair. Tell everyone that I'll be fine. I'll keep in touch through Hamako-chan, but they need to understand that I can't go back there right now. It's how this has to go. Fukasaku nodded. You gonna travel the world like your sensei did? Naruto gave Jiraiya the shot and let out a short laugh. No, I don't think I'll be going quite that far and wide like Ero-Kyofu. I have a mission to do. Get strong enough to beat Pain, and keep Konoha safe. Tell Tsunade-chan not to waste the resources coming after me. I wouldn't do this if I weren't sure I knew what I was doing. Once Gamekichi becomes your legitimate familiar, we can summon you to Mount Myoboku when you want it. He gave a knowing grin. I'm certain Jiraiya-chan will want to show you around the place soon. Can't wait. Naruto said as he walked out of the room. Make sure he takes care of himself and gets rest. One arm or not, I'm sure Konoha is going to need him. Please don't tell her what you saw here, it would cause a bunch of needless trouble. And if Tsunade-chan gets all bent out of shape about me not coming back, tell her that I'm still in the middle of an ongoing mission that I'm choosing to continue at this time. Naruto shut the door behind him and let out a sigh. You'll really head out on your own, Naruto-senpai? Naruto turned to see Sai leaning against the wall right next to the room he had been in moments prior. Are you certain that would be the wisest course of action? Naruto shrugged. Well, put it like this. I could train in Konoha like I've been doing, with a big beacon telling Pain for sure where I am, get attacked by him in his leisure, and have the village be destroyed in the fight, or I can leave without anyone knowing where I intend to go and do the same thing. I have a few places where I can go, Sai, trust me. He looked at the pale teen questioningly. So how did you save us back there? We were flying through the air. I can draw birds large enough to carry multiple people. Or did you forget? Sai gave him his strange smile. Well, be that as it may, Danza-sama would like to speak to you now that you have recovered. Naruto stopped and turned to Sai. Danza-Jiji is here. Sai nodded. For how long? He never leaves Konoha, he works right from there. I told him you were here after I flew you from AME to our base. Sai led Naruto through the halls. He came here shortly after I sent it while you were still unconscious. Whatever happened to you almost killed you. Maki-san almost couldn't fix you, even with the Kyuubi. I can feel it. Naruto said, I feel totally brittle if you know what I'm saying. I don't think I could take a single punch without re-injuring something right now. Eventually, Sai led Naruto to a rather plain door with the root kanji on it. Man, this feels like deja vu. Sai knocked on the door and got a stern enter that he followed, bringing Naruto inside with him. Danza sat inside of the rather Spartan setup of what was his office at this base calmly, looking over Naruto with almost piercingly stern expression that Naruto remembered from his youth. He hadn't seen that look up close and in person in 7 years, it was just like he was 8 again. It was actually good to know that despite everything that had happened, some things didn't change. Danza was surrounded on both sides of his desk by members of Root. One was a black-haired man with a mask covering his face except for the lower half that had glasses built into the eyes. He wore the usual Root long-sleeved midriff-cut shirt, only he wore a red sash around his waist and an apron over his pants. Torun. The other was a man with auburn-colored hair in a high ponytail that wore a red kimono shirt over his usual Root gear. Fua. Apparently in his absence they rose to a high enough point to be Danza's bodyguards. Also inside of the room was Maki, standing at attention, who did not show any emotion on her face to his presence, but when he looked at her, Naruto could see in her eyes that she was happy to see him. Naruto. Danza said, immediately getting Naruto's attention, it is good to see you alive and in one piece. How goes your final mission for me? He asked. Naruto wanted to roll his eyes, as if he didn't know. Of course he knew. He was Danza. Well, Danza-Jiji. Naruto said, getting a glare out of Torun and Fua, still finding it hilarious to see the diehards' desire to admonish him for a lack of formality. But despite them being 5 years older, he was still technically their superior when he was there. Despite their reaction, he didn't get any kind of reaction out of Danza. Strange. Danza must have actually missed being called that or something. I'm a jounin now. I know Tsunade-chan personally, as she is technically related to me, and I'm the son of the Yondaime Hokage. So I have a direct relation or relationship of some sort with 4 of the 5 Kage that have existed in Konoha's history. And now you have me, a man who worked side by side with the Nadaime Hokage and the man who almost became the Sandaime Hokage. Danza said with a smirk, Naruto-kun, what would you say if I told you that I had this planned for you all along? To go for Hokage in my stead. Naruto blinked before speaking. I want to say that you're completely bluffing, but I'm not surprised honestly if that was the truth. Danza's smirk dropped. No, it's true. I knew of your relation to the Yondaime. Most Jinchuriki are related to the village leader somehow and you look just like him. The evidence was always there for anyone with the knowledge of what to look for. I always had you as my backup plan in case I was never able to secure the place, and I decided after it was deemed that Tsunade would become Hokage that it was time to let you know of my plans. He paused for a moment and made surefire eye contact with Naruto. Do you know how old I am, Naruto-kun? Naruto did quick math in his head. The Sundame was 69 when he died and you're his age, so I would say you're at least 72. Danza nodded. Even if I had taken the seat, how long would that have lasted? Any plan I put into motion at that point would have never seen completion before I finally died, leaving Konoha in a state of chaos due to whomever my successor would be not being knowledgeable on my politics. Everything I have done since I realized that I would never be able to condition you had been to prepare you. And when you were captured after your mission to Otogakure, I felt that my plans were all for nothing, but then you broke the seals placed on you just like you always broke mine. And the results ended with you being in a far better position for you to become Hokage than working your way from within our group. After all, starting from ground level is far more desirable than starting from among the roots. Naruto nodded as Danza continued. You will have the support of Root no matter what throughout your endeavor for me. Sai is to replace me as you know, and Maki, well, I hadn't had plans for her, but she is very skilled at medical jutsu, as you already know due to her healing you, as well as a very skilled combatant. Maki bowed to Danza after he finished complimenting her. You know Maki from your initial training. She was meant for something more than your emotional conditioning, however, just so you know, but it doesn't matter now. I was never going to have you two fight one another to the death. That got looks of shock from both Naruto and Maki, more so from Maki, as she had known of the final test for years and expected that to have been his and her fate had Naruto remained en route. I am aware of all of your victories in your career, as well as your defeats. Danza said, do not feel discouraged, that is a sign of weakness. This pain person was enough of a force even before your birth to take out an entire platoon of my shinobi as well as those of Hanzo. He has clearly only grown in strength since then. However, unlike my soldiers, you survived and you can learn from your defeat. He gestured at Sai and Maki. I offer the aid of Sai and Maki to travel with you during your expedition from Konoha. It would be far too dangerous for you to do this alone. Naruto frowned and turned to Sai. Were you aware of this? Sai nodded. And you're okay with coming with me? Once again Sai nodded, prompting Naruto to turn to Maki. Did you know of this too? Maki also nodded. Maki, you barely know me, are you sure it's best for you to come with me? Maki once again nodded. It is my mission, Naruto-senpai. And I believe it would be good to work with you again, that is if you will allow me to. Naruto sighed in resignation before nodding his agreement. Then it is best if I come with you. Naruto looked at all of the current operatives in the room looking at him and finally let off a sweat drop. If I say no, you're just going to send them anyway and have them shadow me, aren't you? Danza didn't even try denying it. That is correct. As I've said and as you should be well aware of, you are far too valuable to the village to be left unguarded. Danza sighed. Everyone except Naruto, please leave the room. All of the other operatives bowed to Danza before making themselves scarce, leaving Naruto alone in the room with the man himself. The two spent a long time looking at each other before the old man spoke. I have never told you this personally as I am not one for compliments and I have never had a chance to speak to you face to face since your incident, but I have to say, Naruto-kun, you are my greatest success as the leader of Root. Naruto looked around to make sure everyone was out of the room before he responded to that. Danza-jiji, are you dying? Because you never told me that, ever, even when I was actually working and running missions for you. Danza did something that Naruto would have sworn was the precursor to the apocalypse right at that moment. He laughed. He honestly laughed. It wasn't for very long, but it was too long to be deemed anything else. Not a chuckle or any other synonym that implied a slight amount of humor, but actual laughter. Naruto had to silently make a hand seal to dispel a genjutsu to make sure he hadn't been caught by a Katsuki and placed under a genjutsu to keep him docile. I am not dying, Naruto-kun, I can assure you of that. If the Sushikage is still around these days, then I most certainly have plenty of time left. Danza said, allowing his amusement to die down. It is true, however. You took to my training earnestly and kept your ability to fit into everyday situations outside of combat. He looked at the 15-year-old Jounin. My original intent was to enter you in the academy once you returned from your mission to Otogakyo, but fate had other plans. Still, you have turned out just as well as I could have ever imagined, even with the 4 years lost to you. Naruto didn't know what to say. This was the man that was responsible for his life being the way it was now, the original catalyst for everything that shaped his outlook as a ninja. His first actual role model. Naruto dropped to one knee and did something he had never done outside of business. Thank you, Danza-sama. He said earnestly while in a bow. He had never bowed to anyone else in his entire life. He even hated doing it for Danza before this. But no matter what, without Danza he really had no idea as to where he would have ended up as a ninja. Naruto did not lift his head until Danza stood in front of him, one hand on his cane and one on the blonde's head. Times are changing and becoming more and more tumultuous, Naruto-kun, you know this as well. Take care and prepare well. Sai and Maki will keep watch over you until you deem yourself fit to return. I have always been on your side. XXX. Amigakyo no Sato Pain's tower. Pain and all of his remaining bodies overlooked the remnants of AME following the collective battles with Jiraiya and the one that caused more widespread destruction. Naruto, you will not escape for long, Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Enjoy your freedom for as long as you can. Our business is far from done. Kanan stood by the side of the body of Yoriko, looking at the village as well. The massive trench that was ripped through the greater part of the village from Naruto's Imari was seared into her memory. A Kawarimi with a paper clone and a Shunshin away from Naruto's attack as fast as she could muster almost wasn't enough to escape it, as the shockwave of the attack's path blew her weightless paper body miles away from AME. You had to know it would come to this, trying to use me and the others as active weapons. Kanan had never seen a Jinchuriki actually cause damage at this scale in public whenever attempts to capture them were made. The Ichibi Jinchuriki was never involved in a full-scale battle with any Akatsuki force. The Nibi caused quite a bit of damage, but nothing on the scale that Naruto did. The Nanabi Jinchuriki barely fought back at all, as if she didn't care one way or the other. The Gobi Jinchuriki barely used his Baiju's power except for his steam-based ninjutsu, and that fight took place in the mountainous range landscape of Sachi no Kuni. The Yonbi Jinchuriki was a very skilled, experienced shinobi that had managed to gain enough control over his respective Baiju to use lava release, but again, this person was nowhere near any populated areas when they were captured, nor did they directly activate a demonic form during the battle. The Rokubi was ambushed and quickly taken down with little trouble. And the Sunbi was captured on the water, away from land. The point was, even though Jinchuriki were used as secret weapons in wars for years, even though it was the goal of Akatsuki to capture the Baiju, even though they knew of each Jinchuriki that were still in existence with their Baiju, Naruto Uzumaki, Sabaku no Gara, Ujitonii, and Kairabi of Kumogakyo, they had never faced one that was willing to actually use a wide-scale attack in the middle of any city before. She had never seen the actual destruction a motivated Jinchuriki could cause. Your little master plan isn't so good when it's being practiced on you, is it? This is what the end result was supposed to be. Kanon thought to herself, no. The real thing is supposed to be far worse than this. And the thought of that is chilling. Kanon's original goal alongside Yoriko and Nagato was to bring peace to Ame. And they had actually done it. It took years, it cost Yoriko his life, but eventually it was done. When did it stretch to doing so with the world? When did the end result of the master plan turn to be so destructive? It occurred the day Yoriko died. The day Nagato changed his name. The day Pain was born. Kanon. Pain's voice got her attention. We will remain here until I have prepared the new body for my animal path. Then we will begin the hunt for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in earnest. Until then, send word to the remaining members to keep their eyes open for him and do not hesitate to engage him. As you wish, Nagato. Kanon said, walking deeper into the tower as the bodies of Pain continued looking out at Ame. Can peace be achieved this way? And if so, how many lives will be lost like this in the process? With the weapons in the hands of every nation, how many times will it be used? Will there be anyone left to actually exist peacefully with? XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Konoha Hospital. Is that brat insane? Was the roar that echoed through the building out onto the streets from the one woman everyone in the village had heard yell at least once. Tsunade, he expects me to just leave him alone by himself with Akatsuki out there. Tsunade expressed nothing but relief when Jiraiya was found to be alive and quickly rushed him to the hospital where he was swiftly admitted and treated, and then she actually listened to what Fukasaku had reported to her from Naruto. Needless to say, she was not very pleased. Instead of staying here where we can protect him, he's staying out there where he's in jeopardy. Fukasaku didn't respond to the Slug Princess's anger over the matter. He simply conveyed Naruto's message back to her. He thinks it's the right thing to do, all things considered. He doesn't want Pain looking here for him before he's ready to handle the man himself, and I think it's between you and him. But the youngin said to tell you when you got all twisted up about this that he was continuing an ongoing mission that you gave him and he never finished. Tsunade looked at the toad strangely until realization hit her. Oh, that sneaky little. He was talking about the mission with Jiraiya to see if Kumo would assist them against the threat of the Akatsuki. The original intention was to venture to all of the 5 great nations, or any place that would be willing to assist. It was something for Jiraiya to get Naruto out of the village with for about a month, but the attack from Haiden and Kakuzu put a wrench in that plan and cut it short. However, Tsunade had never officially closed the mission. It was still open, Naruto knew it, and as far as it went with him, he might as well have been on something akin to Jiraiya's long-term information gathering mission with the freedom the parameters of that mission granted him. Damn, that was good. She looked at Fukasaku with half-lidded eyes. I don't suppose he told you where he was going so that I could send a team to intercept or at least assist him? Fukasaku grinned at Tsunade. There was something about that kid Naruto that he was sincerely starting to like. Nope. I don't even rightly know where you got Ma to summon me from, to tell you the truth, so I'm no help there either. As the tick marks formed on Tsunade's head, he realized what it was. That little tadpole is just as gutsy as Jiraiya-chan. Half as crazy too. A series of weak, strained laughs came from Jiraiya's bed. Tsunade turned to the injured man who, even hooked up to so many machines, was still smirking at her for Naruto getting one over on her. Oh, shut up, you pervert. Keep laughing and I'm going to get you better just so I can beat you up and put you back in here. Due to his inability to speak, Jiraiya weakly lifted his one arm, pointed at Tsunade, drew a heart in the air with his hand, and pointed back at himself. Tsunade gave him a small smile. Doesn't mean I still don't want to kick your ass for worrying me. Fukasaku cut in between the two old teammates. I should let Jiraiya-chan get his rest, but the second he's able I want him to summon me. We have a lot to go over, about Pain, about his student, and about how we're going to get his student ready. Jiraiya nodded slightly, but firmly. I think you should let the boy be for now, Tsunade. He's no fool. This is something he feels he has to do. XXX. Kawa no Kuni Hidden Root Base. Naruto walked to the exit of the root base, flanked by Sai and Maki as he was outfitted in root gear similar to theirs. He wore the high-collared zip-up root shirt that cut off at his midriff with no sleeves and a pair of black gloves on his hands. He had his left arm taped up to the shoulder, and his right arm exposing his correspondence tattoo with Hamako. He had on black pants that once they reached his shins bunched up into a pair of white greaves that guarded that part of his legs above his black shinobi sandals. His sword was still on his back and his hitiet was still prominent on his forehead, but he also had a plain white mask attached to his hip. He looked at the members of Root that stopped in the middle of their own activities as they passed him in the hall and bowed to him. Why are they bowing to me? A lot of them shouldn't even know who I am. Maki looked at him with no discernible expression. Why should they not bow to the man that is to become Hokage? Especially when he is one of us. Naruto gave her a deadpan look but refrained from speaking as they exited the base that Naruto found to be set in a groove in the wall of a river canyon. The three shinobi made their way out of the canyon and stopped in the middle of the surrounding forest, Sai looking to Naruto expectantly, Maki doing the same. Where are we going, Naruto-senpai? He asked. Naruto sighed. Until Ero-Kyofu is well enough to find me and help me with my strategy against Pain, I can't sit on my hands and wait for him to come to me. I need to find out how to better control the Kyuubi's chakra. I never had a chance to speak on it with other Jinchuriki before, so we're going to do that. First to Suna, then to Kiri, then to Kumo. Those places should have the information I need to figure this out. Sai nodded and pulled out his drawing scroll when Naruto stayed his hand, confusing him. What's wrong? Naruto explained his reaction. We shouldn't travel conspicuously. We're trying to divert attention away from us so we can move freely. Flying would be faster, but we'd be easy prey. Maki moved to speak. Naruto-senpai, you're still hurt. If Sai-senpai creates an ink bird for us to travel with, you can rest and recover faster. Naruto shook his head. Maki, that would put too much attention on us. Suna is a day's trip from here on foot if we move the way we should. Seeing that neither of them were giving off any sort of reaction to what he was saying, he rolled his eyes. If you see me slowing down because of my injuries, you have permission to stop me and do things your way until we get to Suna, okay? Yes, senpai. Was the unilateral response from both Sai and Maki. Naruto looked at them both before shaking his head and walking along, motioning for them to follow. I am going to work some personality into you both before I go back to Konoha, I swear. Let's get moving. Maki's eyes narrowed on Naruto's back, taking offense to his comment on her personality, as she and Sai followed. I have personality, Naruto-senpai. Naruto let out a short laugh. Yeah, I guess since I've seen you again you've said more to me than you did in almost 3 years when we were kids, but your personality is only mildly better than Saikuhai's. He turned around and looked at Sai's dull expression before turning to Maki, who had one that was much the same, but there was a spark of annoyance in her eyes that she couldn't hide. It's a work in progress. Now come on. Let's get to sooner before my luck runs out again. With that, they all took off into the trees, heading west towards Sunagakure. XXX. Unknown location Otogakure base. Sasuke sat alone in the middle of a training room. The defeated bodies of multiple Oto shinobi laying around. I know how to find you, Atakai, he said to himself, breathing in mild exhaustion as he caught his breath from his most recent training session. I know that you're looking for the Jinchuriki of the world for your own goals. All I have to do is capture them myself and wait for you to come to me. Sasuke clenched his fist as lightning chakra circulated through it. Orochimaru can't stop me. You won't stop me. Nothing will stop me. You can't hide from me forever. It's almost time for me to find you and take my revenge. Just wait a little while longer, Atakai. The cursed seal spread across his face and entire body. Just wait a little while longer and I promise you, your life will be mine. And that's the ending of this part, everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel, and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.